industry, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Welcome to day 2 of the Business Summit. Just a quick recap of what we discussed, or rather what was discussed yesterday. Day 1 of the Business Summit laid a strong foundation for advancing East Africa's competitiveness by focusing on critical enablers to regional growth: infrastructure, trade services, industrialization, and value chain development. The discussions reflected a shared understanding that while the region holds immense economic potential, progress continues to be slowed by high logistic costs, fragmented regulations, limited value addition, and persistent non-tariff barriers. Among the activities we had yesterday were panel discussions on transport connectivity and services trade, a high-level CEO dialogue on industrialization, a technical presentation on regional value chain development, strategic policy recommendations to unlock trade efficiency and investments. What came out from these particular panel discussions? On trade and facilitation, the participants identified logistics inefficiencies, including congestion at the port of Mombasa, delays along the northern corridor, and these were major cost drivers that weaken regional competitiveness. There was a strong consensus, however, that investing in rail, pipelines, cold chain systems, and industrial parks could just be the answer. Automating custom systems, harmonizing transport policies, and introduction of a 24/7 border operation and public-private partnerships. On trade, optimizing trade in services. It contributes nearly 46% of the regional GDP. Stakeholders stress that the growing importance in support for industrialization. However, that particular growth is hindered by fragmented regulations, non-interoperable payment systems, uneven digital infrastructure, limited youth access to finance. There's a clear call to action to accelerate digitalization, harmonize regulations, and strengthen regional payment systems with long-term aspirations towards deeper monetary integration. On industrialization and regional value chains, the chief executive officers noted that despite strong potential, regional industries remain constrained by non-tariff barriers once again, financing challenges, policy unpredictability, and they missed key opportunities in pharmaceuticals due to reliance on imported inputs, textiles due to export of raw cotton instead of value-added products. The region was urged to shift from import dependence towards competitive regional value chains supported by modern production systems, quality assurance, and climate-smart approaches. The key takeaway from this particular session was central, a message that East Africa's growth will depend on building integrated regional production systems supported by efficient infrastructure, harmonized regulations, and accessible financing. Industrialization, services trade, and logistics reform emerged as interconnected pillars for unlocking sustainable regional transformation. That was yesterday. What we are going to be looking at in day 2, we'll start off first with a session on AI trends and regional coordination that is going to be moderated by Issa Mohamed Ali, the GIZ Regional AI Advisor to EAC. Welcome to the podium, Issa, Mr. Issa, for that particular session. Well, as he's getting mic'd, soon after, we're going to be having another important conversation with regard to air transport quality, a borderless region, a borderless continent. As statistics indicate, it is quite costly to travel within the African continent and more affordable to travel outside Africa. Why is it so? Does the solution lie in the open skies? Can we do it? That's a conversation that Mr. Issa, take the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to everyone. I hope we're excited for day 2 of EABC Investment Summit. We're excited to start the day off with a very interesting conversation around artificial intelligence and the role it's playing in the region and how this could contribute and will contribute to economic integration. And we're excited to bring together 2 panelists from organizations that are making strides into data and AI integration within the region. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Shiraz, MD from SAP, specific title, Managing Director for Emerging Africa, SAP. Mr. Shiraz, please.
Thank you, sir. I will have a seat.
Yes. Mr. Shiraz is an industry veteran with 25 years experience in enterprise software sales, cloud solutions, and digital transformation, and was previously the head of SAP Success Factors for the region. I'd also like to introduce and invite on stage Mr. Johnny Fala, Innovation and Technology at Equity Group Foundation. Mr. Johnny Fala works at the intersection of technology and innovation for high-growth startups across Africa, creating the jobs that will make Africa's youth dividend real. We're excited to start off this panel discussion, but first I'll hand it over to our panelists for a quick introduction because I don't think my biography of justice.
Thanks, Issa, and good morning, everyone. Habari Yako. It's fantastic to be in Nairobi to discuss 2 of the most powerful forces shaping our future, that's AI and investment. Firstly, I'm Shiraz. I'm based in Johannesburg, South Africa. I look after SAP's region called Emerging Africa, which is East Africa, West Africa, and Lusophone Africa. So it's a real pleasure to be with you. I think for too long, we've talked about Africa's potential, and I'm here to argue that if we implement artificial intelligence practically, that potential can be moved to real performance and really quickly. The question for every business leader right now is not if you're going to embed AI into your business, but how quickly you can push it into the heart of your operation to drive growth and to attract capital investment. At SAP, we have a clear view. We don't chase the hype. We're a German company. We're very practical. And we believe in business outcomes. And we call our AI business AI. It's built on 3 core principles. The first one is relevance. So it's built on your organizational company business processes, right? So it's embedded in supply chain. It's embedded in finance. It's embedded in HR. It's not a separate tool. The second principle is reliability. So it's built on your own company data, which means it provides dependable insights and not generic insights. The third one is responsibility. So we build our AI with enterprise-grade security and with a code of ethics. So trust is not negotiable. I think what I'm here to share with you today is the bottom line is that AI is no longer a science experiment. It really is an intelligence that makes companies more efficient, more effective, and ultimately more investable. Thank you, Issa.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Johnny.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be with you all. My name is Johnny Fala, and I team lead the Innovation and Technology pillar at Equity Group Foundation. We are really at the center of de-risking businesses, our business ecosystem, and everyday people in industry, all up and down value chains. First in digitization before we can even get to the AI conversation. So the work that I lead across the group, it starts with ourselves, actually. We have a strong belief that all 14,000 equity employees are going to have to walk the journey of AI adoption and acceleration as part of our digital transformation process if we are going to be successful across borders in promoting trade and investment. The story is, all of this of course begins with people. And so the how of bringing everyone along with us, leaving no one behind, and opening up opportunity to be upskilled, to be reskilled, no matter where you are in your career, if you're a young junior employee entering the market, or if you're a seasoned executive who still has a lot to give, but needs the essential tools to be able to work in a digitally disrupted environment. So we focus really on positioning our staff first as the ambassadors of this change. And so I'm excited to dive in today on a little bit more about how we're doing that at Equity.
Thank you so much. And to give a little bit of context on why we're having this conversation today, of course, there is the AI boom that's going on, and everyone has AI in their decks, in their documents at some point or another. Right now, if you don't have it in a deck...
The big buzz.
Indeed. And so with all of this, we are asking the critical question of what does it really mean to integrate AI as a region? Because what we realize is that when private sector companies are investing more in a single technology than the GDP of the entire region combined, we might want to be approaching this from a more regional perspective rather than individual countries. When we have challenges that each country needs to be working on to solve, we want to leverage partnerships and regional collaboration with both private sector, development organizations, as well as foundations, NGOs, and the like. With this, a new project has come into the East African community called the Regional AI Alliance. And the Regional AI Alliance is going to bring together researchers, students, policymakers, and innovators across the region to work together on building skills and capacity, on building research and innovation, and on building unified policy frameworks across the region. Right now, we're working on a regional AI strategy for the East African community, and it is reaching the point of regional validation already. They've completed consultations in 7 out of 8 countries across the region. In the next 2 years, we aim to capacitate and skill over 50,000 learners in the region, and to support 10,000 researchers and innovators in being able to access and develop compute skills. And with all of this happening, we thought it necessary to have this conversation, to look at the work that organizations like SAP and Equity are doing, and to look at the opportunities that have come up. And with that, Mr. Shiraz, with the engagements that you've been having with business partners and potential clients and the like, what AI-related opportunities in East Africa have come up? For example, in different sectors of finance, agri, etc.
Well, you speak about agri. I think in agri-tech, we're looking at what we call the intelligent export chain, right? So the problem is that spoilage and inefficiency are killing margins in tea, in coffee, in flowers. And really what we want to do is use AI to predict harvest times, to optimize cold storage chains, and ultimately to ensure quality and speed, right? Because speed is really important in agriculture. So investors should be looking for companies that are digitizing from farm to fork, right? Because these guys are building a moat of efficiency. Others are potentially in logistics. What we're trying to do is to kind of make the last mile more resilient. So, there are elements such as high fuel costs, vehicle downtime, and general delivery delays, right? And what we want to do is very simply use AI to do real-time route optimization, do kind of predictive maintenance for vehicles. These are some of the efficiencies that we think we can gain. And what we'll do is use AI to turn a high-cost operation into a lean, mean, data-driven machine, right? We also believe that the returns could be immediate using this because these are use cases that already exist. In financial services, I'm sure my friend from Equity Bank will know much more about this, but banking the SME is an opportunity. Traditional banks can't properly analyze SME risks, right? So when the risks of them offering credit to these organizations is sometimes a lottery. So we would use data, business data such as payment history and inventory turns to create smarter credit scoring, so to to score quicker and to score with a higher degree of confidence. And this unlocks a massive commercial market, and it creates not just social good, but it's an engine for the next wave of growth.
Thank you. That's really exciting to see the opportunities, especially since you're already leveraging the data foundation that a lot of organizations need to be building to then enable the AI side of things. A big conversation that we always have is how are organizations in the region going to be looking at AI when their data foundation
Absolutely.
isn't even ready yet?
Well, it's actually a fundamental thing, right? So you won't really ever get to have, ultimately realize the real value of your artificial, stack if you're not harmonizing your data, if your data is not in the right format, and if it's not integrated correctly. So that becomes the foundation for AI. And it's something that we at SAP have as a foundation for our AI strategy.
And speaking of foundations, Equity Group and Equity Group Foundation are working in two of the other major foundational areas, skills and the investment side of things. So how can AI be a driver for attracting foreign and intra-regional investments into key East African sectors? But also if you could share more about the work you're doing in the skilling side of things in building regional capacity for AI.
Great. Well, as you all know, Equity Bank is a systemic financial services institution across the East Africa region. And so there's a major opportunity where AI gets applied as an intelligence layer, but the real work that we have to do first is in regional integration of all of our systems. That starts with building the payments rails and interoperable network that other companies can build on top of. So what we're really focused on right now is ensuring that we're building the systems that allow for API access to be extended to builders, to the startup communities, to everyone who's interested in being the early adopters. We want to be the bank of choice and the partner of choice for building and creating with entrepreneurs across all of the regions, and building on a common network and under a common language. That's then where we get to take advantage of the AI opportunity. And so on the foundation side, we come in and say, traditionally, we're working with farmers, we're working to digitize port infrastructure, we are working to de-risk communities and to be able to provide the financially sound background and foundational skills for people to be able to access loans. But now going a step beyond that means integrating responsible AI into everyday practices and reimagining all of our programs altogether. And so that starts with capacitation. And capacitation starts with, if you ask me, great content. So how do you actually deliver a great AI education to people who are, again, on various levels of the spectrum, from young people entering the workplace to senior executives who need to be reskilled? We are developing a range and a continuum of partnerships with content providers who can actually help in this journey. And what's important here is that not all AI upskilling 101 basic overview courses are the same. There's good content, there's okay content, and then there's content that frankly will confuse more than clarify. So we've been on a mission over the last year to develop the content-related partnerships that we can package into robust programming to be able to offer at scale, digitally and for free, to all core equity stakeholders. So one of our co-OEM partners, for example, Huawei, has been very generous in extending Huawei ICT Academy trainings to all of our employees and all of our ecosystem partners. We work with World Quant University to actually offer free applied AI master's programs and masters in financial engineering, where traditional and seasoned financial services professionals are adding on technology layers to the businesses that they already run. We're working with a group called I Am the Code, which is a coding skilling platform, an aggregator of libraries of content from Coursera to other full libraries all under one place we can organize and package into learning opportunities. Cisco Network Academy is another for emerging entrepreneurs and technologists within the group to be able to take graduated and sequenced courses. So the East Africa Skilling Alliance, they've made a bold commitment to upskilling 50,000 people through the program. I'm challenging them to think bigger and to think more broadly about it. We've made a commitment to upskilling 600,000 of our ecosystem partners in the next 5 years. And so I'll hit that 50,000 mark in a couple quarters from now. So keep growing with us, because this is not an isolated incident or relevant only to a small section of professionals in a handful of sectors. It is something that is crucial for us to achieve the youth dividend and for us to be able to participate in the fourth industrial revolution, so that we are creators of technology, not just passive consumers of technology that has been created elsewhere.
Thank you. We appreciate the challenge, and that's why we'll partner with you so that we also hit those numbers. But we are excited to see all of the skill and development capacity, and why we are very keen within the alliance structure to welcome as many partners that are working on these areas. We recognize that, especially coming from a typical development partner style approach, we already look at our numbers as ambitious. But we see that the only way any of this is achievable is through collaboration, through working with different partners. That's the only way this is going to work. So we are very excited to be working with both Equity Foundation Group and SAP to be rolling out and making the trainings that you offer available to students, universities, institutions within the region. To the audience, we'll go through one more round of questions, and then we will open it up to the floor for any questions or thoughts or comments that you may have. So if there's something already brewing in your mind, please write it down, and we'll open it up and have about 10 minutes for audience Q&A. To come back here, from SAP's perspective, how can AI and data analytics
develop regional strategy markets with different people and different ways of doing business? This really is the difference between simply selling into a region and developing a cohesive, intelligent regional strategy. The third one is, I guess, related to government. So public sector bottlenecks often at ports and customs can slow everyone down. AI can very quickly use analytics to predict port traffic and to greenlight trusted traders at customs so that you speed up the process immediately. When government moves at this speed, it becomes an enabler of commerce, and it creates a virtuous cycle for the entire private sector. Again, just to add on to what my colleague mentioned around offering training, SAP has a program that we offer SAP certifications at no cost to university students. The prerequisite is that universities need to sign up to the program. Each certification is in excess of 1,000 euros. So it's a significant investment that we're making into the Pan-African landscape in terms of skills development and availability of skills. And obviously a big portion of this is centered around innovation and AI.
Thank you. That's really exciting, and we'll see how we can get one of our partners universities, said the Inter-University Council, to get all their hundreds of universities to register.
We need all the help we can get to kind of really accelerate the onboarding of those universities so we can really proliferate that program.
We'll make sure to make that happen.
Awesome.
And Mrs. John, with the interactions you've had with the students, with the learners, with the different organizations, what barriers have you observed, especially between the businesses and the other stakeholders, that the foundation is already working with and private sectors to come in and supplement any gaps that exist?
Great. Well, personally, I've been working with the startup community here in Kenya. What we're essentially bringing to the table, even with the Alliance, is to say, let's crowd in together and let's extend this work that we're doing. And I think that for equity, this is probably one of the most progressive skilling initiatives an employer in the region has been able to take on effectively and commit itself to. And that is not a short-term commitment. It is not a flash in the pan. But again, we understand that if we're to truly transform the business banking ecosystem and financial services, we understand that the frontier of financial inclusion is digital, and it will be powered by AI. There's no alternative that's been revealed to us yet. And so this is the only choice that we can make right now.
Thank you so much. We'll now open it up to the audience if there are any questions that anyone would have for the panel. Yes, please. Can we get a microphone? Okay.
Thank you so much. I am Thomas Muto from South Sudan, representing Central Business Union. My question is to Equity Bank representative of the Equity Foundation. We have been clients of Equity Bank for the last 13 years since Equity entered to South Sudan market. We have not seen the Equity Bank Foundation program in South Sudan, including the Equity Leadership Program. So I wanted to know, in the existence of Equity Foundation program, what could be the reason that you are not operating in South Sudan, the Equity Foundation program? Thank you.
Tough, direct questions.
Well, I love the question, and I've got an answer for you. So remember, Equity Group Foundation we're not a traditional foundation in the sense we don't sponsor charity runs. We're not a grant-making institution. What we do is de-risk local populations so that we can graduate individuals up into financial inclusion first, but then really being able to start businesses and grow their businesses. What we do in principle, in terms of execution, is we run all of our programs through our branches and through our agent networks. And so our ability to effectively run programs on the ground is really contingent on our local footprint. So with South Sudan, for example, we have large ambitions for the services that we are going to be able to provide in market, but that again hinges on our footprint on the ground. And at this point, we're not at such a scale where we can fund from South Sudan these programs yet and have an expansive footprint on the ground. So what we do is we work very closely with the business to achieve certain milestones before we launch programs on the ground. So South Sudan is very much coming. Our footprint there isn't large enough yet to sustain the full integrated operations. And that is practically why. It's because of how we execute in the market, again, through our banking infrastructure. We're not leaving you behind.
And for what it's worth, the EAC AI Alliance will be working to also support and see how we can complement the efforts that are happening on the
That's the beauty of partnerships. That is the beauty of partnerships. So even in advance of us having an on-the-ground presence, we can work through partners easily. This is a great example.
Yep. So if there are any partners that you know from South Sudan that would be keen to work with Equity Group Foundation to bring those programs, please feel free to have a chat after this panel. We can see how to make that happen. There's a question here.
Yes, thank you. My name is Linda. I'm from a manufacturing sector. I'm from Burundi. I'm also a board member of EABC, and I'm very enthusiastic to hear how far we are already with the EAC AI strategy. For those who have been following the Davos discussions, AI is such a big thing now happening all around the world. So I'm very happy that also the region is not lagging behind. So, but it's more a general question. Because if we talk about AI, some of the panelists talked about it. It's about data collection. If you talk about data collection, we talk about data centers. And if you talk about data centers, it's also the question about energy, which can make those data centers run. So we have been here for already since yesterday, and that's a discussion which is going on in the region about the energy that we need, just to make our factories run. So to make them in an optimized way. So I'm wondering, how do you see that energy challenge can be addressed at the regional level now with this AI component coming in, while already with our manufacturing sector we are struggling. So whoever feels like answering the question is welcome. Thank you.
Maybe I can. I mean, you're talking about energy efficiency because of AI data centers and the demands and so on.
Yeah, the energy which is needed, to make the center
Sure.
data running. Which is
well,
very.
I suppose there's two elements. There's to keep it running. There's to cool it down because the compute power is so extensive that it creates an enormous amount of heat, right? So there's some innovative things happening. I mean, you may have seen articles about a Chinese data center that's been built below the sea, right? So that it uses the seawater to cool the data center, but it also uses hydroelectric power to power the data center. So I think those are challenges that all of us in the technology sector are looking at, because energy efficiency will result in a reduction of costs for us, right? And will also have a climate impact. So I think it's probably still in its infancy in terms of us really finding ways to power effectively and to cool effectively. But there are many collaborations between large industry players such as SAP with energy organizations to make sure that we can find the best way to do that. But it is, it's something that's happened so quickly, and the acceleration has been so rapid that the energy question has probably been lagging behind to some extent.
And a significant advantage that we have in the region and in a lot of African ecosystems is that we do have an abundance of renewable energy.
Yeah.
And there are a number of data centers that are looking at taking advantage of that. In Kenya itself, Microsoft and I believe it was G42 have a partnership to set up a gigawatt data center. I believe it's going to start with 100 megawatts and then scale up to a gigawatt. And they've located it next to a geothermal site. I believe it's in Naivasha, if I'm not mistaken. So we can look at taking advantage of the abundance of renewable energy that we have to be able to do that. But one of the factors in place is also the infrastructure to then connect the data centers into the relevant fiber cables and such to be able to do the data transfers. But we do have significant opportunity with renewable energy that exists in the region. We'll take one more question and then we'll wrap up the panel. Fireside chat, actually.
Morning. Yes. Good morning, members.
Good morning.
My concern, I'm from Uganda. My name is Christine Josephine Adong. My concern is on the AI insemination to the whole region. What I look at is maybe there's going to be a little bit of problem in the future, because accelerating through AI through the university, you may train the students, but then you are forgetting the traditional setup that is already with the employers. Say maybe the business people, at certain age, there are people who may not even accept to use AI. But then you're going to bring the students who are already having the AI knowledge and their mindset is already changed towards the AI, there's going to be conflict between the staff, the employer and the employees. And then maybe to accelerate this throughout across the region, if maybe some other, say maybe commercial bank, if they could have a corporate social responsibility to institute certain foundations within the region, say maybe in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, to make sure that this AI insemination is made down to the grassroots. And also the tools that are going to be used, like I have this phone, I don't know certain apps, I don't know how to use certain apps. So if you could maybe simplify certain tools to be used through the business people up to the grassroots.
Okay.
Someone might think that let me buy these other smaller phones. It does not have any system in it. Technology is changing, and everything is going through the technology. So maybe upgrading the tools is also something important.
Okay.
Thank you
very much. I think there are two questions there. I think I'll take the first and I'll let you take the second one, right? So, from an SAP perspective, we look at it from, we have a big problem with unemployment in Africa, right? We have a problem with African students being competitive in the global market. So even I come from South Africa, and I know it's true in Kenya as well. There are many graduates who don't have jobs, right? So what we're trying to do is when we provide certifications, they're not just AI certifications, they're SAP certifications. So there could be supply chain, finance, HR certifications on the SAP technology platform. But what we're really trying to do is to give practical, experiential training to students to allow them to access the workplace, whether that be in Africa or beyond. You pose an interesting question about potential conflict in the workplace where established workers who have been working for a number of years may not necessarily have access to that same type of training. But that's a difficult one, right? I think that is incumbent on each organization. I think when John spoke about Equity Bank, it's incumbent on Equity Bank to make sure that they take each individual employee on a journey to make sure that they can make the best advantage of what the new opportunities provide to further their careers. So I think it's probably a much bigger program that we need to speak to in regards to government, in regards to individual organizations, and there needs to be programs to uplift potentially older employees, right? But I think we very much are looking at it from the perspective to boost the employability of the African student. Thank you.
Great. Well, I'm deeply familiar with the employee piece, and in an organization like Equity, the reality is we are moving to become a digital-first bank. And so the conversation internally is, what is the contribution that you're going to be able to make as an employee in this digital future if you don't have the basic skills or foundational skills to be successful at work? So we are going the extra mile to make sure that everyone has a range of opportunities available to them to be upskilled. But you have to take that on your own. Every individual has to make that decision to take that on as part of really being a lifelong learner. And so what we're emphasizing at work is the new critical success factor at work is about the ability to be a lifelong learner. That work changes and you change along with it, but you are provided with the tools. I think the real problem would be if people weren't really provided with the tools to do that. Now, before you even get into the world of work, and this is what we do at the foundation, is we work through universities, we work through our Wings to Fly program, our Equity Leaders program, which has already sponsored over 60,000 young people to go through school, not just in Kenya, but these scholars are across East Africa as well, in our subsidiaries, to ensure that from secondary school, we are exposing young people to STEM-related fields, so that the basics in mathematics, statistics, even economics are considered to be desirable pathways, so that in university we can run advanced programming to engage young people in many of these experiential programs where they can also have internships with the bank, for example, to understand an apprenticeship style learning, applied learning, how this all sort of fits into the picture. So again, it's also not just about one intervention point, it is about looking at the entire life cycle of an employee's journey. That starts with the educational background that they have, the quality of that education, the disciplines that they are exposed to from an early age, and how we progressively offer sequenced pathways for continued success. And then not just as an entry-level employee, but how you advance within and are rewarded for advancing within the company by learning more.
Thank you so much. And while you have the mic, a final takeaway message for the audience, a single sentence or thought.
Don't be afraid to take the first step in your own upskilling journey. The hardest part is logging in. The hardest part is signing into a new platform that is unfamiliar and taking that initial leap. Don't be afraid. Don't let that stop you from just getting started.
Thank you.
I think, it's become this big, gigantic hype, and there's so much fear around it about, potentially taking people's jobs, and I don't see that actually happening, because if you think about it, I think one of the things that kind of helps me when I have those moments of fear is that if everyone loses their jobs, who's going to pay? Who's going to pay tax, and who's going to pay these big, technology companies? So the whole system will collapse. So I don't believe that that's going to happen at all. And I have to echo what you say. I think the biggest takeaway is don't be afraid, right? Demystify it for yourself, and the best way to do that is to start, right? Start using ChatGPT, and you'll see how it can actually help you from a day-to-day basis. And I think it will make it easier, because it's not as difficult as you think. I think the paradigm shift to using AI is a much smaller jump than the age of the internet was, because there were people with no technological literacy whatsoever having to navigate the early days of the internet and email, and now being able to, having to make sure that they become proficient in that to do their daily jobs. We already have that basis of proficiency. It's just taking that extra step. So demystify it for yourself by taking those first steps.
Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed our panel. Please join me in thanking our panelists with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot.
So we'd want some assistance. I think we're good to go now. Maybe in the future, we'll definitely be having some robots that are doing that, ensuring seamless transition. But then there's a question of what happens when the robots, the machines, take up the work that humans do. There's that fear of extinction. but I'm sure we will not get there. So the next panel, as I mentioned earlier, it's Open Skies, Advancing Air Transport Liberalization for Borderless Africa. Now, the liberalization of Africa's air transport market through the Single African Air Transport Market is one of the most transformative initiatives under the African Union's Agenda 2063. Commonly referred to as Open Skies, it seeks to remove restrictions on traffic rights for African airlines, harmonize regulations, and create a single unified air transport market across the continent. For Africa and the East African community, this means lower airfares and greater affordability for travelers, increased intra-Africa trade and tourism, supporting AfCFTA, stronger airline competitiveness by expanding markets and routes, new investment and job opportunities across aviation and related sectors. Yes, despite its promise, the journey towards a single African air transport market faces hurdles such as protectionist policies, uneven adoption by states, infrastructure limitations, and limited airline capacity. Open Skies, Advancing Air Transport Liberalization for a Borderless Africa will reflect on progress made, identify practical solutions, and explore how the EAC can become a leading hub for aviation liberalization in the continent. This session is organized by the African Civil Aviation Commission in partnership with the East Africa Business Council. Now, we'll be listening to some remarks made by the Single African Air Transport Market, presented by, or rather read by, that should have been read by Ms. Adyedemi, Secretary General of the African Civil Aviation Commission, but in this instance is going to be read by none other than the moderator of this next session, that is Captain Gilbert Kibe, Ambassador of SATAM and former Director of the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Sir, the stage is yours. A round of applause as he makes it to the stage.
Thank you. Jumbo and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to make some remarks on behalf of the Africa Civil Aviation Commission Secretary General, Ms. Adefunke Adeyemi, who was not able to make it to Nairobi. She was engaged in another country doing a similar engagement. So allow me to read her remarks as follows. Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, leaders of the East African community, we'll wait for the sound to come back. Can you all hear me? So, private sector leaders, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to participate in the East African Business and Investment Summit, together with its Expo for 2026, and to contribute to this important dialogue on regional integration, trade, and investment. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the East African Business Council, the East African Community Secretariat, and the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, together with your partners, for convening this strategic platform, which brings together policy makers, business leaders, and development partners to advance private sector-driven regional integration. This summit comes at a pivotal moment as Africa advances the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, and the Single Africa Air Transport Market, SATAM. And its broader regional integration frameworks aimed at unlocking trade and investment opportunities across the continent. Let me remind you of a simple truth. In Africa, where vast geography, 31 million square kilometers, and limited surface transport, these networks constrain. Air transport is not a luxury in Africa, contrary to what African governments believe. It is an essential lifeline for regional integration and economic development. Air transport, the greatest force that improves the largest enabler of economic development. Efficient air connectivity is essential for trade, tourism, investment, and the mobility of skills and services around Africa. A liberalized air transport environment reduces the cost of doing business, it strengthens supply chains, and enables enterprises to access regional and global markets. The transformation of Africa's air transport system cannot be achieved without the private sector. The private sector participation is essential to expanding intra-Africa airline networks, investing in modern infrastructure, strengthening cargo and logistics systems, enabling financing and innovation, and also investing in sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. SATAM represents Africa's commitment to create a liberalized, competitive, and integrated air transport market. By removing market access barriers and promoting fair competition, SATAM enhances connectivity, stimulates economic growth, and strengthens regional integration. The objectives of this summit of promoting trade, investment, and private sector growth depend on efficient transport systems, and in particular, air transport systems. A unified air transport market enhances Africa's global competitiveness, encourages foreign direct investment, and strengthens the continent's position as a business-friendly destination. Recent socio-economic analysis provides robust Africa-specific evidence that full SATAM implementation can significantly increase the GDP, generate employment, and improve consumer welfare. Recognizing this transformative potential, the African Union has declared the theme of 2027 as AU at the dawn of its 25th anniversary, leveraging the full potential of SATAM and new technologies for continental integration. That will be the theme of the African Union for 2027. This reflects the commitment to advance Agenda 2063's vision of an integrated and prosperous Africa. Since early 2025, the operational footprint of SATAM has continued to expand. More African city pairs are now connected directly or with fewer stops, and intra-Africa connectivity has increased to approximately 23% compared to about 14.5% in 2018. Since 2022, more than 113 new intra-African routes have been launched, including routes operated with Fifth Freedom traffic rights. Despite this progress, the full potential of SATAM is not yet being realized. Structural and policy changes continue to limit the scale and depth of liberalization. Many bilateral air service agreements still contain restrictions inconsistent with the Yamoussoukro decision, or YD, and also the SATAM framework. Visa regimes remain a significant barrier to mobility. In several markets, multiple layers of taxes, fees, and charges continue to keep air travel beyond the reach for many Africans. While ECOWAS has taken a commendable step by deciding to significantly reduce aviation taxes, fees, and charges for its states, similar reforms are needed across the continent, including the East African community. Advancing liberalized air transport requires coordinated action among governments, regulators, regional institutions, and the private sector. In this regard, AFCAC encourages the East African community to continue strengthening regulatory harmonization, reducing excessive taxes, fees, and charges on aviation, facilitation measures, and market access reforms that support seamless mobility and regional connectivity. We also encourage the business community to actively support liberalization efforts, invest in connectivity solutions, and advocate for policy reforms that improve the operating environment for aviation and trade. AFCAC remains committed to working with the EAC, the private sector, and regional stakeholders to support SATAM implementation. Dialogue platforms such as this summit today are essential to align policy priorities with business realities and to ensure that SATAM delivers tangible benefits to the private sector, economies, and African citizens. As we deliberate on open skies and regional integration, let us remain focused on practical outcomes that improve connectivity, reduce barriers to mobility, lower the cost of travel, and strengthen the environment for trade and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to unlock Africa's connectivity potential and build a truly borderless African sky. And I thank you for your attention. Asante sana. So, ladies and gentlemen, those were the remarks from our Secretary General. I hope it encourages you to look at how we can implement SATAM and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area so that Africa may prosper and grow in its economies. So the next session now is we have a panel. I'm going to moderate a panel and ask some questions for us to get a better understanding of the topic for today on open skies, SATAM and its implementation. And so I wish to call on to the stage our first panelist, Engineer Jacqueline Kwagala, aviation expert working for the East African Community's Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency. Please come to the stage. Karibu. Next, I'd like to call another engineer, another lady, Engineer Liz Aluvanze, the CEO of Kenya Association of Air. Welcome. Finally, I would like to welcome Mr. Dio Nyanzi. He is the Manager, Government Relations and Route Coordination for Uganda Airlines. Dio. So, Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just going to ask you a few questions so that the audience and the participants will be able to better understand the situation where we are in at this present time. And because we are fewer of us, our session will be shorter. Let me begin with Engineer Jacqueline Kwagala. How can ESC Kasoa strengthen its oversight role to promote fair competition and safety while ensuring consumer protection within the Open Skies framework?
Okay. Thank you very much, Captain. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Please allow me to introduce Kasoa to some of you who might not know it. Kasoa is an RSOO, or a Regional Safety Oversight Agency for the East African community. We support partner states in ensuring safety, security, and sustainability of civil aviation activities. So what we do, we develop harmonized regulations for all our partner states to ensure that we have a standardized approach to aviation activities. So we have been doing that, and as we are aware, SATAM, one of the pillars of SATAM is regulatory harmonization. So Kasoa is harmonizing regulations for the partner states, but also ensuring that we advise states on the right infrastructure to have for airports and air navigation services, another pillar of the SATAM. And last but not least, safety and security is another pillar of SATAM. As we're all aware, when you're up in the sky, the first thing you think about is your safety and security. So Kasoa is doing all of this, but at there are levels at which RSOOs are. There's level 1, level 2, and a level 3. So we are aiming now to move from level 1, where we are advisory, to level 2, where we can have more direct support with our partner states, CAS, to ensure that we enhance safety and security as one of the pillars of SATAM. So, Captain, this is what we are doing at the moment, moving to level 2, where we, instead of harmonizing the regulations, we will have one regulation at ESC level governing the personnel, the aircraft operations, the airworthiness, and the infrastructure at airports, air navigation facilities, and such items. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And we are aware that the harmonization process of Kasoa is at a very advanced stage. Congratulate you for that. We look forward to your getting to the second level, where you can have more control or say in safety, security, and other regulation matters. But moving on, I would like to ask you again. You are an aerodromes inspector. You're an expert in that area.
Yes.
What are the ESC priority infrastructure programs that are aimed at improving regional air connectivity and integration of airports under SATAM?
Thank you so much for that question. So at the ESC Secretariat level, our mother organization is a project for regional airports to improve regional airports to ensure that they effectively support tourism and trade. This project is aimed at enhancing the facilities and equipment at airports as a driver of safety and security. So there's that project, but at also the continental level, as East Africa, we are participating actively in the recent conclusion of the AU Infrastructure Gap Analysis Project. We participated, and there's a roadmap that has been developed to improve our airports at the continental level and at the regional level. Our airports, our air navigation service equipment. So there are those projects that are ongoing to ensure that we have better airports and better ANS to support the SATAM project once it kicks off fully.
Thank you very much. Next question is to Engineer Liz Alubanze. Now, how can associations like KAAO, Kenya Association of Air Operators, work with regulators, including Kasoa, to ensure that open skies create a level playing field while stimulating growth for both national and regional carriers?
Thank you, Captain, and allow me to follow the protocols and introduce KAO. So Kenya Association of Air Operators is a national umbrella body based in Nairobi, and we look after all the airlines that are registered in Kenya. And we are proud to represent 90% of the airlines that are registered in Kenya as the umbrella body. And we work as the interlink between themselves, government, regulators, aerodrome operators, to ensure that their operating environment is conducive to enable the businesses to grow. So to answer your question, I can look at it three ways. The first, of course, we have a colossal bank of knowledge and data as operators. So one way we can help regulators is by furnishing them with actual and factual data to enable them to make decisions that have the reality of what is going on ground. The second thing, of course, is we could help them in capacity building. We do have opportunities to partner with regulators when it comes to workshops, programs, trainings. I think you know that most times airlines are a bit more advanced before regulators can catch up. So there's an opportunity there to close that gap.
Yes.
And of course, maybe the third and final thing is we could also put ourselves in working groups just to steer the SATAM implementation plan so that we can act like a sense check, so that the regulations or the rules that are being put in place, we can ensure that the operators can actually implement them, and where there are challenges, we could have a feedback mechanism to inform the regulator before a decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very useful. That means that regulations, when they come out, have your backing and support, and they are implementable by the operators. That is really good. Another question for you, Liz. What are the main concerns and expectations of private air operators regarding the implementation of SATAM?
I guess, Captain, the first concern is, will it really be an even playing field? And I say that very deliberately because we do know there are some states that still offer subsidies, particularly to their national carriers. So of course, in terms of cost advantage, you see there's a bit already of a disparity there. We also know there are some states where the application of some regulations are not across, they're not applied evenly across. So also when it comes to issues around dispute resolutions, they're not evenly applied. So I think we're looking forward to actually having that harmonized, particularly even in EAC to begin with. A second concern, and I think we've mentioned this in the 2 days we've been here, is the issues around costs. We are faced with a multitude of charges, taxes, and let me give you an example of Kenya. I believe from 2022 going into the financial year of 2023, operators for a single component, something as small as a bolt, they were paying up to 6 to 8 taxes. But hopefully, as an association, we were able to present a memorandum to government, and those were struck out. And what did that mean? Immediately, we saw about 80 to 90 aircraft registered in Kenya, just by that simple task of the government dropping those. And of course, that means more jobs, more employment, more taxes even to the government. So I think there's a conversation, and a very important conversation to be had around the cost, because you could liberalize air access, but that would necessarily lead to more passengers if you don't look at the cost issue. The third and another important factor, of course, is the issue on infrastructure. We must have the airports, the air navigation systems, the ground handling systems to also facilitate that growth that is expected from a liberalized market. I think I would just touch on those three for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move over to Dio now from Uganda Airlines. From an airline operator's perspective, what are the key operational and commercial challenges in aligning with SATAM, especially for restructured national carriers like yours?
Thank you, Captain, and good morning. Again, introducing Uganda Airlines is a national carrier of Uganda, fairly new, 6 years. We started in 2019 and currently operating within the region, across Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. So as an African carrier, certainly we fall in the realm of the objectives of SATAM about intra-Africa connectivity. The question, Captain, on fairly new carriers like us, on the challenges, operational and commercial, and which speaks to the earlier remarks you shared about the uptake of SATM from different states. Is any state would be hesitant, especially when they have aspirations of setting up a new carrier or restructuring their own carrier, will be cautious on what awaits their new carrier in terms of the commercial environment. And that's when the idea of seeking to protect that carrier comes in, because of the competition that comes from fairly established carriers enjoying the full benefits of SATM, including the fifth freedom rights and frequency and capacity. So the urge is to seek to give it some level of cover against the rigors of competition from fairly established carriers. Now, for any new carrier, you would bank on your hub, generating adequate traffic from your hub. Now, the way African airlines start is you do a phased operational launch, starting with the regional traffic, then later continental. Now, at regional level, when you're starting, you're doing point-to-point traffic. So the aspiration of fifth freedom may not arise at the moment because your fleet and operation support point-to-point pattern. But as you grow and you wish to now cover the wider Africa, then the aspiration for fifth freedom comes in, and therefore the urge to join SATM. So from the earlier phases, the aspiration might be limited, but as you grow, then you get it to that. And that's where a carrier like ours is. That right now we are covering the entire Africa, except North Africa. And in many of these states, because you need fifth freedom now to be able to enjoy the benefits of intermediate points. So whether you're going to cover Southern Africa or West Africa, that comes in, and then you have to make a decision on joining SATM. But again, if you look further into one of the commercial aspirations is the reduction of airfares arising from the competition under SATM. But for a new carrier that is being burdened by the heavy costs that engineer has referred to here, you now have a challenge. You are a new carrier, heavy costs, but there is a demand for you to get a product that is competitive economically and putting the price down. Now, you will have to compete with established carriers in that area. Then you also have to look at market saturation. One way of fighting competition for any new carrier is frequency and capacity. So for any existing operator on the market will be to try and make the entry difficult for any new carrier using capacity and frequency. So for any state, it will look towards how that protection can be done. So we now have an approach that looks at, is it protectionism or conservationism? Because you're looking at how do we use today to protect this nascent baby for the future. And therefore, you have to stagger the consideration getting to that. Do we allow a given phase where there is this level of accepted protection, and then later get into full SATM now, joining SATM? And of course, you did mention about the other operational issues to do with airports, infrastructure. Then for any new carrier, you have fleet issues. You're competing with the large carriers that are already exposed to this. So the end, Captain, is that the approach is then staggered, phased, so that the start would be appropriate to consider that level of implementation, and then full consideration after a short period. And that's where we are now.
Thank you, Dio. So what I've understood is that airlines is looking at the possibility of a phased approach to SATAM implementation, but if I have understood you correctly, you want to start with a level of protectionism for your airline before you expand into a greater level of implementation of SATAM. But if that is the case...
Maybe I need to... Yes, you're very right, Captain. The previous consultations which were done around 2018, before the airline started, that was the opinion. But since launch, the last consultation, our own regulator and the Aeronautical Authority have made consultation, including with the national carrier, and a decision was made that Uganda should join SATAM. So that is where we are now.
Excellent. So how are you viewing the business case for SATAM in terms of your route expansion, partnerships, and competitive advantage in the African market? You mentioned constraints like capacity and etc. Do you think SATAM implementation has a business case for you to engage in further partnerships to assist in your route expansion, etc., and give you a competitive advantage in African markets?
Yes, it does. At a regional level, in terms of cooperation, we are already working closely with other regional carriers here in Kenya,
yes,
in Tanzania, in Kigali, ESC member states that we are working with, and interline agreements, and then reprotection agreements. At an earlier phase like ours, certainly you will be exposed to the rigors of irregular operations and therefore disruptions happening. Then you get the protection of peers, yes, and a protection agreement. So that commercial cooperation is happening. But also at a different level, again, the operational level where you talk training and then support on maintenance. All those can happen within the framework of SATAM.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to Jacqueline. Yes. How can regional transport infrastructure, yes, especially for air routes, be better aligned with continental frameworks such as SATAM and the AFCFTA? Is there a way that regional transport infrastructure, especially for air routes, be better aligned for SATAM and AFCFTA implementation?
Okay, thank you very much, Captain. Infrastructure, as we're all aware, is one of the foundations for ensuring that you have seamless transportation. When you're leaving Kenya, you should find almost similar standards at the airport you land in, say, Nigeria. And one of the ways that we can do that is starting with the regulations. We need to ensure that regulations governing air navigation services, governing airport services are harmonized at a regional level and also continental level, and support the partner states to ensure that they implement these regulations. As has been mentioned earlier, sometimes we have the regulations, but implementation is a problem. So there's need to ensure that we can implement those particular regulations that are addressing airports and air navigation services, in order to ensure that we have seamless operations. So there's a project at the AU level, as you're aware, Captain, dealing with the infrastructure. There's a roadmap, a robust roadmap that has been developed to support all the member states of AU to ensure that there's a seamless transport system for airports and also for air navigation services. And I believe that once this is done, over years, of course, not so many years, but it has mid-term and long-term goals. And once these goals are implemented, we will see that we have similar standards at all our airports, so that as the aircraft move, they are able to find the same standards across all our partner states, and this will effectively support the SATAM and FTA agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for Liz and also Dio, maybe you can answer this question. How can regional cooperation between airlines be strengthened to improve connectivity and reduce operational costs across EAC routes? That's a question for both of you.
Thank you.
Ladies first.
Thank you, Captain. I think that actually, in my opinion, is the solution to implementing SATAM. Airlines need to work together, small and big. And I say that very deliberately because, again, I like to use practical examples. We're speaking about point-to-point connectivity. We have a member operator the other day who was able to launch a route between Kisumu and Tebe. Because, of course, both governments were in support, they were given the facilities, and they were able to start that point-to-point connection. So you see, it will actually work when the smaller operators feed into the larger operators, because that is how we will truly have a connected African continent. So they have to work together.
Yes.
They don't have to see each other as competitors, but rather as partners. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dio?
Thank you. Same spirit, really. And beyond, she did mention, for example, Kisumu and Entebbe. But looking further into, again, smaller airports, the non. But you see, across Africa, you now have a challenge of differentiating, maybe intentionally, of course, between the fifth freedom, cabotage, and then co-terminalization, where you find some countries are objecting to co-terminalization. And that is a challenge because, yes, cabotage, we know, is out of the question, but it is important for states to consider that, especially those that have more than one entry point gazetted. It helps build traffic beyond the main cities. So like I did say earlier, the other commercial cooperation stands, but also beyond the airlines, what is on the side of the regulators and the states themselves? You did mention in the earlier remarks about the cost of operation and what the West African states have done under ECOWAS, where the states have come in and reduced, from the airline perspective, one of the biggest units of that cost charges.
Yes.
And the aeronautical charges, the passenger service charges in all these areas. Of course, there has been an opinion that maybe for regional traffic, this needs to be reviewed so that it is not similar to what is done for global travel. That will go a long way in addressing the challenges as airliners we face in pricing. In your earlier remarks also, you did mention border controls as a big one also. Yes, for our REC, it's fine. I mean, I can come in from any part of East Africa into Kenya. But we're also looking at building traffic between our RECs with other RECs. Now, is it something that we can, as our REC, East Africa, we are fine. How do we address that with West Africa? With the SADC is a bit closer to East Africa. So beyond us as an airline, as airline, we still look to our states to have these challenges addressed.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting close to the end of this interview panel session. Would anybody have a question for our panel members? I see one hand is raised there. I think we have time for 4 questions. We start with the gentleman.
Thank you so much. I am Nankunda Gerard Owen from Uganda, chairperson of KLLC. I have clearly heard the discussions, and the question that has been running through my mind was, as SATAM, what are the plans in place to ensure that we enjoy the comparative advantages of each East African state? Say we have Uganda Airways, we have Kechu, we have Rwanda Airways, but you find we are running the same routes, probably all moving half, and we continue to do this, eventually, us who are supposed to travel, you find some flights are rescheduled, and definitely somehow the confidence deteriorates. So I don't know how this is being addressed or the plans in place to address this so that we can have our own brand. Say I would be comfortable if I knew that if I want to travel to Dar es Salaam on a Sunday, it is only Uganda Airways. If I want to travel on a Friday, it is probably Tanzanian Airways, rather than having all of them same day, same time, but they are all going half capacity. Thank you so much.
That's a good question. Who would like to attempt to answer that one? Or should I answer that one? Let me answer that question. Under SATAM, we are looking for airline cooperation, integration, working together through code share agreements, block-based agreements, etc. But the biggest pain point for travel within EAC is the cost of your airline ticket. That is the biggest problem. That is why airlines, like you're saying, can be flying half empty on these routes and flying inefficiently and not enough times because of the cost of the ticket. So we can blame all that on our governments. The taxes, fees, and charges on air transport are the highest in the world. 65% plus of the ticket cost is a government tax, fee, or a charge. So we are trying to work with governments to encourage them to eliminate or vastly reduce those taxes, fees, and charges. Then the ticket price will reduce, more traffic will be generated, the airlines can cooperate better and work together. That is the simple answer to your question. So something is being done. I saw a hand, yes, there's a gentleman there.
Thank you. My name is Francis Muhire and I'm from Burundi. My question is almost like a complementary from the last question. In fact, what he said is like the actual context of air traffic now in our region. Exactly, we still do have like Rwandair, KQ, Tanzanian Airlines, Uganda Airlines, those four, each one operating and do the marketing, do everything for the same population, for the same clients, for the same number of clients. So for the same cake, everyone is trying to grab a chunk of it. My question is, on East African level, isn't there a project, a vision of merging those and make them come to the concept of East African airlines, which would allow us, I think, not even only to operate from Kigali to Nairobi, Bujumbura to Dar es Salaam, Kampala to Nairobi, but also allow us to have internal flights. If I'm in Bujumbura but I want to go to Kisumu, I should have a flight without passing by Nairobi. If I want to go from Mbarara in Uganda, I should have a flight and then go from Mbarara to Gitega in Bujumbura and have a flight. But also mergers, as you know, they always come up with new action, stakeholders, new ways of saying things, and sometimes they enhance the capabilities, but they get more efficient in terms of market share. Because the whole market now would really be an East African market operated by one airline. The single touristic visa would even have more sense as a tourist would know, I want to go in that region, there's one airline operating there, maybe have like 40% of the airline taken by another bigger one so that to be efficient to, I don't know, is there any vision in East Africa level? Would that be possible? Are there studies? Is there a thinking going to that way? Thank you.
Any comment from the panel?
Thank you very much. I think that has to be a phased approach. It starts somewhere. First is recognizing the importance of intra-Africa connectivity, and then even within the East African region. It starts with cooperation with the airlines as you've mentioned them, and that is where we are now. Once we fulfill that, and that level of cooperation coming through interlines, through code shares, through protection, which the carriers are already doing, then whatever ideas, the great ideas that you're having, would then come into play. But even at this stage, we should be able to satisfy, as carriers, we should be able to satisfy the traveler need in terms of access, all of us being able to provide you a single solution to all these areas. Because through this cooperation, we determine who supports where. No airline can be everywhere, even in East Africa. The carriers that we have, we leverage the advantages of each carrier in terms of its network. So as Uganda Airlines, we earn support from each other carrier based on their network. And the same, also leveraging the advantages of our hub in Entebbe to support the operation. So at this stage, it starts from the cooperation we're having, and later it can advance to the idea that you're sharing.
Any other answer from?
Maybe I could add, Captain. I think we need to challenge ourselves on EAC, perhaps, to address his question, to make EAC a domestic market. I don't understand why EAC cannot be domestic, but I'll just leave it at that as a start.
Yes.
And the issue on routes is a bit of a complicated one because, of course, airlines will always target or aim for the lucrative routes. You really have to allow them to focus on that. Maybe another way governments can think about this is to serve the really thin routes is by incentivizing the operators. Again, we come back to the issue of costs and charges because you'll see some incentives will also allow airlines to consider other routes that are not being served currently. So I think we could also look at it in that manner. Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe, oh, sorry. On the incentives, we've seen this happening in some regs, for example, in Southern Africa, where you're having new carriers getting incentives at the level of 100% on some of these airport charges, 100% as an air service development package. That does interest many other carriers into going into those markets. And on the domesticating the African market, of course, airlines will have that, but the governments, because remember the principle, for example, from airport management and operation is cost recovery. But for many airports across Africa, it's different. It's a revenue stream. So once you move from international to domestic, then it has a revenue implication. And I'm not speaking for them, but I know that would then bring in many questions on the possibility.
Yes, Jacqueline, a quick response?
Yes.
Running out of time.
In conclusion, there's some good news. There's a study that was done at the Secretariat on how the ESC can adopt the SATAM. Now, one of the advantages that came out of that study is it was also realized that we still have some bottlenecks to SATAM that are also impeding our own integration here in terms of air transport, like has been mentioned, taxes. And because of this, there's some advice and roadmap on how we can integrate fully. And I believe that once this is done, like Deo has said, we have to start somewhere. Once we adopt the SATAM, we reap the benefits, the initial benefits, then we should be able to come up with ideas, including the great idea you've mentioned of having one single airline or harnessing the advantages with different airlines. So it's a phased approach, step by step, and continuous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have one or yes?
Yeah, thank you very much, Captain Sylvester. Dixon Baguma is my name. From Asareka Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa. Listening in very carefully, I can feel that indeed what is missing or lacking, or the way to go, is fixing the policies. It's not about fixing planes, fixing policies. And as when you answer the question on behalf of the others, this is where exactly my question was, but I think I want to add more about tax, because most of the speakers have talked about liberation of the skies and therefore SATAM being implemented, which is a good thing. But I think we need to go into more of tax, to have kind of a radical tax reform. Yeah, a radical tax reform, which is not a simple thing to achieve, maybe in a year, but something that can start right away. Our policymakers are being made aware of this, sensitizing them to appreciate why this has to happen. Because as you rightly put it, 40 to 50 or 60% goes into taxes, yeah, for the cost of the ticket. And so, to me, really having harmonization of fees would be one way to go forward. Standardizing passenger service charges, security fees, fuel taxes across East African. This would prevent kind of tax shopping so that we can lower the tax fare. But also, another point that came out from here is really treating domestic and as region. Flying from Nairobi to Mombasa is domestic, and therefore the tax is lower. Flying from Nairobi to Dar es Salaam, that's international, and therefore the tax is very high. Why not to treat all travels in East Africa as domestic? I know my friend here has just said, this will have an effect on revenue. But then in long run, we want people to as many people to travel, then opportunity costs, and economies of scale. The more that will travel, the more that you will get. And it's not all about making it easier for tourists. No, we need to be happy in our countries and travel easily to do business, because we have to look at travel as way of infrastructure to do business, but not as a luxury, as we put it. And I want to believe that these issues we are discussing, they are going to end up being presented in a very compelling way to ministers and presidents when they meet in Arusha or elsewhere. I submit.
Thank you very much.
Now, Mr. Moderator, we're running out of time, but we will not lock out anyone from giving feedback. So we will take the two more from the floor and one that we have received.
There's one.
Actually, three. Those are four from the floor. Then one online in respect to what has already been said from John Bosco, the director of EABC. He's asking, with respect to air transport, EAC has a strong hub, but the region has made little progress towards market liberalization. Why don't we implement the fifth freedom among the EAC partner states to minimize air transport costs and increase flights turnaround? Maybe we can take the questions and have the panel respond to them at a go. So that is one. Maybe you can be taking down the questions.
There's a gentleman
on the other end.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much. My name is Estella. I'm an engineer. I just wanted to draw our concern on particularly booking ethics. Most of us fly. You find that majority of the agents are taking lead instead of the actual office that has to do the booking. And because they have advantages of having more taxis than following the right procedures sometimes, we have disadvantages and they're available. And this is something I think East African countries have to look into it. How do we do these corrections? It is not necessarily in Kenya, but in some countries it happens that The agents are taking lead more than Kenya Airways main office, more than Uganda Airways main office. So it brings a lot of bit of more expenses when you really wanted to book. The second practical issues that we face as travelers on business ethics, interest also, is that sometimes on my own thinking, this need for us to have a provision for those who fly frequently in the same location, if they can have a fare, they pay money in advance and then they notify the office that is necessary on time, and then they'll be able to be given services on fairness because they are reliable customers. And it is not happening in some of the countries. The other issue is not all the East African countries are having flights at night, taking off or arriving at night. So the standards must be unified. This is a condition in some countries. You find that you struggle to take off at latest 5 p.m. because you are not supposed to travel at night in that airport. So these are our concerns that we really need to think together. Which solutions do we have so that we minimize the risks of losing our businesses and also making more profits than ever. But the taxes has been mentioned, and this is something that really need to be taken to the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So now we'll have the final
members,
one, the
yes,
very
members,
final one.
Make it a bit
from that
short.
gentleman there, and then we'll close this meeting.
Thank you. Very strong discussions being had. My name is Mwenda Mugambi, actually a member of one of the airlines in Kenya. Just out of curiosity, are there also conversations about positioning of opportunities in different locations within the countries, especially, for example, in East Africa? Because as we talk about opening up the air markets, we are also facilitators of movement and travel. And air transport, to be quite frank, is sustained through business travelers, yeah? So are there also conversations with the governments to open up opportunities and industrial parks in areas that are also less access? For example, Kenya, open up these opportunities in Turkana, set up operations there. So what does this do? It also reduces the competition between the regional carriers and the national carriers. An example in Kenya, we have regional carriers like Jambo Jet operating the same routes with the national carrier like Kenya Airways. That's, to some sense, a level of cannibalization in the accessible audience and traffic. So are there conversations being had across the states to at least open up even the countries to more opportunities for investors to come in and also to facilitate the business travel within this region?
Okay, thank you. So each of you can maybe answer one of the questions. Let's give you 1 minute and then we wind up.
Okay, thank you very much, Captain, and allow me to thank the audience for their interest. It's very inspiring, and the insights they've given us will be very helpful. I want to answer his question. At the Secretariat, I'm aware that they are developing economic regulations. These include consumer protection. I believe that these will, once these are done and rolled out in the partner states, they will have an impact on reducing the taxes. What I hear is it is urgent. We need to expedite this process. We have used an approach in safety and security where we create awareness, we engage with the high level and everyone, all the stakeholders involved. So I think the same policy or the same approach will be used in ensuring that these taxes, because it's now a public concern, as we can see from here, and I believe one of the outcomes from this meeting is we will ensure that this both high level, and we are happy that Ambassador is here, so there's need to expedite, and this will be done. Lastly, please allow me to respond on the issue of why some aircraft don't take off from some airports. We have talked about standardizing our airports. Now, for an airplane to stay safe while taking off at night, there are requirements. We need navigation aids, enhanced ones. We need lights on the runways. So if those are not yet there, then we cannot have that where you take off at night or anytime you want to. So with standardization, closing infrastructure gaps, this will come into effect. You'll be able to see that you can operate at any time. So as one of the pillars of SATAM, this is also being addressed. And thank you for bringing that up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Liz?
Yes, maybe I will try just to add on. She's cut across, but because he specifically spoke about Kenya, I know we are also pushing the government to develop an airstrips policy, because it's simple and easy to say you want to have airlines flying into these industrial parks, but does it make commercial and viable sense? So I think as a beginning and as a start, it would be good for the country, and it's being worked on, to have a vision for how do we see our airports, our infrastructure being developed in the next 5, 10, 15 years, because now you will see it's a very sporadic approach. If I'm being very honest, you have every governor sort of wanting an airport, and then you build the airport and then no airline comes, and you wonder why. Well, because it doesn't make commercial sense for them. But I think when that blueprint is developed and there's a clear path, then we will start serving even those markets that feel underserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Dio?
Thank you, Ambassador. To complement my colleague from the ESE, she did really raise the point of why airlines can't depart from every other airport. And I wanted to refer to the principle of the entry and exit points for each country. We haven't reached where they want us on the domestication of East Africa. So where we are still as international points, airlines can only enter countries through gazetted entry points, which are limited for each country, and exit through those points. So we can't go into just every other airport. I do appreciate your point on domestication, and I think our colleague from the ESE will take that up. Then again, there was another issue she raised of the booking agents versus the airlines. Airlines provide a number of platforms through which you can book, and one of them very central with the current global trend is a booking agents. Now, just one of them, indirect, but the other direct options of you contacting the airline through its online booking engine or through their offices. So those platforms are many. The choice is on the convenience with which you find. But they do pay the same, still, whether you book through an agent or through the airline, it's still the same taxes that are paid. And lastly, on the, you did raise something on the incentives. If you are booking early, and when you have groups, those incentives exist with every airline. Through group bookings, you certainly get price incentives, fare incentives when you book as a group. But also using all the platforms that are available, you still get incentives when you book early. You can access those incentives through every platform you use when you book early. Of course, if you're booking your flight closer to the travel date, the prices tend to be a little, also based on the season. But please continue using those platforms within those times, and the incentives will be available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, allow me to just give one small statement. You have all heard from our panelists, SATAM, how it's operating, and suggestions that are even coming from you, the audience, on how maybe this thing could work better. I was appointed the SATAM ambassador for the Eastern region by AFCAC, Africa Civil Aviation Commission, in October of 2023. So the Eastern region of AFCAC is 14 countries. 14 countries includes the 8 EAC partner states. Then you have your Ethiopias, your Djiboutis, and the Seychelles, and the other countries around it. And my job is to assist AFCAC and the African Union in getting African states to implement SATAM in full. I have found that African governments, many of them, have not understood the full benefits of SATAM. And I begin by explaining and reminding you, or informing you, or educating you the size of Africa. When we say Africa, what do we mean? Africa is 31 million square kilometers. To give you an idea of how big this continent is, and it's the biggest in the whole world, the United States of America, including Alaska, is 9.9 million square kilometers. Europe is 5.8 million square kilometers. India is 3.3 million square kilometers. And parts of Asia are the same. They can all fit inside Africa, and we'll still have room to spare. So our continent is huge. The largest aviation market in the world is the United States of America. The 5.8 million, the 9.9 million square kilometers. The next biggest market is Europe, 5.8 million square kilometers. These countries and continents have airlines. Their airlines are very successful, including the Middle East and the Far East. But then, why isn't Africa implementing Saturn? Because if we are that huge, wouldn't we become even more successful than even the United States, considering our size? So African governments have not yet bought the idea that we should implement Saturn. And what does Saturn mean? It is very simple. It is do what Liz said. We should become domestic to each other. Africa should be domestic to each other. And we also reduce taxes, fees, and charges tremendously. There's one success case in ESC where taxes, fees, and charges were reduced dramatically. In the year 2014, Salva Kiir of South Sudan, Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, Paul Kagame of Rwanda, and Uhuru Kenyatta of Kenya sat together and they decided that for mobile telephony services, those mobile telephony, because the charges are so high, should become domestic to each other. And they also scrapped the use of passports to travel in between. On the 1st of January, it came to be, okay, South Sudan didn't join, but the three states, Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya, implemented. And what the government did, they slashed the taxes, fees, and charges on mobile telephony by 90%, 90%. The phone call used to be $1 per minute. It came down to 4 cents per minute. In month 1, mobile traffic increased by 200%. In month number 3, mobile telephony traffic increased by 460%. In month 6, mobile telephony traffic increased by 950%. The ministers of finance in these countries began to note a far much increase in revenue from mobile telephony services than when they were charging $1 per minute. So we can do the same in ESC. Our governments in ESC can decide we'll reduce all taxes, fees, and charges on air transport by 90%. So instead of 65% of your ticket price to Entebbe, $600, it should come down to maybe $10 as a tax. Then your national carrier, Uganda Airline or Air Tanzania or KQ, will be able to charge the $600 ticket, reduce it to $200. What will that mean for transport between us? And then the jumbo jets of this world will be able to introduce the $100 ticket. What will that mean for this world? Today, the United States, the main airlines have more than 1,000 aeroplanes each. The European carriers have more than 300 airplanes each. The low-cost carriers have more than 800 airplanes each. And all these combined are smaller than Africa. So what if we implemented that ourselves? Where would we be? That is the question that we ask governments. And for those of you who pray, we pray that you go to your governments and ask them to listen to us. We call for a meeting. Let's meet in one place, a president, all the ministers, all the stakeholders. We sit in one room in State House, and we give a 1-hour explanation of the benefit of SATAM. Then we'll see the implementation of SATAM come to reality. Thank you very much. So we thank our panelists. Dio, thank you. Thank you very much. Liz, Jacqueline.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next panel. Let's have just a group photo as we get some support for the stage. We want the podium up there for our next presentation. There's also an announcement. Mr. Morris is looking for Miss Julian Barungi at the registration desk. Make your way there. Mr. Morris is looking for Julian Barungi at the registration desk. Also, there is registration that is currently ongoing for those who are interested in the industrial field trip to Tatu City.
Sorry.
Kindly register at the registration desk. Let's have some support for the stage to get ready for our next presentation there. Very well done, guys. Thank you. Let's have some technical support here. So the next conversation is leveraging regional and continental integration. You can see it on the projector there. We're going to be listening to none other than the next panel and the presenter to also keep time so that we get to do our breakaway sessions before we proceed to lunch. Madam Ravini, stage is yours. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Perfect. Just testing the mic. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ravini Gunasekara, and I am a trade and investment policy advisor at the International Trade Center. For those of you who may not know, the ITC is a joint agency of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, specialized in delivering technical trade-related assistance to developing countries. And part of the project today that I'm here in the capacity of is Markup 2, which you've probably heard at length about over the course of these 2 days. So let me get right into it in the interest of time. I know we're under some time pressure. We all understand, and we've spoken about how governments are seeking to increase investment into their countries, and that includes foreign direct investment because they want to advance development. Attracting FDI is a challenge in this highly competitive, concentrated FDI market, because FDI regulatory frameworks have become very similar amongst most countries. Investment facilitation has become the main approach in which countries can now distinguish themselves. National investment facilitation efforts can in turn be supported by international and regional agreements. The World Trade Organization's Investment Facilitation for Development, IFD agreement, and the AFCFTA Investment Protocol are the most relevant to this end and is what I will focus my presentation on here today. Investment doesn't automatically support sustainable development. It depends on the type of investment, the type of investor, the motives, the entry form, is it brownfield, greenfield, joint venture, and what is the regulatory framework in the host state? These are all factors that matter. You see on the slide we have what are some of the challenges, but let's reframe this. What are investors looking for? What do they want? And research actually indicates that the stability and the predictability are the top two determinants, even more than the market size. To be sure, each of the steps of the investment processes are actually mapped here. This is an example from Kenya when ITC worked on this a while back. And investors want to have clarity, understand what time is spent on each of these steps, that they're low and it is as seamless as possible. Investment facilitation efforts tackle ground-level obstacles and helps create a predictable investment climate through transparency, consultation, and coordination. The objective of investment facilitation, it's not about attracting investment, it's about investment retention and expansion. A means for doing this is by strengthening investment facilitation measures. So when considering the varying levels of investment facilitation regulatory regimes, we can think of this as, first you have the domestic laws. These are the foundation of investment regulation within a country. It regulates property rights, business registration, taxation, labor laws, and is the cornerstone for national investment climate. You then have a second level. You have bilateral investment treaties. And from our work, we've seen that there are at least 47 bilateral investment treaties that EAC member states are party to. And most BITs are binding on EAC countries, but they don't regulate investment facilitation in depth. They primarily cover investment protection and promotion. And if they do cover facilitation, this tends to just focus on publication of laws or transparency. I've also added into the slide, not really a bilateral investment treaty, but a newer form of bilateral agreement are these sustainable investment partnerships. So you have the EU-Angola Strategic Investment Partnership, the CIFA, and these are other forms of engagement. You also see the EAC Model Investment Code, which serves as a guidance for assisting partner states in improving their national investment codes and providing legal protection to investors. And then the last two, which I'll go into further depth, is the AFC-FTA Investment Protocol and the WTO IFD, Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement. So the IFD is a joint initiative at the World Trade Organization for which negotiations concluded about 2 years ago, and the participating members represent about 3/4 of the WTO's membership. So this is actually 32 of the 44 African Union member states that are party to this agreement. I've actually listed, it's probably a bit small for you to see, but you will see the list of countries, and I've highlighted by REC membership. So in EAC, we have Burundi, the DRC, and Uganda that are party to the IFD agreement. And if we, double count, ignoring membership, you've got 8 partner states of COMESA, 7 partner states of SADC, nearly all of the ECOWAS member states at the time of joining are party to the IFD, and you have 8 from the ECAS REC as well. So the IFD agreement, it aims to improve transparency of measures, streamline administrative procedures, and promote international cooperation as a means of facilitating the flow of FDI between parties and aims to foster sustainable development. Participants of the IFD agreement see it as a tool to anchor and strengthen investment climate reforms. This agreement does not apply to market access, investment protection, investor-state dispute settlement, ISDS, procurement, subsidies. There's carve-outs for this in financial services. It applies to central, regional, local government, and it applies to the full cycle from establishment, acquisition, expansion, operation, management, maintenance, and the sale or disposal of investment. There are substantive and horizontal provisions in the IFD agreement. This covers transparency of measures to ensure that information is up to date and published with regard to affecting investment activities for investors, and with an aim to increase transparency. It encourages parties to set up a single information portal. You then have the streamlining of investment authorization procedures. So excessive bureaucracy, it raises compliance costs, it increases the risks of coordination failures between different government agencies, which deters investors. So this section focuses on cutting red tape, ensuring predictability to make investment less risky and more attractive. You then have a section on effective focal points and regulatory coherence to reduce information gaps, to handhold investors beyond just attracting these investors, making them stay. And it aims to secure higher quality of investment and prevent costly disputes before an action arises. You then have the special and differential treatment, SDT, which contains provisions that are modeled on the WTO's Trade Facilitation Agreement, the TFA, which allows for developing countries and LDCs to implement the agreement at their own pace. It also ensures that capacity building is made available, not just to assess the needs for how the investment regime can be improved, but also implement the agreement and reforms. You then have a section dedicated to sustainable investment to promote responsible business conduct. It includes voluntary uptake of internationally recognized principles, standards on due diligence, on anti-corruption, money laundering, and it aims to reinforce integrity and accountability as core elements for credible investment climate. And the final section is on the institutional arrangements. So it establishes a WTO committee on investment facilitation as the institutional mechanism to support the implementation, consultation, information sharing, and identification of best practices. The AFCFTA investment protocol, as you know, was adopted by the AU Assembly back in 2023, and we understand that the technical negotiations to conclude the annex on the rules and procedures of prevention, management, resolution of disputes is still ongoing. But to note that EAC partners are, of course, as part of the AFCFTA treaty, are also applied to the investment protocol. We've noted South Sudan and Somalia are yet to approve the ratification, but all other EAC member states have. And so the aim of the protocol is to promote, to protect, and facilitate intra-African investment. So it includes deep, sustainable, responsible commitments for investment that are tied into the text. It defines investment in this way. It includes obligations directly on investors for a range of issues like ethics, human rights, and labor standards. But it's also a much broader agreement. It goes beyond investment facilitation, subject to the national laws and regulations of its countries. It covers market access, investment protection, dispute settlement, and aftercare. And the structure of the protocol, it embeds some innovative provisions. So part 2, it covers provisions on streamlining investment procedures and requirement. It facilitates visas and permits, setting up sort of one-stop shops, aftercare, and encourages the digitalization of procedures. But it also includes provisions promoting and facilitating investment that contributes to broader aims like gender equality, empowerment of women and youth, and people with disabilities. It also contains provisions that provide incentives for specific kinds of sustainable investments, and this is specified in the text. So it mentions low carbon projects, climate action, healthcare, investment that's conducive to technology transfer. So it almost has a near sector approach for investment. Part 3, it covers a balanced investment protection framework. Part 4 embeds sustainability into the investment regime. It has provisions on minimum standards for environment, labor, consumer protection, climate change, health, as I mentioned, so it really goes very deep into this. And then it includes investor obligations, which is an important feature of the protocol because it sets out substantively obligations that investors and their investments, so it's not just state obligations. So this includes compliance with again, ethics, human rights, labor standards, anti-corruption. Part 6 also has commitments on technical assistance in the protocol and the mechanisms for this, so it establishes the Pan-African Trade and Investment Agency as the implementing agency to provide assistance in implementing the protocol. And Part 7 covers provisions on investor engagement, grievances channels, and so on. I'm just going to very quickly touch on this in the interest of time. Our esteemed panelists, and including Mr. Charles Omusana, will probably cover this, but we've noted that the AFCFTA investment protocol draws from REC investment codes, and in particular the EAC model investment code, to assist partner states to improve their national codes. So the AFCFTA serves as a consolidation of the multitude of different REC investment codes for a one Africa investment market. It's a bit small. I'll very quickly go over this, but it visually tries to show the comparison between the IFD agreement of the WTO and the AFCFTA investment protocol. So as we said, sustainable development is explicit. It's a central principle of the investment protocol, but in the IFD agreement, it's indirectly covered through responsible business conduct, RBC. On flexibilities, we've noted that the investment protocol has this for LDCs. The WTO has the SDT, as I mentioned, which provides a longer transition period. It also provides technical assistance and specifies how to access this technical assistance and capacity building, and goes into more depth in that front. The investment protocol covers dispute settlement. The WTO does not cover ISDS, and the investment protocol places obligations on investors, as we mentioned, on CSR, whereas the WTO agreement does not put these obligations on investors. The investment protocol covers protection, promotion, facilitation, liberalization obligations, and the IFD only covers investment facilitation in terms of transparency, streamlining, inquiry points. So both the IFD and the investment protocol have similar investment facilitation provisions. As I mentioned, transparency, streamlining, investor assistance services, regulatory coherence, and sustainable investments. And both agreements are binding, but there are differences in the extent to which each instrument addresses each specific discipline and the content of the commitments and the legal nature. So whether it's non-binding or best endeavor, whether it's binding in conduct, or even if it's an entirely binding obligation. So for example, we have the transparency obligations, which are more extensive in the IFDA than in the investment protocol. And you can see exactly on the bottom left where the differences are. So the WTO IFD recognizes the importance of the publication of investment regulations and encourages domestic supplier databases and supplier development programs. So linking firms with foreign investors. They enable local suppliers to upgrade their skills in order to meet the needs of investor sourcing requirements, strengthen local industry, and ensure positive spillovers into the domestic economy, including for SMEs. Similarly, on streamlining provisions, these are quite detailed in the IFDA. It explains in more depth, but the investment protocol includes general best endeavor provisions, and this is in the central table. And finally, on investment assistance services, there are more specific disciplines in the IFDA as well as in regulatory coherence. This is more fleshed out. The exception to this trend is in the last category of sustainable investment. So the IFD imposes on its contracting parties two sets of obligations. It encourages investors to adopt responsible business conduct and measures to prevent and fight corruption. But in the investment protocol, it includes obligations on investors directly for ethics, human rights, and labor standards. So, some key takeaways. Investment facilitation measures are not supposed to bring more constraint or burden on countries. It is to make it easy for investors, yes, but it is also for states to be able to conduct their day-to-day business much more easily. The WTO IFD agreement creates a foundational, cross-cutting global best practice when it comes to investment facilitation measures and brings investor interest in. The AFCFTA investment protocol creates a larger, integrated, unified African market for investment. And as we know, investors do care about market size as well. But both of these agreements, they share key features. They include national focal points, transparency, and streamlining. The AFCFTA provides deeper commitments going beyond investment facilitation on market access and protection. But nevertheless, aligning with the WTO IFD obligations can help countries implement the AFCFTA investment protocol more effectively and attract investment from beyond the continent. The greater specificity of the WTO IFD provides a useful set of options for implementing some of the more general investment facilitation provisions than the protocol does. And for mutual reinforcement, we would move from conceptual convergence to actual operational synergies. And an agreement is only as good as its implementation. And this is where the WTO IFD agreement can be of interest because the technical assistance capacity building is embedded into this agreement. So ITC and other partner agencies have been supporting countries that have lodged their interest for support in undertaking IFD assessments. These assessments are critical to help countries in identifying the gaps in their regimes, set priorities, timelines, and get the technical assistance they need to implement the agreement. So the assessment is a foundation to support countries with the right reforms for investment. As part of support under the Markup 2, ITC is supporting investment facilitation activities, and the first question when we went to the EAC partner states is, why the WTO IFD agreement when we have the AFCFTA investment protocol? So I hope my presentation today has provided some context, just to say that we've done this pre-assessment sensitization work in the partner states. Some countries are due to still be covered by other ITC projects. And we've also done this mapping of EAC partner states investment-related laws. I'm not going to go into this, but just to say that the next steps is that for selected countries expressing interest to undertake this IFD assessment, we would then aim at sequencing reforms from that baseline to streamline investment processes. I hope this is a useful starting point for the discussion that we will be having with our esteemed set of panelists, and I look forward to hearing your discussion. Asante.
A round of applause as we have the stage assistants there to just bring down the podium for the next panel. The next panel is going to be moderated by none other than Madam Susan Maingi, who is the Chair, Trade and Investment at KEPSA. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? I see people may have sat a little bit, but maybe it might be worth, because we've had a number of stretches, to stand up and maybe stretch your legs a little bit. So maybe we can stand before we start and do a little stretch. There's been a really good sessions, but you might need to, because I'm between you and I think lunch. So let's stretch a little bit. Stretch your leg. And we can have a seat. Thank you. So it is my pleasure. My name, as you've mentioned, my name is Susan Maingi. I chair the KEPSA Trade and Industry Sector Board. As you well know, KEPSA is the apex body that leads all conversations and advocacy for an umbrella for BMOs, and we've been in operation for very many years, and we're really proud to be partners of EABC and part of this important dialogue. So the session here where we're talking about AFCTA, and we're very happy that Ravni has given just a sense of some of the importance of the AFCTA agreement, which has been in operation for the last 2 or 3 years, with about 46 partner states who have signed on out of the 54 who have been in agreement. And I think when we look at the entire environment we're in, from a global perspective, we've seen that it's not business as usual. There's been a lot of changes from a global perspective. And this is when we look now, these are important conversations we need to have as Africa. And to support these conversations, I'm really pleased to have on the panel my panelists here, and I hope they're here present. Ms. Linda Caneza, she's an EAC Board Director, Head of Corporate Legal Affairs of Savinor Group. Is Linda here? Fantastic, thank you, Linda. And also with me is Charles Omosana. He's a Principal Economist, Investment and Private Sector Promotion at the EAC. Welcome, Charles. Thank you very much. Present as well is Honorable Abesai Nancy, who is a former member of IALA, key partner. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Mr. Benedict Musengeli. Is
Hello.
Benedict here? I don't think I've seen Benedict. He's the Director of Trade and Customs at Trademark Africa, because Trademark has been a critical partner, especially in driving intra-Africa trade. I don't see Bernard here. And then Mr. Michel Wambua, who's the component lead of AFCFTA, the Kenya component of GIZ, a critical partner. Thank you. Thank you. I understand, because in the interest of time, we will try and go through and have robust discussions and conversations in the next 50 minutes, and also integrate some Q&A. But I think the discussions in the previous panel was a very important entry, because they talked about, open skies and the challenges around open skies. And it's really one of the important factors which also facilitates trade. If people can't move, also how will goods move? So as I segue into that conversation, perhaps I'll start with you, Linda, at the very end there, with my questions. And if you can also just give a brief background. But my question to you is, you also have a company called Savanor, and you've also been an EABC Governing Council member. From a company's perspective, when you look at the whole AFCTA, how do you see, and you already trade regionally, what is some of the areas or investor facilitation services that you think would prioritize intra-Africa expansion and trade?
Thank you, moderator. Allow me for a few seconds to introduce Savanor. Savanor is a manufacturing company of 56 years old now. It's a second-generation company. We are in the edible oil, cosmetics, and also beverage. It's a company which is also managing 700 hectares of palm trees, as this is our main raw material. We are, for the moment, exporting to Tanzania and also to DRC. And the company is also expanding to Tanzania. We are building our facilities there. So we through a public and private partnership in Tanzania, we are also starting slowly to build a business there. So coming back to your question, I think the trade facilitation should address the key challenges that we are facing as manufacturing company, which are not only challenges that Savanor is facing, but in general manufacturing companies, but also I would say general businesses. So the last 2 days we have been discussing about the challenges, and we are all aware about the energy challenge that we are facing, infrastructure, either by road or air freight, by sea. The cost of logistics for a company like Savanor, like for Burundi, which is a little bit higher, I guess, than for those who are in Tanzania or Kenya, of course, but then we are facing the same challenges, I would say, at different levels through the region. And also, we have the challenge about the long-term financing. So companies like Savanor, they try to invest also in research, but it takes time. It takes time and it takes funds, and the bank, I would say, structure for the moment doesn't really allow companies like Savanor to grow as fast as they would like for the moment. So the other, I would say, also challenge that we say it's maybe to have systematic update on what are the requirements, to enter the new markets, not only EAC, but also going beyond the region. What is required in terms of taxes, in terms of sanitary, phytosanitary, and all other requirements that are demanded by the neighboring and also continental countries. And also, of course, if we are going global, if you are going regional, continental, we need to understand who will settle the disputes among our, if Savonoro is going to trade to Tunisia and then we have an issue, for the moment the ACF FTA is only, I think, allowing countries to engage in that area of dispute settlement. So all those challenges, from that's where we can see what also investment facilitation can really help. But also, I would say, one of the recommendations will be also to make the paper processes faster, because logistics is one of the key components which also makes the production cost quite high. So if we can have a digitalized regional system, which of course also requires integration of the systems, then that will be something that can really help also the business to go faster and then cheaper as well. So to keep having also information available, we have certain tools which have already been introduced to us, like the global desk trade. We also have what we call African Trade Observatory, where you can see online actually what are the requirements, what is the state of the market, how can we access other markets. So I think those kind of tools has to be supported and also keep updated, because that's always the challenge with having datas, the accuracy of the datas. So I would say those are the area of intervention of trade facilitation. But then, of course, we have to remove the non-trade barriers that we have in different forms. We have to harmonize the policy, the domestic tax policies, which is very also important and critical in order to make sure that we are really facilitating the investors and companies to enter a market without having, let's say, some side barriers which we find in different national laws. And also there's something which is also a point already discussed, if there can be some support in the mutual recognition of Bureau of Standards, because there is a lot of discussion about, this product, does it really fill the requirement, to enter that other market. So if these bodies are strengthened, and also they can, if we can harmonize the standards of all those bureaus, I think that will also remove a very large burden on companies who want to access other markets, because they know that there's not going to be any discussion around the rules of origin and the quality of the product. So for the moment, I will stop here, and yes, maybe I will have another time to add something more.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's really, you've raised some really salient points there about the issues. I think the conversations that it's a common, it's the ongoing discussion about the rules of origin and the NTBs that fall into it. I think one of the issues we've talked about is data, data accuracy. We have multiple areas where, how are we able to source our data? Where do I get our data? I think I had a important conversation around digitalization to streamline. And I know there are lots of organizations who are trying to streamline, not only in terms of how we trade, but also even payment systems as well. And also the whole bureaucracy around it and the harmonization, which is a good segue. Now, if I come to Charles, in terms of conversations, taking into consideration some of the points which I've raised, but also from an EAC perspective, we have conversations of alignment of regional policies from the context of continental and global. So how, from an EAC perspective, what are some of the steps you're looking at in terms of aligning such regional policies and the continental with the continental and global investment facilitation agreements, as an example?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And indeed, I thank Ravini for highlighting the facts regarding the IFD and the AFCFTA protocol on investment. Allow me to note that the EAC has a robust legal framework for investment promotion and facilitation And this is anchored on several instruments, right from the treaty. Articles 79 and 80 of the treaty provide for promotion of sustainable and balanced industrialization. It also provides for rationalization and harmonization of investment incentives and promoting of competitiveness of the industries within the region. Moreover, in Article 127 and 129, again, the treaty provides for provision of a conducive investment climate for the private sector. That means that the EAC is obliged to support the private sector to thrive within the region. As such, we have, for instance, the EAC, the SG Forum, which brings together civil society, private sector, apex bodies, and other interest groups to discuss matters related to regional integration and creating a conducive environment. And also the Customs Union in various articles, Articles 3, C, and D, provide for protection and enhancement of domestic, regional, and foreign investment, and provide for economic development and diversification in industrialization. Ravin did touch on the Model Investment Code and the Model Investment Treaties. These are instruments that were developed to guide partner states in developing their national laws, but also in negotiations with third parties. And indeed, again, she did point out that when they were looking at coming up with the AFCFTA protocol on investment, it's mainly anchored on the ESC investment facilitation treaty, which was developed in 2018. So, in other words, the AFCFTA protocol on investment is more aligned to the ESC instruments. However, as the ESC again, we also have the investment policy. The investment policy looks at several aspects. First is the investment promotion, investment facilitation and aftercare. It looks at liberalization of investment measures, protection of cross-border investment, and the rights for government to regulate based on national laws. It also looks at responsible and sustainable investment. Transparency, but also it includes obligations for investors, as well as dispute settlement. That said, in other words, I can say that most of the ESC instruments are aligned to the, maybe not one-to-one, but have provisions in various, several of those instruments I've referred to, that align to the global investment framework, and that is the investment facilitation for development, as well as the African Protocol on Investment. I submit.
Thank you. I think that's very comprehensive, giving us a guide of what EAC is doing. But we have all these robust policies. However, there is a critical aspect about them. They have to be bound into law. And we're happy to have Honorable Nancy Abisai, who was an EALA member and a legislator. So from that perspective, because we have all these great policies, but if they're not bound into law, they won't be in effect. So from your perspective, what do you see as your role of Parliament, and specifically you as an honorable legislator, in ensuring that this legislation is ratified, and ratification, as you can see, like AFCTA, we can perhaps say it's been snail space, while some countries have adopted very quickly and others, it's taken longer. How do we domesticate these policies? And also there's a critical element of oversight as well from your perspective. Welcome, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
hand mic in the interim. Yeah. Kindly, if we can just get a hand mic in the interim, because her mic is... Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank my two colleagues here, panelists. I think they've given us very good oversight. And then also just to probably also mention something that the presenter to this session made very clear, and which I'd like to align myself to. Number one, I think the whole question of the sustainable and predictable investment is very critical, and I think that's where this really comes in. And then she was very clear on issues of market access and facilitation, and that brings in a very strong component of the law. Now, probably even as I start, I just want to say, the general role of parliaments everywhere, which I think most of you know, is legislation, representation, and oversight. But also to know that parliaments world over are gatekeepers of legislation and accountability. And when that role does not work, and it puts strain on many development agendas in terms of business and all others included. So when you talk about all these domestication and ratification, the fundamental key role of Parliament, number one, is scrutiny and debate. What are we scrutinizing? You need to look at the laws and find out how those laws are being put in place, whether they align with the constitution provisions within the partner states, because that's where everything begins to work as Africa. And then, of course, we need to look at the whole legal structure when you talk about scrutiny and debate, so that even when members debate, they are debating on substance. What is it that we are looking at putting into place? And then secondly, of course, even as we do scrutiny and debate, we have to have approval authority. Who gives that approval authority? It's the Constitution and the documents that are aligned to this kind of session. And then, of course, like I said, since our role is also representation, then the public interest safeguard comes in very critical. And that public interest safeguard must ensure participation and knowledge and information to the public as a whole. Now, when you talk about, and that is in terms of ratification, when you talk about domestication, and I'll go very fast in the interest of time, one, we have the whole question of enabling legislation. This enabling legislation, like for example, I can tell you, if I just put it to what we were doing at the EAC, we are, you have regional laws, then you have national laws. In Kenya, we have even up to county laws. Now, when you are making laws at the region, according to the EAC treaty, regional laws are actually supreme. But domesticating them at the national level is a really, really big challenge. And this one, I can tell you without fear of contradiction, it's not as easy because, two, the legal harmonization of these laws is very critical. There's no way that you can have the domestication of laws which have been passed at the region without looking at that level downwards. And then, of course, we also are looking at budget approvals to make sure that these are domesticated. We need budget approvals, and you know what that comes with. Then we also, at that level, and that's why we had the chair of the Council of Ministers, we need policy alignment. We need to have proper policies. These policies then ensure that laws are put in place, and that actually ensures the domestication of it. And then, of course, we come to the third one, which is the oversight. And in oversight, we need to make sure we have a very clear monitoring and an evaluation framework, which we must make sure we put in place. We must have audits to ensure that we know exactly what laws have been passed, which ones have been domesticated. We have to make sure we know about citizens' accountability, so that we put all this in place. The key challenges, of course, when every new parliament comes in place, it is important to undertake critical training so that you actually build on capacity gaps. We all come from very different backgrounds with very different knowledge, very different entries. So that capacity development is very important to make sure we have the technical input. Now, if you look at the continental laws and then also the politics, the geopolitics that also makes things difficult, is because most of us, and I like the previous presentation by Kasoa and the people in the civil aviation industry. It can tell you a lot. Because the reason why we don't have that harmonization, it is because Africa has refused to open borders. The sovereignty on many partner states is too much. So everybody wants to stick to their own partner state laws. And until we do that, then the ratification, domestication of these laws becomes in itself a challenge. We could say a little more, but I guess, because of the time, let me stop here. Thank you.
But thank you so much, because that's one of the areas that all of us were wrestling with, is how do you translate these laws locally and implement it, because that's the only way it's going to move. But maybe while you still have the mic, maybe just touch on, from your perspective, how do you see, or where do you see the opportunities to unlock, and leverage some of these policies as a legislator to really unlock this opportunity?
Excellent question. For example, I love for the EABC engagement with the East African community, the Council of Ministers, the chair, because where does she sit? There's the coordination, which is the principal secretaries, then the Council of Ministers, and then the summit. And these people have an obligation, and they also have the opportunity to talk to the highest office, which is the office that actually makes laws. And in all our African parliaments, we know very well, no matter how strong parliaments are, you cannot rule out the influence or the power of the executive. So you need the summit approval, and you need the summit to understand what it is that these laws are going to do. Because even if we have excellent policies and we don't pass the laws, then we are never ever going to do the implementation. And if we have to do the implementation, we need the political goodwill. And the political goodwill will only come if we actually involved these people right from the beginning. If you come with just a private member's bill and then you want to show that you know what you're doing, it will go nowhere. You have to start with the citizens' participation. You go to all these other bodies, government, at the policy level, and then you can do it. That's the only way. Then we can go back to what she was talking about, sustainable investments and predictable regimes, so that we can actually, be able to know how to engage.
No, thank you. Thank you. I think you've given us some very good nuggets as private sector and all the stakeholders here on some things which we miss in terms of engagement, because we may start as private members' bills and we wonder why is it not progressive. Thank you so much, Honorable, for those nuggets of wisdom. Coming now to Michelle. I hope it's Michelle or
Yes.
Michelle?
Michelle,
Michelle,
yes.
thank you. As a key GIZ has been working a lot with capacity building and support, especially at EABC and level as well, and been critical in this conversation. So given that we've heard from a private sector player, Linda, from government, from a legislator, now from your perspective, how or where do you see are the practical measures which can now move the train from the station? This train called AFCTA, Investment Protocol, how can we practically, from your experience, operationalize at a country and a regional level? And also maybe in the same breath, I sit here as a member of KEPSA who lead a lot of these PPP dialogues, and EABC is one of them, and all the other bodies that are present. Maybe you can also answer at the same time, where do you see the role of PPP, dialogue mechanisms, to really ensure that our concerns and the concerns of business are either fully integrated or implemented?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, moderator. So you've asked me two questions which I'll answer in turn. On the first question of operationalization, when you look at the AFCFTA agreement, and particularly you look at Articles 3H, 5A, and 5B, and I'll tell you what each of these articles contain, and this will color my intervention today. So 3H of the AFCFTA agreement tells us that the state parties have committed to resolving the overlapping REC membership problem. So as you're aware, many state parties to the AFCFTA are parties to different regional economic communities in Africa. For example, Kenya is part of the East African Community. It's also part of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA. The same goes for Tanzania. It's a member of COMESA, it's a member of the EAC, it's a member of SADC, and so on. So under 3H, the state parties commit to resolving this overlapping problem. In 5A, it tells us that the AFCFTA is state party driven, to mean that as an organization and as an initiative, it's the state parties that shall drive the process. And then 5B tells us that the regional economic communities, at least the FTAs of the regional economic communities, shall be used as building blocks for the AFCFTA. So the reason why I first start by recalling these three articles is because in some, the articles tells us charity begins at home. To mean that for us to be able to fully utilize and implement the AFCFTA, it starts with the measures that we undertake at home. So even when you think about the investment protocol, what we do at home matters. What we start by doing at home matters, because that will then color how we integrate with the rest of Africa. Today, one interesting thing I've picked up from the speakers and the presentations is the East African Community Model Bilateral Investment Treaty. If I'm being very honest with you, it's the first time I've had the model BIT being mentioned this much in a meeting, at least since 2018. And I'll tell you why. When you look at the model bilateral investment treaty by the East African Community, which of course has been said colors the AFCFTA investment protocol, and you look at another document by the African Union known as the Pan-African Investment Code, these two documents speak in harmony insofar as their provisions are almost similar. And yes, they have colored the investment protocol. But if you look at what happened since the conclusion of these documents, so for example, if you ask yourself, how many countries that have concluded bilateral investment treaties have used the provisions that exist in the model bilateral investment treaty by the EAC or the Pan-African Investment Code? I'm afraid you'll find none. But I'll qualify this because it's not all doom and gloom. A significant shift has happened since the Model Bilateral Investment Treaty was made and the Pan-African Investment Code. The significant shift being countries have also moved away from bilateral investment treaties and now are concluding more comprehensive agreements. So they're not just concluding trade agreements, they're concluding economic partnership agreements or whatever name that they'll take. And in those economic partnership agreements, there's an investment chapter. So countries have moved away from BITs and are now moving towards economic partnership agreements. But the reason why I recall this as an important starting point is because if we are going to resolve the overlapping REC membership problem, and if the AFCFTA is going to be state party driven, and if the RECs are going to be building blocks, then at first we need for charity to begin at home. We need to reconcile our own internal REC mechanisms in terms of investment. So that's one practical way to implement the AFCFTA investment protocol, by reconciling how, as the East African community, we approach investment. And of course, that reconciliation, as you've heard from the legislator, must also start from the individual partner states of the EAC. For them, for example, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and so on, to have their own national position on investment, which is then extrapolated to the REC level, which is then extrapolated to the AFCFTA level. But while on this and related to this, I just have three comments on the first question. The second is in relation to a subject that has been talked about heavily. Even if we have this reconciliation of our national positions, regional positions, to then color the continental position, you will appreciate that, and it has been said repeatedly, the amount of data that is available in the market is inadequate. This is to mean that for us to really fully utilize the investment protocol, a key aspect of this utilization means that we must have open government. The data that is not sensitive must be published by a government in order for the private sector to utilize it. So transparency is a key part of implementation, because many a time investment decisions are taken based on the available information. An investor need not come to the country to get this information. If the government can publish non-sensitive data, even without turning it into information, we have a very strong private sector around Africa. Private sector is able to turn any data the government is going to publish into actionable information. That will be a key step to implementing this AFCFTA investment protocol. Reason being, this transparency are participating. We can't afford not just out or to miss out on conversations happening at the multilateral level. The presentation was quite incisive in that you saw that I would say that the AFCFTA investment protocol is a WTO plus agreement. If you look at what the 100 and, not 100 rather, but if you look at what the part of the membership of the WTO is doing in the investment facilitation agreement, it's far less than what the African state parties have done in the AFCFTA investment protocol. Why then are state parties not part of the WTO process? Of course, you know that if they are not part of the process, then they miss out on the conversations, and their lack of participation then colors how they implement some of these goals. So it's very important, as we seek coherence, that we also seek to be on the tables where important discussions are being had. Finally, on the question of public-private dialogue, which I find very important myself, a common refrain, which is true, is that the AFCFTA must be owned and driven by the private sector. Because at the end of the day, you know that it's the private sector that trades. Governments don't trade. But for this to happen, of course, the public-private dialogue is very important. And I want to pose a challenge to the East African Business Council. I think so far they've done a great job, but I think more can still be done, and there's a question of what value can they add to conversations. And this is my own view. And it has been mentioned in bits and pieces. The World Bank used to publish a report known as the Ease of Doing Business report. We won't get into details about why they no longer publish that report, but it has since morphed into the Be Ready report. But countries were so sensitive towards the publication of this report that they used to transform their regulatory measures to ensure that they conform with some of the challenges that have been identified in the Ease of Doing Business report. I think this is something that the East African Business Council and KEPSA can take up. Not necessarily for the world, but just within the East African community. an annual tracker to identify, in terms of ease of doing business within East Africa, what's the ease of doing business? What restrictions exist? What have governments promised to do? What have they not done? I think that value add will lead to a shift in how governments interact with the EAPC. Why? Because we saw it even happen with the World Bank. And the greater status and the greater relevance that this report is given, the greater response governments may give. I'll give you one practical example as I conclude from this with the Ease of Doing Business report by World Bank. In 2020, because of the ranking of Kenya in this Ease of Doing Business report, the government then was so sensitive that it undertook measures to reform how the business laws are administered in Kenya. So any of you who's opened a business recently in Kenya through the business registration service must have noted that now it's online, it's responsive to client and customers, and it's moved completely out of the office of the Attorney General. I think these practical initiatives will help, and these practical initiatives will help the private sector become more relevant in these conversations because you have a value add that makes the government shift its thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the conversations here can, when we look at the clock, but I think the conversation here is a conversation we need to continue to have because it's a very important topic. And when you look at the global perspective where we sit today, AFCTA provides a huge opportunity, and one of the key cogs is if we, even sitting here as EAC, we really enhance our competitiveness. Because if you look at the world today, it's no longer BAU. You know, it's changed. The way we have to work is different, and this is how we have to change our thinking. I know we are running down the clock, and I really want to kindly ask, but if I may, please, there's such a valuable engagement here, and I don't want to let these wonderful brains and with thought process to leave without taking questions from the audience. So maybe if I may, can I take, if there's any two, I can see one question there. We can just take 2 questions or 3 because there's a lot, you know, of information and knowledge that we need to share, and we really want for you to ask the questions. So go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Gratitude to the panel for your very insightful comments. My question to the panel, still on the EAC, I just looked at the recent catalog of products that we have harmonized, and currently the number is at 1,500 products that have been harmonized across the region. So my question is, how can we still fast track, because there is a whole batch of products that are still yet to be harmonized? How can we fast track this process? Looking at the critical sectors which were already prioritized, there's another whole batch of sectors which are yet to be included. And again, on mutual recognition, as manufacturers, what we'd want to have and to see with my KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards mark here in Kenya, I would want to see that still being accepted in Rwanda or across the region. So where are we on that? Again, my question to our Member of Parliament, as you mentioned, yes, the buck stops with you in terms of our legislation. Again, what could be the input of EABC? And you spoke rightfully by saying that EABC has the observer status, but honestly speaking, the current situation on the ground is that the NTBs are still persistent. How can we upgrade the EABC observer status to a voice that really matters and to promote regional integration? Thank you.
Thank you for those 2 questions, and I'll take
from the online, maybe one is online here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, online. What are your plans to address? Sorry. What are your plans to address structural bottlenecks to boost trade, since success depends on overcoming these persistent challenges?
All right, thank you. And let me just take one last one. We take all 4, and then we just answer them to go.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is not really a question, but is more of information. I think the last speaker alluded to the idea that how do we strengthen EABC and how much is it doing in terms of following up on doing business, availing information. So we are doing two important things, and I would like to call on you who are here and those who are not here. The first one is that EABC is actively engaging the heads of state at the summit level, Council of Ministers. We had a meeting with ministers last week, ministers of EAC and ministers of trade. We meet and have this dialogue. It is active, it is going on. But it needs your inputs, it needs information from the business community. So that forum is working, and so we carry our voice right to the summit. But secondly, the participation of the business community in Business Council. You'll be surprised, panelists and all of you who are here. The membership of East African Business Council in East Africa, with our population of 300 and something million, we have about 70 members only. All of you are not, or most of you, or those you know, or the businesses in the region, they are not members of East African Business Council. So you wonder, where is the interest? Sometimes you want to think people are not interested. You want advocacy to be pushed by a certain group of the 70 out of the entire population of the. So members, please, it's a call. EABC can only function if you, most of you, and those who are not in this room, join it. Bring the energy, bring the information, so that the leadership can do its best to advance it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and challenge accepted. I think from the director and yes, council member has thrown a challenge to all of us to be part of this conversation. If we are not in the room and we put our hand up, we're not going to move the needle, but challenge accepted. So I think I'll throw the three questions. One was on EAC harmonized standards. We've harmonized 1,500 standards. How do we see us progressing on that? There was the input of EABC, observer status. I think, Honorable, you can take that. Maybe, Charles, you can take the first question. And then the other question was on plans to boost trade. And I'll leave it to whoever puts their hand up. But let's answer if we can do it in 1 minute, it will be fantastic.
I think it's
that. 1 minute, if you can respond in 1 minute. The gentleman's question.
Okay, thank you, Susan. And thank you for that very good question. In regard to product harmonization or standards harmonization, as a region, we do it in two ways. There is adopting international standards into EAC standards, and there is developing and harmonizing EAC standards. The EAC, this is done by the a committee composed of respective standard bodies from the partner states through the EAC Standards Committee. They've so far standardized close to 2,000 standards. But some of these standards are demand-driven. And so when there is demand to develop a standard for a product, they come together and develop that standard as a community. But again, if a country has developed its standards, then the others have to, are expected by law to recognize the standards marks from the respective partner states. So once a product has met, say for instance, the standards set by TBS in Tanzania, and it has the standards, the TBS mark, it is supposed to be recognized by any of the EAC partner states. So again, in terms of standards, the EAC Standards Committee is doing a good work in terms of harmonizing and developing new standards they submit.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I want to be very quick. Number one, the gentleman who talked about the issue of non-tariff barriers and the idea of voice for the EABC and why we still have, it's become like a song, non-tariff barriers, NTBs everywhere. What I want to tell you is, number one, you know very well we already have the East Africa Common Market Protocol, we have policies, we have regional laws, we have national laws. I think it is the implementation aspect and the political goodwill that can help us to actually achieve and attain what we want with that non-tariff barriers. In terms of even the non-tariff barriers continental-wise, we look at what SADC, the Southern Africa body, then we have EAC, then we have CIMAC, Central Africa, then we have ECOWAS in West Africa, and the Arab region. And you find that we are all Africans, and don't forget we also have PAP, the Pan-African Parliament. So we have all these bodies, and all of them say that we are working towards one Africa. So there is no reason why we should continue having non-tariff, we should have barriers when we have very good laws in place in all the 4 regional bodies and in some national partner, national governments and parliaments. And the laws are there. It is the implementation, and many times, moderator, that's why I say the political goodwill cannot be overshadowed. Yeah. Because if we have the political goodwill, there is nothing that can stop these laws and this from being implemented. We have very good brains in Africa. We have very good technical papers. We have very good bodies like KEPSA, EABC, and all those which have done a lot of work towards this. We have papers, we have frameworks. If only they could be implemented, we would speak a different language. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you've almost answered the third question about boosting trade, because it's the issue of execution. I mean, if we implement the frameworks you mentioned, the legislation, I think you mentioned the NTBs, I think it's a no-brainer in terms of boosting trade. So with that, thank you so much. I know we could have been here for another 1 hour because this is such a valuable and great conversations, and being able to unpack, you know, the whole AFCTA process and what's been happening, but we are limited with time. But I hope you'll be around, those who have further conversation or questions. I think please feel free to discuss with Linda of Savannah. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation. Bwana Charles Omsana from the EAC, thank you again so much. Honorable Nancy Isai, thank you for your words of wisdom, and former IALA legislator. I hope, are you back again? Is it? No talk. And thank you so much, Michelle, from GIZ, a partner, a long-standing partner from capacity building and in this conversation. So with that, members, thank you so much, and hope you have a great afternoon and great meeting. Thank you.
A round of applause for the panel, and more so for the moderator. She thanked everyone else for a good job, but no one thanked her, so it's upon us to thank her for a good job. Susan Maingi there, Chair, Trade and Investment at KEPSA. A round of applause as they come off. A few announcements here, and we seek your indulgence. Owing to the constraints of time, we have adjusted the schedule. Those who are taking a photo, kindly do so for the panel as we make these announcements. So we're making some adjustments to the program. We should have gone to our breakaway sessions 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago in our various halls, but then we have adjusted that. We seek your indulgence. We will have the breakaway sessions that were set for 1 hour 30 minutes. We will have them for 1 hour max 15 minutes. So we are asking that you indulge us. You head to the breakaway sessions as I will announce what is going to be happening. So we will partake lunch at, thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll break away for the breakaway sessions and do 1 hour. So we'll break for lunch at 2. We seek indulgence on that so that we can accommodate all that we have in our program. And this is how the breakaway sessions are going to be taking place.
the breakaway session 1 on broadening digital tax stamps beyond revenue collection and enhancing trade will be happening at Cheetah Hall. Breakaway session 2, unlocking SME growth, is going to be taking place at Leopard Hall. Non-tariff measures and the launch of the self-assessment tool and MSME financing is going to be taking place on one side of this particular hall. So you've also been encouraged by Safari Park that is hosting us. Do not leave your personal items because we will be rearranging the hall to give room for this particular breakaway session. The fourth, strengthening digital trade, e-commerce in East Africa, EAC, is going to be taking place at Hippo Hall. While the fifth and not last, mutual recognition agreement for engineers is also going to be taking place in this hall. We'll find out if it's to the left or the right. So members, find your way. So only those who are attending the mutual recognition agreement for engineers, Jambo is going to be happening here, and non-tariff measures, self-assessment tool launch, and MSME financing. Those who are going to be participating in those two have been asked to just step out, go to the booths there, sign your B2B forms. In the afternoon, we're also going to be having a raffle ticket, so ensure you fill in those forms. We'll be posing some few questions there, and you'll be taking something good home. So the rest, we vacate the hall and head to either Cheetah for broadening digital tax stamps beyond revenue collection, unlocking SME growth, Leopard, while strengthening digital trade, e-commerce in EAC is going to be happening at Hippo. All of them are in the direction towards the casino, so you can find your way towards the casino or where we had lunch last. We have our ushers, they're dressed in black. They'll give you the requisite assistance going forward. So see you after the breakaway sessions. We're going to be having our closing remarks and the communique. Outcomes of this business summit. Thank you very much. Let's give room for the hotel to rearrange this for the breakaway sessions. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
rapidly changing business. RSM instills confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience. RSM instills confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience. East Africa's confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience. East Africa's confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience. East Africa's confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience. East Africa's confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience. East Africa's confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology.
The mutual recognition agreement for engineers, as well as the moderator handling non-tariff measures. Could you kindly have a conversation here at the back where the sound booth is at? Moderators, let's meet briefly at the sound booth.
It's okay? It's okay?
They've shown humanity at its best, and especially evident at Jumia Hospital in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is a Kiswahili one that means mercy or compassion. It's part of the larger Mathare.
They've shown humanity at its best,
one
especially
of the
evident
oldest and
Jumia
biggest
Hospital
slums
in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. We have a huge Huruma is a Kiswahili one that means this mercy or compassion. As a population, is part of the larger Mathare.
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumia
biggest
Hospital
slums
in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is a Kiswahili one that means this mercy or compassion. As a population, is part of the larger Mathare.
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumia
biggest
Hospital
slums
in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. huruma. Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals
slums
in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals
slums
in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals
slums
in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals
slums
in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals
slums
in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals.
slums. Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals.
slums. We use that funding, to put Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals.
slums. We use that funding, to put Huruma is actually one that means this mercy or compassion as a population part of the larger
They've shown humanity at its best,
one of
especially
the
evident
oldest and
Jumuiya
biggest
hospitals.
slums. We use that funding, to put Huruma is actually one that means this.
Upon their arrival in early January 2020, the pandemic hit Malaysia and later on came to Uganda, and we struggled in several ways. One, for them, it was difficult for them to actually access the government facilities, the immigration facilities, to conclude their paperwork in terms of their training status in Malaysia. And that was a big challenge. They needed to return, their training was cut short from 3 months to 2, and they needed to be repatriated. But all planes were grounded, airports were closed. That was a big, big problem. And so we had to work very closely with our other staff that we had recruited from Malaysia, who were with them in the training, to keep them safe, and to keep them safe from COVID, but also safe from maybe the immigration authorities who would have been not happy about their status in Malaysia, extended status. Finally, we were able to bring them back home, and we are grateful to God for that. We also had a delay of about over 12 months in terms of the time from anticipated project startup. I think it was supposed to be August, but I think we finally got our certification in October of 2021. It was supposed to be August 2020, and we got it in October 2021. And that had implications from the cost of the project all the way to a delay in the start to recoup our investment, because we literally lost a whole financial year in which we would have secured important government contracts. Our machinery installers were not able to travel. A lot of them had received deposits and weren't willing to continue with the manufacture of the machinery, not only because they couldn't travel here maybe to do the installation and complete, to do their part. It was looked at as a force majeure situation, but also because they were grounded in Malaysia as well, and China, where we got the machinery. So it was really, really challenging, but we thank EADB for supporting us and doing some restructure in terms of our facility, and we were able to finally launch our factory in December 2021.
A vision of equal importance. Education, housing, and the health sector are true determinants of the wealth of the region. Students from all over the continent benefit from the innovative curriculum provided by the region's best schools. Viva Academy in Uganda and Green Hills Academy in Rwanda have adapted the traditional schooling model to the technologically advanced students. Using the funding provided, these schools have extended their schools, provided new science lab buildings and transportation, which ultimately improved on the quality of education for the students overall.
Our relationship with EADB is our concept was a one-stop shop whereby we provide everything, including transport. We make it easy for our parents by transporting the students from Kampala to Jinja, because most of our students are from Kampala. And we had no transport available at that time. And when we went to EADB, that's how the relationship started. We acquired 2 buses.
All right.
The Isuzu bus just right behind me.
All right.
And the Tata bus.
Any process which is controlled by enzyme has to be.
What kind of a curriculum are you working on?
The government introduced the competence-based curriculum.
All right.
Where in addition to knowledge, the student acquires skills and values. So the rest are into the knowledge-based curriculum, Senior 3, Senior 4, Senior 5, Senior 6.
All right.
However, for those, the school has a program every Wednesday. We want the schools, and this is what makes us different, we want the schools to have skills, soft skills. So we do liquid soap, they do, we want to do bakery, we want to have them sew their own uniforms. We are promoting ICT. In July, we just held the annual Viva Science Challenge. We brought in the top 15 schools to compete here, to use ICT, to solve problems in society, and they did a very good job.
This is a school that encourages you to always be at your maximum performance, sport-wise, academic-wise. We have different clubs for sports, for music, for fashion. I personally am in the Writers Club. I'm the president of the Writers Club. So this is a way to say that you can balance studies and other co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach, the
the co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
the co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the sport classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach, the
co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible
possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you, I really love that. Sport classwork that we do, yeah. So expose we have curricula, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball, we do outreach like curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with you,
then we're going to have open discussion with interventions from your countries. Some of the questions feed into the presentation, so it is good to talk about what to give intervention, and then somebody and close.
And thank you for coming for
that's it.
We
but
are very grateful to have all of you.
I think before then we would have wanted to introduce ourselves, but time is limited today.
Coordinator for MACAP
So I think I'm going
I'm
to.
aware many of you have interacted with me in one or another forum when it comes to working with the BSOs, working with the SMEs, or working with the policy makers. MACAP 2 is an EU EAC program that is funded by the European Union, running for 4 years from 2023 to 2027, and it is implemented by International Trade Center. So this program is funded to a tune of 40 million euros overall for EAC.
Can I get some support? Take support with the
We work with value chain specific programs. In Kenya, we are dealing with coffee, which is implemented at regional level. We are dealing with packaging, which is also implemented at regional level.
We are asking if it can be
And
switched off. It's a bit loud.
In the region, we have value chain specific selected focus areas, but overall, all activities are implemented at regional level, and they are tailor-made or adapted at national level. So we have 2 levels of implementation. And in our implementation, we are working at different levels. First, at enterprise level, where we are dealing with value chain focused support activities, which means that we provide training, we do coaching, we do technical assistance to ensure that the SMEs are competitive. At institutional levels, we work with the business support organization to ensure that all the support that we provide technically are anchored in the institutions for sustainability and for ownership. We also work with the regulatory institutions for compliance and for support, and we do market linkage. Within the program, overall aim is to promote sustainable economic development within the EAC, to address market barriers, and to make the SMEs competitive. So in this sense, the program therefore support or provide support activities in various ways. We have physical activities that we do. We have virtual support activities that we do. Barriers and to make the SMEs competitive. So in this sense, the program therefore support or provide support activities in various ways. We have physical activities that we do. We have virtual support activities that we do. Barriers and to make the SMEs competitive. So in this sense, the program therefore support or provide support activities in various ways. We have physical activities that we do. We have virtual support activities that we do. Barriers and to make the SMEs competitive. So in this sense, the program therefore support or provide support activities in various ways. We have physical activities that we do. We have virtual support activities that we do. Barriers and to make the SMEs competitive. So in this sense, the program therefore support or provide support activities in various ways. We have physical activities that we do. We have virtual support activities that we do. Barriers and to make the SMEs competitive and can compete.
He was to present, but we're having
markets,
challenges with the
because
tech.
our
You
program
can see
is
from
all
the
about market access.
sound.
So today we are going to launch the NTM tools. Maybe when
the
we
display.
say NTM,
So I think maybe you
too
can
technical
start.
for many of us.
Maybe one
We
of the
are talking
innovations you could do.
barriers
Since you know them, you
that
can just
makes
send them
you
the
not to be able to
presentation,
access
and they will
the
just open on
markets
their
that
phones
you
or
intend to.
laptops and
In market
I think that's an innovation we can do.
We are looking at national, we are looking at
Yes.
regional,
So
and we are
I think
looking at international markets. So for you to go to international markets, you must understand what are the market requirements of that specific market that you are targeting. How do you know what they require, and how do you find what they require? Where do you find it? We are looking of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, TBTs, that may be challenging for us. So NTM tools has been designed in a way that it maps all these international trade barriers and give you solution on how to address these barriers. So we are looking in general at turning the market intelligence into business opportunities for our SMEs. I would therefore want to summarize my brief remarks on what Markup is doing, and therefore invite my colleagues on Financing Gateway, Angela from FAWL, and June from KEPSA. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Clap once if you can see me. That means I'm not too short, so that works. Let me, data protection, sorry. Okay, think we are now set. My name is June. As Ms. Anne has alluded, I am a program lead for Matters MSME development at KEPSA, one of the partners that ITC has worked with to support micro, small, and medium enterprises in Kenya. She has given quite an elaborate introduction. That's not showing, sorry. She has given quite an elaborate introduction on some of the interventions that they do. It's a blend between access to markets. It's another blend between access to markets. We have access to finance. We have capacity building with many SMEs. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yes. So with many SMEs here, you are aware how blended support really does make an impact in terms of your work, in terms of your entrepreneurship, because most of the times as partners, we may focus on one key intervention towards you, but being able to do a good blend just supports and makes a difference. Many studies have been able to show that. So in line with their matters or their focus area on matters access to finance, we have the MSME Financing Gateway. It is a platform that is live. It is a platform that has been running since 2024. This is 2026, so we are going to say we are now 2 years old. With all the background that she has alluded, that focuses on about 5 countries, and in Kenya, KEPSA is the host. This is a platform that brings together MSMEs, it brings together financial institutions, and brings together business development service providers. In summary, to say a one-stop shop for different things. Are you looking for financing? The MSME Gateway is your plug. Are you looking for business support? The MSME Gateway is your plug. Are you looking for other SMEs? Then the MSME Gateway is the plug. So at KEPSA, we have been hosting this, and we continue to do so, to see how are we able to bring as many SMEs on board here to be able to access finance. Even as we delve into discussions of markets, we have delved into discussions of barriers and all other challenges that come about. In as much as we would want to unpack that, if as an SME I get a market today, and they want bulk, that will need me to increase my capacity. For you to increase your capacity, if it means joining forces with another entrepreneur, you would need financing still to make that market opportunity come through. So that's how the MSME Gateway plays that role. When I talk about financing, it brings about a combination of different financing institutions. These are commercial banks, these are SACCOs, these are fintechs, and other lenders that are readily available and currently have structures to support entrepreneurs. And I know most of the time somebody will hit me with a question and say, but we keep saying these people have money, but when we walk into their offices, when we walk into, or when we engage them, the money is not there. some of the times these financing products that are there have requirements and regulations that partners have brought, even development partners that come into Kenya saying they are supporting entrepreneurs. They have requirements that they set out for SMEs to access this financing. But even as of what we've seen last year, banks have been setting aside a certain amount of financing targeting SMEs. And I think I saw a case by Equity Bank where they were able to even surpass what their target was. So the MSME Gateway is present in 5 countries, that is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. It is structured and tailored into the various languages communicated in these countries to be able to ensure inclusivity and accommodation for all. With the main challenge, or in summary of all what I'm saying is, with the main challenge, it's seeking to address the challenge of MSMEs accessing finance and accessing business development services across East Africa. And so far, we have been able to achieve this in the last year and a half or so. We officially launched the platform in August of 2024, but it had been live way before that. So we have close to 2,000 SMEs, and in case you're in this room and you have not signed up on the MSME Financing Gateway, there is a Markup 2 exhibition stand just outside next to the main hall, towards my far right. Is it right? Yes, my far right, where you are able to sign up and just be able to just familiarize yourself with what it offers. It's sector agnostic, it is country agnostic. Are you in manufacturing and you're looking for financial products in manufacturing? It's able to filter and show you what is available, what are the bands that it offers, what is the criteria, what are the documentation that it needs. Are you looking for business support services? Is it digitization? Is it tax support? Is it staffing and all other business development support? It also lists that, but that does not mean that our list is exclusive. We still call more partners to come on board and support us. It has financial institutions as well there, as I have alluded, and business development providers. One might ask, being listing on the platform might not be enough for the matching and the identification to happen. And as KEPSA, that is how we come in, or we came in, to be able to do the intentional matchmaking initiative. Is it matchmaking between SMEs and BDS service providers? We are able to do that. Is it matchmaking between SMEs and financial institutions? We were able to do that. So, and that still continues even now, that we even, because this mandate was not only coming as a project, but also coming to speak into what we do at KEPSA in matters support of MSMEs. And that was what we were able to achieve. So what are some of the opportunities that still lie ahead in terms of this platform? The next phase is this year, 2026 to 2027, we are looking at being able to continue being intentional in terms of matchmaking, in terms of very tailored and specific matchmaking towards or aligning with what you do, who you are, what your business does. Are you a BDS support, BDS development service provider, and you support businesses? Is it offering advisory services? Is it offering strategic trainings and all that bouquet of or array of activities? What are you looking for? And these are initiatives or services that SMEs are looking at. Based on feedback and surveys that we did from SMEs already listed on the platform, this is a web-based initiative, and there was a suggestion to see whether we are able to take it to a mobile application. Still under discussions, but we are able to say we take things a step at a time, just to be able to see what are some of the outputs and impact we are able to achieve now, when it is a web-based initiative, before we transition it to that side. Regional integration as well. As I said, it is tailored with different languages and opportunities within the 5 countries that are hosting it. So you're able to log in and switch and be able to see. We are looking at how are we able to just continually integrate the national focal points to ensure that the products in this platform are being able, you can see it, you can know that is there a business development service provider in Rwanda that offers something I'm looking for? Is there a financier that offers financing? Because right now with partners that we have and development partners, they bring funding cutting across EAC. So what are some of these initiatives that you're able to see from the platform showing you what are some of the opportunities you can tap into in that front. But also increase, which is our main focus, increase our country level adoption. There are so many SMEs in the country currently, and 2,000 does not even scratch the surface or the ground of the number of businesses that are there. And I know many of you in this room are hearing this for the first time, being that it is a platform that has been there for 2 years. So I still do a call for action that we are still working towards increasing and improving our country level adoption, with the aim of not only linking and matching businesses, but also improving the outcomes towards access to finance, the outcomes towards access to business support initiative, with the mentality or with the aim that we are all hoping to scale and grow our businesses. I kept my presentation short, and I hope I left you with things to ponder about. Thank you very much.
Not because of the quality of the produce that they have, but because of the regulations or the challenges that they face. So I want us to think through that, because that is what makes us gather here over this very brief lunch hour. When we have the financing sorted, when we have the quality sorted, but something is still amiss, something that deals with the regulations. So we are here today to talk about how do we move then from the barriers that we experience, and how do we then convert that to the competitive advantage that will make us the business champions that we should be in the region. So maybe just to open it up with a very brief welcoming remarks, I want to call on stage Mr. Deje. Mr. Deje is part of the European Union delegation. And he's the program manager for the Regional Cooperation Infrastructure Unit. Welcome. I can use this.
Thank you for this introduction. Distinguished guests, on behalf of the European Union, I'm quite pleased to be part of this event, the regional launch of the non-tariff measures self-assessment tools. I would like first before I start, I would like to thank our ITC colleague for the wonderful work they have been doing regarding market access in this region. And when we were told that there were these new tools, we're quite pleased at the delegation, because we really enjoy and appreciate the fact that much work is being done in order to help SMEs to improve the capacity to export to other markets. This program, these tools, it's part of the ongoing efforts by the EU and ITC to enhance the capacity of SMEs to enter different markets. And the example of Markup 2, it's a good example that shows how committed the EU is in order to make things easier for exporters, for businesses to enter to other markets. And from the EU perspective, we have been a long-standing partner of EAC in improving the movement of trade. It's the reason why we have been supporting the EAC custom union. This being said, I think today it's a very important event, very important launch, because the many companies, many small, medium-sized enterprises are facing a lot of challenges. Not necessarily tariff, because tariff now people are get used to, but non-tariff measures. Non-tariff measures. Those are very not visible. Can just take an example. You are, for instance, you take this avocado here, then you export to the, let's say, to the EU market. You will think first about how much the tariff will cost to send to the market, but there are much more hurdles, which will, with these tools that has been developed with ITC, will help you to understand the regulation. If I want to send one product to the EU, or for instance, I took the EU, I could take, let's say, South Africa, for instance, what type of regulation I need to comply, because it goes beyond now. We're not no longer talking about tariff, we're talking about measures that can kind of create a sort of hurdle to trade. So you need to understand what are the regulations, whether the assessment, the conformity assessment was done, and this will help you to export to the EU market. As mentioned yesterday at the ITC presentation, I think 64% of the company here in this region have been facing with a lot of difficulties, and most of the difficulty relates to technical regulation, but also a satisfactory conformity assessment. That shows how important it is to have a tool that has been developed with by ITC in order for exporters and the business community to understand what are the rules, what are the regulation, and by providing all the majority of the trade regulation that will allow you to export your product to the export market, and this will make the cost of exporting kind of more affordable. You will save time. Of course, you will increase your competitiveness by knowing already what needs to be done in order to export to the other market. And from the EU perspective, it's important to unlock the potential, to unlock all the potential of the private sectors here, because it's not only about taking advantage of the different opportunity from the EU ESC trade, but also intra-ESC trade, but also the African continental free trade area. So it's this tool that has been developed by ITC will help you to understand the environment, what I need to take one product to send to an exporting market, and you will know what are the regulation, SPS, and other needs. It's also to try to show to the different users that exporting, yes, it can be a problem, but when you turn into this can be turned into an opportunity when you understand what are the rules, what are the regulations. That was the overall objective. So that's what I just wanted to say, and I hope that we're going to have a very wonderful event. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the kind words. It's been indeed a long partnership with EU, and I'm happy to be present here with you today in Kenya for my first time, I have to say, and to be able to launch the tool that is meant to help the business community here in East Africa in general. So, for those who have been here for 2 days, I think we've heard a lot of scary words, scary expressions, NTBs, trade barriers, obstacle to trade, and what does that mean? This is all related to the regulation, the way you access it, and the way you comply with it. At this moment, as it was mentioned already before, we have 64% of the companies in the region that are facing issues related to trade regulations. And when we talk about challenges, we're talking about searching for the right regulation. If you want to export to your neighboring country, where do you go? Where do you have access to the regulations? How can you get this information? So there's not a single source that is easy to use. Even if you find these regulations, as you can see the woman here in the picture, she's drowning into piles of official text. So here, she has access to the regulations. But is this really transparent? Is it really what we mean by transparency? Obviously, you know, when you have long and complex documents, accessing the right information that is relevant to you is another challenge. And then when you know what are the information, then you need to make sure that your product is fully compliant with the destination requirement. So what do you need to do to make sure that you are export ready and that your product can reach the market safely? So in order to make these exporters a bit more happy and to facilitate your life, we have developed the NTM self-assessment tool. So this is not going to be like a full demonstration and training. So it's just to give you a quick idea, a quick overview of what it does and what you can do, and hopefully what are the benefits that you can get from it. So the NTM self-assessment tool is an innovative solution that we've developed together with the European Union. And the idea is that you can search more easily the trade regulations. Can I have the audio of the microphone? Yeah. Can you hear me better? Yeah. So the idea is that you can search in potentially 3 clicks. You can get in 3 clicks all the information that you need to know about your product. So in this case here, we're talking about a Tanzanian exporter. He's targeting Kenya, and he's exporting coffee. So we put the HS code of coffee. And you will directly get the information about the legislation, and we provide it in extracted details that are only relevant to the product. So there's no need to go back anymore to the pile of document. There's no need to search through the whole document, and there's no need to analyze what is relevant for my product and what is something that I can keep aside. We've done that for you. So the only thing you need to know is to put your product, put your destination, and the information is here. We've presented the result in a very structured manner. So you have indicators. It might be too small, but the idea is just to tell you that we have indicators that are very systematic. So when you're talking about labeling, we will systematically search for the same kind of information. And then we will display the information about labeling. So do you need to write the label with that font? Do you need to put the ingredient in that way? Or do you need to specify other type of information, regarding labeling? But then we do that in a very consistent manner across all products and across all sectors. So this was a very heavy work of understanding for each type of measure, what are the information that we're supposed to know. So here, when you talk about a measure on product quality, safety, and performance for coffee, well, specifically about this measure, we will systematically search for what type of the indicator about the quality, about the size, and we also add other requirements because there might be more information that is important to know. In this case, I can directly see that if I have the coffee grade AA, it needs to be at least this certain size, and on my bag, it has to be at least 95% of grain that are complying with that regulation. So I know instantly, without further research, what I need to do to make sure I'm complying with this specific regulation. So we've done that with all the regulations that are existing across the EAC region. So for 6 countries in the EAC region, we have this type of information that is processed, classified, and very easily accessible. And on top of that, we also have the EU regulations. So this kind of information that is made easier to access, we have that for EU. We are actually updating it at this moment to have the data of 2025. But yes, so the idea is that you can search, get access to information in a very structured manner, so you don't waste your time in lengthy desk research. You don't need to invest in very big legal teams anymore because we've done this for you. So, you know, small and medium-sized companies that do not necessarily have the capacity to dedicate employees full-time to search for the regulations, well, now they'll have access to the same level of information, to the same level of intelligence as bigger companies who have dedicated team for that. So we are, in a way, giving some weapons, I don't know if it's the right word, but let's say giving some help and assistance for companies to be able to compete in a more equal level with bigger firms. So once we've done this kind of structuration of the information, then we can go actually even beyond that. And we can actually start to compare. At this moment, if you want to compare two regulations, let's say you want to export to Kenya or Uganda, but you are wondering which one is the most difficult or which one is the easiest to access. Well, here you have an option, or you have a module in the tool that will allow you to compare the requirement. Today, if you want to compare a requirement, what do? Well, you'll have to take your 20 pages document on one side, 100 pages on the other side, and then search, you know, what is comparable, what is relevant to you, and then search what is comparable. And because we have the information that is extracted, as I said, with a consistent set of indicators, well, we can directly compare information that is comparable. And you get this kind of so this is just a screenshot. And because it's comparable, now you can directly see regarding the shape and size, so that's one of the requirements that you have to comply with. And here it's telling you that, I'm not going to read everything, but basically it says, in Kenya, if you want to export coffee, you'll have to make a bag of multiple of 50 grams. Of 20 up to 500 grams. So if you want to make a bag of 220 grams, you can. If you want to export to Uganda, it has to be multiple of 50. So if you want to make of 250 grams, you can. But the thing is, if you already have bags of 220, well, they will be allowed in one market and not in the other. So here you actually see there is a difference in the packaging and in the way that you are selling your product in terms of size. So one is allowed in one country and not allowed in the other one. So when you know that you're able to make this type of bags, well, then you can directly see for which one you're already compliant or which one you need to adapt your product or find something common if you want to target all countries. And maybe one more word about the comparison module. It can also be used if we're talking about, you know, regional integration, and if you want to compare and find certain convergence in the regulations. And the last module, which is the one that gave the tool, which is the self-assessment. So the idea is to take all these indicators that we talked about before, and then you will take the tool will take all the indicators and guide you one by one. And it's a self-assessment because you will be the one answering the question for this specific indicator of this specific measure. Do you think you're compliant? So then you will put yes, no, and so on. And the tool will take you step by step through all these indicators, what we call. And because it's a smaller bit of information, it's easier to digest for you, and it's easier for you to quickly see if you're compliant or not. So you don't need to say, am I compliant with these 20 pages? No. You will have a much smaller information, and you will more, I would say, instantly know if you're compliant or not. So it gives you a quick way to check that you're ready or not to export. And once you've done this for all measures and all indicators, you have an overview of where you are. So here, per measure, you can see for, in terms of labeling, the second one, it's a bit small, sorry. In terms of labeling, there's still some efforts that I need to put. When it comes to hygienic requirement, 100%, that means I put yes everywhere, so that means I'm fully ready and fully compliant. And then we made an aggregation, the one you see on the right, the compliance rate. You have an aggregation of all the measure to tell you globally, this is where you are, this is where you're standing, and this is how close you are to readiness to trade. So I will stop here. As we say, asante sana, if I pronounce it correctly. This was a very quick snapshot. The idea was just to show you what it can do. And if you want further information, you can contact us in ITC and we can guide you through all the modules and maybe even go beyond and help you see where you are with your product and maybe see if you are directly compliant or not. So the idea here is just to tell you that this is what it looks like, this is how it's existing, and the idea of the panel discussion is to see what kind of benefit we can get from using all that. Thank you for your attention. And
Thank you. Asante sana, the way we say it here in Kenya. Let's give Mr. Abdulatif flowers. No, his flowers. Angusha. Thank you. How many of us are exporters in this room? How many of us? Do we have exporters in the room? Wow. I can see the 64% dropping after today. How many of us here think that this particular tool will be a game changer? Many of us think so. So it is lunch hour, but just a minute just to get to hear the brains behind it and to get to hear the industry experts, just to set the pace. I know this is a conversation that will be continuing way after today. So just to call back to the stage, Mr. Sago, Deje, from the EU delegation. And then just also, we have Mr. Alex Nakajo. Mr. Alex Nakajo has come all the way from Uganda. He serves as the advisor through the Ministry of Trade in Uganda. So, welcome. We say welcome, Sebo. Welcome, Sebo. And then also just to call on the stage, Madam Maria Limo. Madam Maria Limo is from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. She's in charge of trade. She's a walking policy encyclopedia. And also she's very passionate about sound policies. And then, of course, this cannot be complete without a farmer. Amidst us, we have a farmer. Madam Gloria Gumero. She's an exporter, and she's the founder of Sakami Coffee. And you can see, she has the coffee colors on her. So welcome her. Karibu sana, Madam Gloria. And then, of course, we have a representative, Madam Millicent Aswata. Madam Millicent Aswata is the Assistant Director, Regional Economic Integration at the Ministry of East African Community. So in the interest of time, we'll keep this short, but you have a chance, now that they are here, don't let them leave this room if they have not responded to your question, so that we get to know what it is that we have and what it is that this system will help us resolve. So let me get the other mic. So maybe just to start with Mr. Jete Sago. We understand that currently the regulations in the markets are continuing to define the export requirements and the industry. So maybe from your perspective and from the EU delegation team, why do we think it is important for this particular tool to be launched for such a time as this?
Yeah, thank you for your question. What I can say, it's first that perhaps I can set the scene where we are coming from.
Sure.
So Markup 2, it's an EU-funded initiative that aim to strengthen the capacity of SMEs by focusing on selected value chain, as you can see in the banner here. And it's very important to strengthen the capacity of these SMEs by value addition, export readiness, and also improve the quality as well, and the standard. So these all initiatives, action is part of what we are doing actually in the EU called Global Gateway Initiative. What is a Global Gateway Initiative? It is in investment initiatives that aim to really, there are different aspects, but there's one aspect that is linked to what we're doing now. It's really to improve the strengthen, the global value chain. And this initiative markup 2 help to increase the value chain at the region in order for the region to be able to export, and but also to trade within the region. And we think that this initiative, this NTM tool assessment, it's very important, as I mentioned, to really help SMEs export to the different markets. Also, from the EU perspective, it was important to strengthen the capacity, the readiness of exporters in this region, because we have a long-standing relationship with the EU, with the EAC region. The EU have been investing massively in initiatives that will help to facilitate the movement of goods from one place to another. We are actually supporting the Customs Union, the Customs Union Protocol, and all these initiatives. It's part of our willingness to address the issue of barrier to trade, to be able to provide clarity. And as I mentioned during my previous intervention, I have one product and I want to export to market X what needs to be done. And sometimes on your own you cannot do it, and you need tools. And it's the reason why we're really grateful to ITC for the work they have been doing to make it easier for the exporters, for the women-owned businesses to be able to export to the EU market, not the EU market, but also other markets. I just wanted to conclude by saying that maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago, exports for many was seen as an obstacle, as a long walk. I don't know, it's to freedom, but to somewhere, very difficult. But today, we're trying to turn it as kind of opportunities. Exports for you, exporters and business-owned businesses, you need to see export as kind of an opportunity, and for that you need support. And those trade tools that ITC are developing will help you to export to the market, and also to see exports not as a fortress, as something that can be a myth, but something that can happen, that can impact your business. Is not only today you need to kind of tap into different opportunities, to not focus where you are. And as I said, you need to step out of the boat. In order to step out of the boat, you need tools, you need platform, you need so many instruments that can help you. And I think this wonderful tool will help the private sectors and exporters to kind of tap into the different opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jete, thank you. So if we hear you correctly, this is coming at such a time as this to really help eliminate some of the barriers, actually most of the barriers that exporters have faced. And I think with this, looking at Kenya as one of the countries in the East African community, I foresee that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Is it? I know people are bored, it's almost lunch hour. It's a very interesting topic, but the timing. In the interest of time, Madam Maria here from the Kenya Manufacturers Association maybe can just shed light and just speak to the tool in regards to manufacturers. Where do we see them coming in? How is this designed to expand opportunities and open up markets for manufacturers?
Good afternoon, everyone. As you have heard, my name is Maria Lima from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Kenya Association of Manufacturers represents manufacturers and value-add addition industries since 1959. And for me, this particular tool has just come in at the right time, where industries have been struggling with information, getting information to those export markets. And when I just had Latif presenting, it is a one-stop shop where I can just log in and get all the information, and I'm good to go. What we have been experiencing while trading either in EAC, in COMESA, and also other markets is lack of this particular information. And I'm very happy that right now we have a tool which can help us access the information within our workstations, and we are able to get our products to comply with what is required. So for me, key thing, this particular tool will help us identify fast entry markets with minimal barriers and high demand for Kenya manufacturers' goods. It will guide exporters on priority sectors with immediate potential for market diversification for these particular products, match products to markets using real-time data on tariffs, NTMs, standards, and logistical conditions. Also, it will provide targeted export readiness support by enabling firms, especially the SMEs, to enter global markets with fewer risks and lower compliance costs. And this will help us actually do timely delivery of the goods, as at times, and you are required to comply with this and that. It takes a lot of time. It is so frustrating. And remember, for business, time is money. Yeah. Yes. Such that when my truck has started from here, it needs to go through without stopping along the way. So any small delay means money to a manufacturer. So for me, this tool has come at the right time. And more so, it will be very encouraging to do more sensitization for actually have more uptake of this particular tool to help us do business and do it the right way and not face any challenge. The NTMs, the issues of regulations, which keep on coming every now and then. And so we'll be well informed. Information is power. And when we have that particular power, it will help us do businesses, and growth is something of assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Maria. She summarizes it quite well that for manufacturers, this particular tool serves various functions. It's going to match products to market. That means the demand for Kenyan products is going to go high. But above all, her last point, that time is money and information is power. Tunaweza songa bila power? Tunaweza songa bila power? what are we telling the barriers? No. So, Gloria, you are a coffee farmer and an exporter for that matter. What will be your experience with this tool? What is it likely to change in your daily activities? And also from the women and youth perspective, do you think that this tool is going to create a level playing field for the stakeholders?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gloria, as you've heard, and I'm a coffee farmer and also avocado farmer. So for me, this tool, it is a really low idea that its time has come, and it should have been here a couple of years ago already when we started getting into this. So for me, non-tariff measures feels quite intimidating when you hear it the first time, and because of the technical bit of it and constant change that happens all the time. For me, this tool as a farmer, I think it is coming in to break barriers, turning complexity into clarity, and this means it will lower risks, it will lower reduce time that we spend researching on what we need to, documents we need to have for export. We've worked with the markup, our journey when we started from production to taking the product to the market, and this was always our biggest challenge. What do I need to prepare for to sell my products or to export my products to Europe? So for me, this tool, it's coming in at the perfect time, right time, and on the side of women and youth, it is, we don't lack, for women and youth, they don't lack idea of knowledge or ambition. We have that. We want to move the coffees out there in the market, but the barrier was always knowing where to get this standardized information. Where do I need for me to export this coffee as a youth coffee or as a women coffee? It was quite difficult to get all these things in-house. So, and as we know, as she's put it, knowledge is power. Once you have it, I think you'll break all the barriers, and that means you save time, you save money, and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Gloria. So we are hearing that for farmers in the room, this particular tool is going to serve a very critical purpose. You're going to be able to self-evaluate yourself before you even get to the other side of the market. Thank you, thank you. We have Mr. Alex from the Ministry of Trade in Uganda, and maybe he can just share more light in terms of Kenya, Uganda, the cross-border trading. Where do you see this tool supporting the issues of policy responsiveness, of course, and trade facilitation between the two countries?
Yes, thanks, Madam Moderator. The NTM SAT comes at a critical point, and I'm going to be speaking from the national point of view to give a national policy lens to this rather very important tool, and encourage everyone to look out to it. From the national level and Ugandan perspective, NTMs have 3-4 major issues which are currently affecting, and one has been information, because there has been information asymmetry. You are in Kenya, you have your requirements. The other trader is in Uganda, they know the requirements in Uganda, and you load the truck, you reach the border, and they tell you you are missing this certificate on the standards, or you have not included this. So the tool comes in handy in that you can self-assess at your own factory, at your own businesses, and know the requirement which you are missing, know the additional certificate you need to acquire, and be able to transition into the trade seamlessly. So it has the potential to further facilitate. Yes, it has the potential to further facilitate trade, ease the movement of Okay, like this. Okay. Is the movement and flow of goods across the borders with limited, because the trader will be able to move from one place to other quite easily. The second issue is around the regulatory convergence, because different states and authorities have different regimes, and when we can easily see across the board, it becomes very easier to engage the other state parties and improve trade. I will give the example. For example, our trade, Uganda and Kenya, we have had a lot of clashes around grain trade, around milk, around chicks. But if I go on grain, we have had differences because of the differences in the regimes. We have had very many differences where we have issued aflatoxin certificates of analysis on aflatoxin levels, which have been rejected on this side. And it's partly because the traders or other policymakers do not sometimes have a very proper update on the requirements on the other side, such that they prepare accordingly. So that tool, this new tool, is going to help quite significantly on regulatory alignment, and even in terms of engagement, I can easily do a quick check when I'm meeting the Kenyan delegation and be able to raise the proper issues which are affecting the farmers on this side. So very critical. It is going also to be very critical on, because part of the problem on ATMS is the technical compliance, in that the producers, even the manufacturers, they may miss just one component to make it compliant, and you miss one, you are generally considered to be uncompliant. Now, but with the tool giving in to the level of self-assessment, it will help a lot in making sure that the two sides compliance is eased, and people are able to know before they deliver the issues they are facing. So broadly, it will enable us on the policy side to make policies which are responsive, because you can easily know where the policy gap is, looking at the requirements on the other side and what you have nationally, and be able to address specific issues which affect specific markets to enable trade to flow. Maybe I can give, in the interest of time, I'll give just one broad example where we have applied this. In 2023, we entered MOU with Algeria, and we offered a quota of about $500 million of milk exports. But when we examined the requirements on the other side, it took us 2 years to have, because we had to make halal standards for milk, we had to change the packaging. Now we have to add Arabic on the packaging, which was not there. We had to change a number of things, which, and we had to go in manually before the trade can flow. But with this tool, now you can easily, within a click of a minute, know all these things which are missing. Then companies can build capacity in those areas, and trade will be able to flow.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex is trying to say that data is the new oil. With this tool, 2 years can become a month. 2 years can become 2 weeks. So we are already starting to see how this is going to increase the efficiency of the export sector. I know Madam Millicent is equally from the Ministry of East African Community. Mr. Alex has hinted towards some of the things that transparency with this tool will do to strengthen the intra-regional trade, but maybe you can add your voice to it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. ESC and trade are twins somewhat. So transparency, as anchored in the multilateral trading system, requires that we make public all the measures that affect trade
whether they are tarific in nature or non-tariff measures. I know we are wondering whether NTMs are, but they are not necessarily evil if they are intended to achieve a certain objective. For instance, for public health concerns, environment, and so on and so forth. But then if it becomes complex, then that amounts to an NTB. Because I know most of the time we've used NTBs and NTMs synonymously. Just to add my voice onto what he has mentioned, in terms of, say, the convergence of regulatory frameworks, at the moment, ESC has the region, which comprises 8 members at the moment, has harmonized about 1,900 and something standards, and these were in the sectors that were considered priority sectors, in the pharmaceuticals and cosmetics, agriculture, and food products. So there are several standards that were harmonized. And how did transparency help us arrive at that? They were benchmarking exercises or initiatives that had peer-to-peer learning among standards organizations, KEBS in Kenya, the Standards Bureau in Uganda and others, Tanzania, and the rest of the members in the region. So by doing that, we are able to identify where we have divergences and then develop a framework within which we can be able to trade, acknowledge each other's standards, and also establish some simplified, standardized form of testing. Of course, within the standards, the quality assurance, the metrology, and the testing framework that is applied at the ESC region by the Standards Committee. So also in our respective national, at the national levels, you find that we have committees which monitor the occurrences of barriers to trade, and with that, they escalated to the committees on the committees that are supposed to oversee the implementation of the harmonization of the standard, and also resolution in case we have cases where importers and exporters are facing barriers to trade. And also in terms of transparency enhancing trade, these may have happened before the tool, but we expect that intra-ESC trade is supposed to increase. At the moment, we have, as at last year, we had 38 billion USD in terms of intra-ESC trade. But trading amongst ourselves is only at between 12 and 15%, which is very low, taking into account that we have a population of 300 million plus and 350 billion GDP combined, which means that we still have a great potential which has not been utilized. Also taking into account that we trade more with third parties, that is SADC, EU, for instance, and China. Never mind that our trade with third parties is, of course, at a deficit, but we need to trade more amongst ourselves so that we can make ourselves impervious to geopolitical turbulences, and then also the issues of disruptions in the global value chains. I will not mention the others because he has already mentioned to them the clear processes in terms of requirements. Make trading efficiency enhanced, because you know what the rules of origin you need to comply with, you know the standards and all that.
Thank you.
So with that, we see this tool as timely, because besides trading amongst ourselves, you can diversify. And then ESC being one of the building blocks of the AFCFTA, we expect to trade with even other partners outside the ESC. So you have to know the requirements for that market, and also besides the requirements, is it easier to access that market or not? Because it may be closer to you, but they are stringent in terms of the requirements. But another country may be far, but offering opportunities and also easier to access that market.
Absolutely,
Thank you.
absolutely, absolutely, Madam Millicent. Thank you. I know you've had the bell. I promise we are going to be out of here in the next 10 minutes. But I didn't want the panelists to leave without getting to hear from you. Could there be anyone with a burning issue? Just one chance. If not, the panel will ask. Oh, there are several hands, but just one, in the interest of time. Who do we? Okay. Just quickly so that we wrap this up. I have the bell.
Yes, I'll be short. And to the ITC and KEPSA team, it's quite good. The tool is timely. It's a nice to have conversation. But I feel at the same time we are also shying away from the must-have conversation. The tool will make you know, in this case if you are an exporter, whether you are compliant or not. But the question behind my mind and with the businesses that probably I support, in an event that you are not compliant, what would be the situation like? Have had a facility that has been mentioned, gateway financing. Could we talk about how we are supporting these businesses become compliant? Angela's spoken about, I mean, she's already exporting, and I know there's a lot of cost implication that comes with you being compliant. So if the financing opportunities we are talking about, it's about supporting these businesses with the documentations in terms of access to finance to make these businesses compliant. For me, I think that will be a good conversation to have. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. One last one.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia Yon. I work with the communities of the Maasai, the pastoral community, women and girls. So listening to this, walking around yesterday, it was my first time to hear about markup too, unfortunately. I coordinate the activities of the pastoral community. So we produce a lot of shanga, if you are aware, a lot of beads and all. So when I walked around, I was seeing markup. And now there is this tool that is being launched, and it is web-based completely. The community is looking for ways they can market their products, the opening market. But the tool is web-based. The community we are talking about is really in the grassroots, very vulnerable. Pale hawana simu, they don't have phones and all. But this tool is web-based and it can increase the market. I hear it's something that you want to talk about, but I think the conversation should happen now if you are targeting grassroots. Thanks.
In the interest of time, I might have to cut it at that point from the audience. But as Madam Maria and maybe Mr. Jete are getting prepared to respond, maybe the launch team, Krupa, and please let's get to the final stage. We are coming to the tail end of this process. But Madam Maria, not without your voice, to respond to some of the issues that have been asked, especially about the grassroots, the pastoral communities in northern Kenya. How do they see themselves in this?
I wish ITC can respond on that, because I think in this particular program, it is not providing marketing of the products. It is more on compliance. And so possibly to touch on the other aspects of products complying and the issues of non-compliant products. I think this particular rule tool is helping us to map out on the issues of regulations and what is supposed to be complied in that particular country of that particular country of your interest to take your products. And so for me, it will help us strengthen quality and compliance of the products, because you already know what you're required to do and to make your products suit that particular market. So for me, it will help you to know if your product is actually suitable for that particular market. Then if it is not suitable, then as a business person, you will not take it because it will not go through. Thank you. Aisa.
Yes, I just want to echo what she just saying about the compliance. I think the tool, NTM tools, it's as she said, it's really to help you to see whether or not you are compliant. In the case that you are not compliant, you know what needs to be done, and you need to see it more as a export preparedness. I want to export to market X. What I need to know. I have 1, 2, 3, 6 requirements, and I've realized that I don't comply with the requirement, and I need to comply with it. And it is to you to align with this 4, 5, 6 requirement that needs to be done. And I think Markup 2 can provide you with a way of assisting you to comply to a certain extent to the different requirements. See it more as an opportunity against kind of a wall in front of you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. In the interest of time, I would request that we be upstanding as the panelists move the EU representative, yes, just over there. And then the rest of us can be upstanding.
Just to the madam who had the question about the web-based tool, please come talk to us at the Markup 2 booth after, and we'll speak with you more in depth on how we're supporting and how we can continue to support the entrepreneurs at the grassroots level. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
What will be a launch without a party? And what would be a launch if we don't have a countdown? So please, we will start the countdown soon.
So we're going to invite Mr. Charles, who is representing the EAC. So this is a tool that we've launched, obviously under the Markup 2 program. So it can't be a launch without the EAC representation. We have Abdelatif, who is going to be representing ITC, and our distinguished guest, Mr. Sago, who is also representing our donor, the EU. We will be... so they will be having a small ribbon cutting ceremony. We have the countdown, we have the poppers. So as Abdelatif said, it's a full-on party. And we hope you guys will count down with us. And there's a small gift for the most enthusiastic audience members. So yeah, I hope that motivates you.
Okay.
Do you want to come in front or stay maybe?
For the cameras.
What looks better?
Oh, here. Okay, in the middle here. In the middle here. Between the ladies, yeah. There. Okay.
Okay, we have to go closer because our... Yeah, we have 5 seconds. Do you want me to help you with the camera? Or you're good?
Okay. So, are we ready?
It's blocking the beautiful view.
Yeah, I know. There's this challenge. Can this move? No, it's because of that, yeah. So, are we ready? So we go. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you everyone for your time today. Yes, for a group photo. Yeah, please. Those of us who want to join a group photo, please feel free to do so.
And then you can
Yes, we do have these photo frames. Ensure that you keep a memory of the tool by having your photo with a photo frame. The panelists, any other person in the room who wants to join, please feel free. Can we move this? Can we move this?
Let's move. I thought they didn't understand. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. Wait.
Please come to the front for the group photo. Yes, so hold it well so that the markup sign can, this way. Yeah, so that the markup sign is at that point. And what do we say? What do we say? What do we say? What do you say? Thank you everyone that made time to come. It is quite evident that today the barriers have been brought down. The barriers have been brought down. As we leave this room, let us remember that now this is a public good. Our private burdens have been solved. So thank you. Asante sana. Let's proceed for lunch.
we remain committed to supporting regional integration process to promote sustained and accelerated free movement of goods, factors of production, and services.
But also we wanted to make this one different, where we can look how we can do differently in terms of unlocking trade and investment in the region.
So let this summit reaffirm our shared vision, an East Africa that trades together, an East Africa that prospers together, and an East Africa that stands together in the global economy.
Not only that, but every one of you, please, you have a responsibility to work for the organizations to create an environment of businesses in this territory.
Let's name these numbers and let's change our region. Thank you so much.
If we do that, I believe we'll be able to begin to substitute our imports.
Change is inevitable. But when it happens, you don't have to sit back and wait. You can take charge of it. With more than 60,000 powerful minds who live and breathe the nuances of your rapidly changing business. RSM instills confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience, enabling you to take charge of change. RSM, experience the power of being understood.
East Africa, a powerhouse economic region flanking the continent, supported, molded, and guided by the East African Development Bank, EADB. The bank prides itself on encouraging investment and ensuring the sustainable growth of the region. The rich diversity of people and culture intertwined with the tenacious entrepreneurial spirit are what draws people to this region. East Africa sustains a bustling tourism industry with a vibrant cityscape of towering architectural wonders. Hello and welcome to the program. I am Daniel Makokera, coming to you from Dar es Salaam, here in Tanzania. This, as we follow the work of the EADB in funding projects that have helped the economies of this region work. The history of East Africa has always followed the narrative of striving industries from the earliest days of the spice trade. We witnessed the beginnings of economic capitalism, providing the foundations we see in practice today. In Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, a few of these energized entrepreneurs are reclaiming their narrative once more with the help of the EADB and their beneficiaries. TIB Development Bank, Opportunity Bank, Centenary Bank, Cedian Bank, Thinka Uganda, Finance Trust Bank, BRAC Uganda, Kenya Women's Finance Trust Bank, and the Housing Finance Company Bank in Kenya. This journey towards economic upliftment must be maintained beyond the funding provided. As the EADB looks forward, one of its mantras is create the future we want, a future the bank has dedicated itself to since its genesis. The EADB was established in 1967 and was mandated to provide financial and related assistance to enterprises in East African member states. This collaboration needed to make a positive contribution to socio-economic development in the region. In 1980, it was re-established. Now it would offer a broader range of financial services with the objective still to develop the region. Today, the EADB is owned by 4 member states: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. The EADB focuses on financing projects in all productive sectors of member states' economies. It supplements the activities of national development agencies by joint financing operations and technical assistance. It supports public and private sector projects that are professionally run, technically feasible, and financially viable. It works with countries doing cross-border projects that will benefit more than one country. The ADB collaborates with projects using local raw materials in producing goods for local consumption or export. Medical staff, including doctors and nurses, have demonstrated unwavering bravery in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. They've shown humanity at its best, and especially evident at Jumia Hospital in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is a Kiswahili one that means mercy or compassion. It's part of the larger Mathare constituency. Yes. One of the oldest and biggest slums in Nairobi. We have a huge community here. This particular community here has a population of about 200,000 people. This is the health center. This is where they come. This is a place they know. They've been coming here when it was just a health clinic, and it's been serving them for many years. It's a free service. Because of the level of income and unemployment, a lot of them do not have insurance, even the basic one of NHIF, and yet they must receive the service.
Indeed. If you do not charge, how do you keep a business going? I'm saying a business, maybe you don't see it as a business, you see it as community service. But still, you have running water here, you have electricity, yes, you have bills to pay.
It's been a challenge, but we are looking at a model that enables us to generate income. The way we do it is, one is to mobilize the people, especially using the church, so that those who are able then support the ones who are not able by paying for the NHIF. And because of the card, the NHIF is 6,000 shillings per year per family.
All right.
So if you get, say from a church, you get 50 people who can raise 6,000 shillings, that supports 60 families or 50 families.
Yes.
And with that card, then one is able to get all the basic services for the full year.
Enter the EADB. Talk to us now about the relationship.
EADB gave us the money to do 2 hospitals, basically. The hospital in Vihiga, which is called Kaimosi Friends Hospital, which is a 100-bed hospital. So we refurbished that hospital, and then we built this one. This is a 170-bed hospital. It's a huge hospital. We have a big and well-stocked theater and ICU. We have 3 theaters here. It's a level 5 hospital, meaning we offer all services. We are capable of offering all services. So we use that funding to put up this hospital from scratch.
The implications of the pandemic have had a dire effect on the economy, and for some startup companies, it meant re-strategizing their financial plans.
Shortly after getting our financing, we immediately embarked on a project development. First of all, one of the things that we wanted to do, and which we did, was to recruit 13 engineers to go to Malaysia for training for a period of 3 months. Unfortunately, upon their arrival in early January 2020, the pandemic hit Malaysia and later on came to Uganda, and we struggled in several ways. One, for them, it was difficult for them to actually access the government facilities, the immigration facilities, to conclude their paperwork in terms of their training status in Malaysia. And that was a big challenge. They needed to return, their training was cut short from 3 months to 2, and they needed to be repatriated. But all planes were grounded, airports were closed. That was a big, big problem. And so we had to work very closely with our other staff that we had recruited from Malaysia, who were with them in the training, to keep them safe, and to keep them safe from COVID, but also safe from maybe the immigration authorities, who would have been not happy about their status in Malaysia, extended status. Finally, we were able to bring them back home, and we are grateful to God for that. We also had a delay of about over 12 months in terms of the time from anticipated project startup. I think it was supposed to be August, but I think we finally got our certification in October of 2021. It was supposed to be August 2020, and we got it in October 2021. And that had implications from the cost of the project all the way to a delay in the start to recoup our investment, because we literally lost a whole financial year in which we would have secured important government contracts. Our machinery installers were not able to travel. A lot of them had received deposits and weren't willing to continue with the manufacture of the machinery, not only because they couldn't travel here maybe to do the installation and complete, to do their part. It was looked at as a force majeure situation, but also because they were grounded in Malaysia as well, and China, where we got the machinery. So it was really, really challenging, but we thank EADB for supporting us and doing some restructure in terms of our facility, and we were able to finally launch our factory in December 2021.
A vision of equal importance. Education, housing, and the health sector are true determinants of the wealth of the region. Students from all over the continent benefit from the innovative curriculum provided by the region's best schools. Viva Academy in Uganda and Green Hills Academy in Rwanda have adapted the traditional schooling model to the technologically advanced students. Using the funding provided, these schools have extended their schools, provided new science lab buildings and transportation, which ultimately improved on the quality of education for the students overall.
Our relationship with EADB is our concept was a one-stop shop, whereby we provide everything, including transport. We make it easy for our parents by transporting the students from Kampala to Jinja, because most of our students are from Kampala. And we had no transport available at that time. And when we went to EADB, that's how the relationship started. We acquired 2 buses.
All right.
The Isuzu bus just right behind me.
All right.
And the Tata bus.
Any process which is controlled by enzyme has to be.
What kind of a curriculum are you working on?
The government introduced the competence-based curriculum.
All right.
Where in addition to knowledge, the student acquires skills and values. So the rest are into the knowledge-based curriculum, Senior 3, Senior 4, Senior 5, Senior 6.
All right.
However, for those, the school has a program every Wednesday. Mm-hmm. We want the schools, and this is what makes us different, we want the schools to have skills, soft skills. So we do liquid soap, we want to do bakery, we want to have them sew their own uniforms. We are promoting ICT. In July, we just held the annual Viva Science Challenge.
Oh, right.
We brought in the top 15 schools to compete here, to use ICT, to solve problems in society, and they did a very good job.
This is a school that encourages you to always be at your maximum performance, sport-wise, academic-wise. We have different clubs for sports, for music, for fashion. I personally am in the Writers Club. I'm the president of the Writers Club. So this is a way to say that you can balance studies and other co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach to the communities. Personally, I'm the school captain of football team, so I've had a good experience in sports and leadership.
Rwanda educators have set an example with their 73% literacy rate. They've also continued to lead with a unified voice.
The EADB facilitated us in getting financing for building a primary school and a swimming pool for the students.
And have you now finished with the facility? Have you paid it off?
Not yet, but we are almost there. We're only remaining with 2 installments. We hope to work with this EADB in future because the school is growing.
EADB's intention is to see this proud and industrious region eradicate the strife of its citizens, to clear the path for growing agribusiness, and to build a larger import and export facility. The EADB echoes that of the potential and the significant growth in East Africa, stemming from the constant and unwavering belief in its people. East Africa, a powerhouse economic region flanking the continent, supported, molded, and guided by the East African Development Bank, EADB. The bank prides itself on encouraging investment and ensuring the sustainable growth of the region. The rich diversity of people and culture intertwined with the tenacious entrepreneurial spirit are what draws people to this region. East Africa sustains a bustling tourism industry with a vibrant cityscape of towering architectural wonders. Hello and welcome to the program. I am Daniel Makokera, coming to you from Dar es Salaam, here in Tanzania. This, as we follow the work of the EADB in funding projects that have helped the economies of this region work. The history of East Africa has always followed the narrative of striving industries from the earliest days of the spice trade. We witnessed the beginnings of economic capitalism, providing the foundations we see in practice today. In Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, a few of these energized entrepreneurs are reclaiming their narrative once more with the help of the EADB and their beneficiaries. TIB Development Bank, Opportunity Bank, Centenary Bank, Cedian Bank, Thinka Uganda, Finance Trust Bank, BRAC Uganda, Kenya Women's Finance Trust Bank, and the Housing Finance Company Bank in Kenya. This journey towards economic upliftment must be maintained beyond the funding provided. As the EADB looks forward, one of its mantras is create the future we want, a future the bank has dedicated itself to since its genesis. The EADB was established in 1967 and was mandated to provide financial and related assistance to enterprises in East African member states. This collaboration needed to make a positive contribution to socio-economic development in the region. In 1980, it was re-established. Now it would offer a broader range of financial services with the objective still to develop the region. Today, the EADB is owned by 4 member states: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. The EADB focuses on financing projects in all productive sectors of member states' economies. It supplements the activities of national development agencies by joint financing operations and technical assistance. It supports public and private sector projects that are professionally run, technically feasible, and financially viable. It works with countries doing cross-border projects that will benefit more than one country. The EADB collaborates with projects using local raw materials in producing goods for local consumption or export.
Committed to supporting regional integration process to promote sustained and accelerated free movement of goods, factors of production, and services.
But also we wanted to make this one different, where we can look how we can do differently in terms of unlocking trade and investment in the region.
So let this summit reaffirm our shared vision, an East Africa that trades together, an East Africa that prospers together, and an East Africa that stands together in the global economy.
Not only that, but every one of you, please, you have a responsibility to work for the organizations to create an environment of businesses in this territory.
Let's name these numbers and let's change our region. Thank you so much.
we do that, I believe we'll be able to begin to substitute our imports.
Change is inevitable. But when it happens, you don't have to sit back and wait. You can take charge of it. With more than 60,000 powerful minds who live and breathe the nuances of your rapidly changing business. RSM instills confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience, enabling you to take charge of change. RSM, experience the power of being understood.
East Africa, a powerhouse economic region flanking the continent, supported, molded, and guided by the East African Development Bank, EADB. The bank prides itself on encouraging investment and ensuring the sustainable growth of the region. The rich diversity of people and culture intertwined with the tenacious entrepreneurial spirit are what draws people to this region. East Africa sustains a bustling tourism industry with a vibrant cityscape of towering architectural wonders. Hello and welcome to the program. I am Daniel Makokera, coming to you from Dar es Salaam, here in Tanzania. This, as we follow the work of the EADB in funding projects that have helped the economies of this region work. The history of East Africa has always followed the narrative of striving industries from the earliest days of the spice trade. We witnessed the beginnings of economic capitalism, providing the foundations we see in practice today. In Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, a few of these energized entrepreneurs are reclaiming their narrative once more with the help of the EADB and their beneficiaries. TIB Development Bank, Opportunity Bank, Centenary Bank, Cedian Bank, Thinka Uganda, Finance Trust Bank, BRAC Uganda, Kenya Women's Finance Trust Bank, and the Housing Finance Company Bank in Kenya. This journey towards economic upliftment must be maintained beyond the funding provided. As the EADB looks forward, one of its mantras is create the future we want, a future the bank has dedicated itself to since its genesis. The EADB was established in 1967 and was mandated to provide financial and related assistance to enterprises in East African member states. This collaboration needed to make a positive contribution to socio-economic development in the region. In 1980, it was re-established. Now it would offer a broader range of financial services with the objective still to develop the region. Today, the EADB is owned by 4 member states: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. The EADB focuses on financing projects in all productive sectors of member states' economies. It supplements the activities of national development agencies by joint financing operations and technical assistance. It supports public and private sector projects that are professionally run, technically feasible, and financially viable. It works with countries doing cross-border projects that will benefit more than one country. The EADB collaborates with projects using local raw materials in producing goods for local consumption or export. Medical staff, including doctors and nurses, have demonstrated unwavering bravery in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. They've shown humanity at its best, and especially evident at Jumia Hospital in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is a Kiswahili one that means mercy or compassion. It's part of the larger Mathare constituency.
Yes.
One of the oldest and biggest slums in Nairobi. We serve a huge community here. This particular community here has a population of about 200,000 people. This is the health center. This is where they come. This is a place they know. They've been coming here when it was just a health clinic, and it's been serving them for many years. It's a free service because of the level of income and unemployment. A lot of them do not have insurance, even the basic one of NHIF, and yet they must receive the service.
Indeed. If you do not charge, how do you keep a business going? I'm saying a business, maybe you don't see it as a business, you see it as community service. But still, you have running water here, you have electricity, yes, you have bills to pay.
It's been a challenge, but we are looking at a model that enables us to generate income. The way we do it is, one is to mobilize the people, especially using the church, so that those who are able then support the ones who are not able by paying for the NHIF. And because the card, the NHIF is 6,000 shillings per year per family.
Oh, wow.
So if you get, say from a church, you get 50 people who can raise 6,000 shillings, that supports 60 families or 50 families.
Yes.
And with that card, then one is able to get all the basic services for the full year.
Enter the EADB. Talk to us now about the relationship.
EADB gave us the money to do 2 hospitals, basically. The hospital in Vihiga, which is called Kaimosi Friends Hospital, which is a 100-bed hospital. So we refurbished that hospital, and then we built this one. This is a 170-bed hospital. It's a huge hospital. We have a big and well-stocked theatre and ICU. We have 3 theatres here. It's a level 5 hospital, meaning we offer all services, or we are capable of offering all services. So we use that funding to put up this hospital from scratch.
The implications of the pandemic have had a dire effect on the economy, and for some startup companies, it meant re-strategizing their financial plans.
Shortly after getting our financing, we immediately embarked on a project development. First of all, one of the things that we wanted to do, and which we did, was to recruit 13 engineers to go to Malaysia for training for a period of 3 months. Unfortunately, upon their arrival in early January 2020, the pandemic hit Malaysia and later on came to Uganda, and we struggled in several ways. One, for them, it was difficult for them to actually access the government facilities, the immigration facilities, to conclude their paperwork in terms of their training status in Malaysia. And that was a big challenge. They needed to return, their training was cut short from 3 months to 2, and they needed to be repatriated. But all planes were grounded, airports were closed. That was a big, big problem. And so we had to work very closely with our other staff that we had recruited from Malaysia, who were with them in the training, to keep them safe, and to keep them safe from COVID, but also safe from maybe the immigration authorities, who would have been not happy about their status in Malaysia, extended status. Finally, we were able to bring them back home, and we are grateful to God for that. We also had a delay of about over 12 months in terms of the time from anticipated project startup. I think it was supposed to be August, and I think we finally got our certification in October of 2021. It was supposed to be August 2020, and we got it in October 2021. And that had implications from the cost of the project all the way to a delay in the start to recoup our investment, because we literally lost a whole financial year in which we would have secured important government contracts. Our machinery installers were not able to travel. A lot of them had received deposits and weren't willing to continue with the manufacture of the machinery, not only because they couldn't travel here maybe to do the installation and complete, to do their part. It was looked at as a force majeure situation, but also because they were grounded in Malaysia as well, and China, where we got the machinery. So it was really, really challenging, but we thank EADB for supporting us and doing some restructure in terms of our facility, and we were able to finally launch our factory in December 2021.
A vision of equal importance. Education, housing, and the health sector are true determinants of the wealth of the region. Students from all over the continent benefit from the innovative curriculum provided by the region's best schools. Viva Academy in Uganda and Green Hills Academy in Rwanda have adapted the traditional schooling model to the technologically advanced students. Using the funding provided, these schools have extended their schools, provided new science lab buildings and transportation, which ultimately improved on the quality of education for the students overall.
Our relationship with EADB is our concept was a one-stop shop whereby we provide everything, including transport. We make it easy for our parents by transporting the students from Kampala to Jinja, because most of our students are from Kampala. And we had no transport available at that time. And when we went to EADB, that's how the relationship started. We acquired 2 buses.
All right.
The Isuzu bus just right behind me.
All right.
And the Tata bus.
Any process which is controlled by enzyme has to be.
What kind of a curriculum are you working on?
The government introduced the competence-based curriculum.
All right.
Where in addition to knowledge, the student acquires skills and values. So the rest are into the knowledge-based curriculum, Senior 3, Senior 4, Senior 5, Senior 6.
All right.
However, for those, the school has a program every Wednesday. We want the schools, and this is what makes us different, we want the schools to have skills, soft skills. So we do liquid soap, we want to do bakery, we want to have them sew their own uniforms. We are promoting ICT. In July, we just held the annual Viva Science Challenge. We brought in the top 15 schools to compete here, to use ICT, to solve problems in society, and they did a very good job.
This is a school that encourages you to always be at your maximum performance, sport-wise, academic-wise. We have different clubs for sports, for music, for fashion. I personally, I'm in the Writers Club. I'm the president of the Writers Club. So this is a way to say that you can balance studies and other co-curricular activities as well. And this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach to the communities. Personally, I'm the school captain of football team, so I've had a good experience in sports and leadership.
Rwanda educators have set an example with their 73% literacy rate. They've also continued to lead with a unified voice.
The EADB facilitated us in getting financing for building a primary school and a swimming pool for the students.
And have you now finished with the facility? Have you paid it off?
Not yet, but we are almost there. We're only remaining with 2 installments. We hope to work with the EADB in future because the school is growing.
EADB's intention is to see this proud and industrious region eradicate the strife of its citizens, to clear the path for growing agribusiness, and to build a larger import and export facility. The EADB echoes that of the potential and the significant growth in East Africa, stemming from the constant and unwavering belief in its people. East Africa, a powerhouse economic region flanking the continent, supported, molded, and guided by the East African Development Bank, EADB. The bank prides itself on encouraging investment and ensuring the sustainable growth of the region. The rich diversity of people and culture intertwined with the tenacious entrepreneurial spirit are what draws people to this region. East Africa sustains a bustling tourism industry with a vibrant cityscape of towering architectural wonders. Hello and welcome to the program. I am Daniel Makokera, coming to you from Dar es Salaam, here in Tanzania. This, as we follow the work of the EADB in funding projects that have helped the economies of this region work. The history of East Africa has always followed the narrative of striving industries from the earliest days of the spice trade. We witnessed the beginnings of economic capitalism, providing the foundations we see in practice today. In Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, a few of these energized entrepreneurs are reclaiming their narrative once more with the help of the EADB and their beneficiaries. TIB Development Bank, Opportunity Bank, Centenary Bank, Cedian Bank, Thinka Uganda, Finance Trust Bank, BRAC Uganda, Kenya Women's Finance Trust Bank, and the Housing Finance Company Bank in Kenya. This journey towards economic upliftment must be maintained beyond the funding provided. As the EADB looks forward, one of its mantras is create the future we want, a future the bank has dedicated itself to since its genesis. The EADB was established in 1967 and was mandated to provide financial and related assistance to enterprises in East African member states. This collaboration needed to make a positive contribution to socio-economic development in the region. In 1980, it was re-established. Now it would offer a broader range of financial services with the objective still to develop the region. Today, the EADB is owned by 4 member states: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. The EADB focuses on financing projects in all productive sectors of member states' economies. It supplements the activities of national development agencies by joint financing operations and technical assistance. It supports public and private sector projects that are professionally run, technically feasible, and financially viable. It works with countries doing cross-border projects that will benefit more than one country. The EADB collaborates with projects using local raw materials in producing goods for local consumption or export.
committed to supporting regional integration across to promote sustained and accelerated free movement of goods, factors of production, and services.
But also we wanted to make this one different, where we can look how we can do differently in terms of unlocking trade and investment in the region.
So let this summit reaffirm our shared vision, an East Africa that trades together, an East Africa that prospers together, and an East Africa that stands together in the global economy.
Not only that, but every one of you, please, you have a responsibility to work for the organizations to create an environment of businesses in this territory.
Let's name these numbers and let's change our region. Thank you so much.
If we do that, I believe we'll be able to begin to substitute our imports.
Change is inevitable. But when it happens, you don't have to sit back and wait. You can take charge of it. With more than 60,000 powerful minds who live and breathe the nuances of your rapidly changing business. RSM instills confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience, enabling you to take charge of change. RSM, experience the power of being understood.
East Africa, a powerhouse economic region flanking the continent, supported, molded, and guided by the East African Development Bank, EADB. The bank prides itself on encouraging investment and ensuring the sustainable growth of the region. The rich diversity of people and culture intertwined with the tenacious entrepreneurial spirit are what draws people to this region. East Africa sustains a bustling tourism industry with a vibrant cityscape of towering architectural wonders. Hello and welcome to the program. I am Daniel Makokera, coming to you from Dar es Salaam, here in Tanzania. This, as we follow the work of the EADB in funding projects that have helped the economies of this region work. The history of East Africa has always followed the narrative of striving industries from the earliest days of the spice trade. We witnessed the beginnings of economic capitalism, providing the foundations we see in practice today. In Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, a few of these energized entrepreneurs are reclaiming their narrative once more with the help of the EADB and their beneficiaries. TIB Development Bank, Opportunity Bank, Centenary Bank, Cedian Bank, Thinka Uganda, Finance Trust Bank, BRAC Uganda, Kenya Women's Finance Trust Bank, and the Housing Finance Company Bank in Kenya. This journey towards economic upliftment must be maintained beyond the funding provided. As the EADB looks forward, one of its mantras is create the future we want, a future the bank has dedicated itself to since its genesis. The EADB was established in 1967 and was mandated to provide financial and related assistance to enterprises in East African member states. This collaboration needed to make a positive contribution to socio-economic development in the region. In 1980, it was re-established. Now it would offer a broader range of financial services with the objective still to develop the region. Today, the EADB is owned by 4 member states: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. The EADB focuses on financing projects in all productive sectors of member states' economies. It supplements the activities of national development agencies by joint financing operations and technical assistance. It supports public and private sector projects that are professionally run, technically feasible, and financially viable. It works with countries doing cross-border projects that will benefit more than one country. The EADB collaborates with projects using local raw materials in producing goods for local consumption or export. Medical staff, including doctors and nurses, have demonstrated unwavering bravery in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. They've shown humanity at its best, and especially evident at Jumia Hospital in Kenya.
This place is called Huruma. Huruma is a Kiswahili one that means mercy or compassion. It's part of the larger Mathare constituency.
Yes.
One of the oldest and biggest slums in Nairobi. We serve a huge community here. This particular community here has a population of about 200,000 people. This is the health center. This is where they come. This is a place they know. They've been coming here when it was just a health clinic, and it's been serving them for many years. It's a free service. Because of the level of income and unemployment, a lot of them do not have insurance, even the basic one of NHIF, and yet they must receive the service.
Indeed. If you do not charge, how do you keep a business going? I'm saying a business, maybe you don't see it as a business, you see it as community service. But still, you have running water here, you have electricity, yes, you have bills to pay.
It's been a challenge, but we are looking at a model that enables us to generate income. The way we do it is, one is to mobilize the people, especially using the church, so that those who are able then support the ones who are not able by paying for the NHIF. And because the card, the NHIF is 6,000 shillings per year per family.
Oh, right.
So if you get, say from a church, you get 50 people who can raise 6,000 shillings, that supports 60 families or 50 families.
Yes.
And with that card, then one is able to get all the basic services for the full year.
Enter the EADB. Talk to us now about the relationship.
EADB gave us this money to do 2 hospitals, basically. The hospital in Vihiga, which is called Kaimosi Friends Hospital, which is a 100-bed hospital. So we refurbished that hospital, and then we built this one. This is a 170-bed hospital. It's a huge hospital. We have a big and well-stocked theater and ICU. We have 3 theaters here. It's a level 5 hospital, meaning we offer all services, or we are capable of offering all services. So we use that funding to put up this hospital from scratch.
The implications of the pandemic have had a dire effect on the economy, and for some startup companies, it meant re-strategizing their financial plans.
Shortly after getting our financing, we immediately embarked on a project development. First of all, one of the things that we wanted to do, which we did, was to recruit 13 engineers to go to Malaysia for training for a period of 3 months. Unfortunately, upon their arrival in early January 2020, the pandemic hit Malaysia and later on came to Uganda, and we struggled in several ways. One, for them, it was difficult for them to actually access the government facilities, the immigration facilities, to conclude their paperwork in terms of their training status in Malaysia. And that was a big challenge. They needed to return, their training was cut short from 3 months to 2, and they needed to be repatriated. But all planes were grounded, airports were closed. That was a big, big problem. And so we had to work very closely with our other staff that we had recruited from Malaysia, who were with them in the training, to keep them safe, and to keep them safe from COVID, but also safe from maybe the immigration authorities, who would have been not happy about their status in Malaysia, extended status. Finally, we were able to bring them back home, and we are grateful to God for that. We also had a delay of about over 12 months in terms of the time from anticipated project startup I think it was supposed to be August, but I think we finally got our certification in October of 2021. It was supposed to be August 2020, and we got it in October 2021. And that had implications from the cost of the project all the way to a delay in the start to recoup our investment, because we literally lost a whole financial year in which we would have secured important government contracts. Our machinery installers were not able to travel. A lot of them had received deposits and weren't willing to continue with the manufacture of the machinery, not only because they couldn't travel here maybe to do the installation and complete, to do their part. It was looked at as a force majeure situation, but also because they were grounded in Malaysia as well, and China, where we got the machinery. So it was really, really challenging, but we thank EADB for supporting us and doing some restructure in terms of our facility, and we were able to finally launch our factory in December 2021.
A vision of equal importance. Education, housing, and the health sector are true determinants of the wealth of the region. Students from all over the continent benefit from the innovative curriculum provided by the region's best schools. Viva Academy in Uganda and Green Hills Academy in Rwanda have adapted the traditional schooling model to the technologically advanced students. Using the funding provided, these schools have extended their schools, provided new science lab buildings and transportation, which ultimately improved on the quality of education for the students overall.
Our relationship with EADB is our concept was a one-stop shop, whereby we provide everything, including transport. We make it easy for our parents by transporting the students from Kampala to Jinja, because most of our students are from Kampala. And we had no transport available at that time. And when we went to EADB, that's how the relationship started. We acquired 2 buses.
All right.
The Isuzu bus just right behind me.
All right.
And the Tata bus.
Any process which is controlled by enzyme has to be.
What kind of a curriculum are you working on?
The government introduced the competence-based curriculum.
All right.
Where in addition to knowledge, the student acquires skills and values. So the rest are into the knowledge-based curriculum, Senior 3, Senior 4, Senior 5, Senior 6.
All right.
However, for those, the school has a program every Wednesday. We want the schools, and this is what makes us different, we want the schools to have skills, soft skills. So we do liquid soap, they do, we want to do bakery, we want to have them sew their own uniforms. We are promoting ICT. In July, we just held the annual Viva Science Challenge. We brought in the top 15 schools to compete here, to use ICT, to solve problems in society, and they did a very good job.
This is a school that encourages you to always be at your maximum performance, sport-wise, academic-wise. We have different clubs for sports, for music, for fashion. I personally am in the Writers Club. I'm the president of the Writers Club. So this is a way to say that you can balance studies and other co-curricular activities as well, and this is all possible with Viva.
I really love the classwork that we do. We are so exposed. We have co-curricular, we have different sports, we have badminton, we have football, we have basketball. We do outreach to the communities. Personally, I'm the school captain of football team, so I've had a good experience in sports and leadership.
Rwanda educators have set an example with their 73% literacy rate. They've also continued to lead with a unified voice.
The EADB facilitated us in getting financing for building a primary school and a swimming pool for the students.
And have you now finished with the facility? Have you paid it off?
Not yet, but we are almost there. We're only remaining with 2 installments. We hope to work with this EADB in future because the school is growing.
EADB's intention is to see this proud and industrious region eradicate the strife of its citizens, to clear the path for growing agribusiness and to build a larger import and export facility. The EADB echoes that of the potential and the significant growth in East Africa, stemming from the constant and unwavering belief in its people. East Africa, a powerhouse economic region flanking the continent, supported, molded, and guided by the East African Development Bank, EADB. The bank prides itself on encouraging investment and ensuring the sustainable growth of the region. The rich diversity of people and culture intertwined with the tenacious entrepreneurial spirit are what draws people to this region. East Africa sustains a bustling tourism industry with a vibrant cityscape of towering architectural wonders. Hello and welcome to the program. I am Daniel Makokera, coming to you from Dar es Salaam, here in Tanzania. This, as we follow the work of the EADB in funding projects that have helped the economies of this region work. The history of East Africa has always followed the narrative of striving industries from the earliest days of the spice trade. We witnessed the beginnings of economic capitalism, providing the foundations we see in practice today. In Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, a few of these energized entrepreneurs are reclaiming their narrative once more with the help of the EADB and their beneficiaries. TIB Development Bank, Opportunity Bank, Centenary Bank, Cedian Bank, Thinka Uganda, Finance Trust Bank, BRAC Uganda, Kenya Women's Finance Trust Bank, and the Housing Finance Company Bank in Kenya. This journey towards economic upliftment must be maintained beyond the funding provided. As the EADB looks forward, one of its mantras is create the future we want, a future the bank has dedicated itself to since its genesis. The EADB was established in 1967 and was mandated to provide financial and related assistance to enterprises in East African member states. This collaboration needed to make a positive contribution to socio-economic development in the region. In 1980, it was re-established. Now it would offer a broader range of financial services with the objective still to develop the region. Today, the EADB is owned by 4 member states: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. The EADB focuses on financing projects in all productive sectors of member states' economies. It supplements the activities of national development agencies by joint financing operations and technical assistance. It supports public and private sector projects that are professionally run, technically feasible, and financially viable. It works with countries doing cross-border projects that will benefit more.
To work for the organizations to create an environment of businesses in this territory.
Let's name these numbers and let's
If we do that, I believe we'll be able to begin to substitute our imports.
Change is inevitable. But when it happens, you
East Africa, a powerhouse economic region flanking the continent, supported, molded, and guided by the East African Development Bank, EADB. The bank prides itself on encouraging investment and ensuring the sustainable growth of the region. The rich diversity of people and culture intertwine their beneficiaries. TIB Development Bank, Opportunity Bank, Centenary Bank, Cedian Bank, Thinka Uganda, Finance Trust Bank, BRAC Uganda, Kenya Women's Finance Trust Bank, and the Housing Finance Company Bank in Kenya. This journey towards economic upliftment we want, a future the bank has dedicated itself to since its genesis. The ADB was established in 1967 and was mandated to provide financial and related assistance to enterprises in East African member states. This collaboration needed to make a positive contribution.
I hope that you've enjoyed your lunch. Otherwise, I can see that some of you are not smiling so hard. So try and keep up with us. We'll keep it short and sweet as we conclude what has been a successful summit. Before we begin this session, I'd like to introduce the topic of the day, which is on ambition to action, unlocking private capital for green logistics in East Africa. We'll have 3 panelists who will ask to join me here on stage. The first one would be Antoinette Tesha from Trade Catalyst Africa. Antoinette, please join me. Secondly, we'll have Martin Fontaine from EB Africa. And last but not least, we'll have Dr. Deng, the Executive Secretary of NCTTCA. Please join me on stage.
How are you? Good, sir. How are you doing? Any particular arrangement?
4.
Yeah. 2, 2. Okay, let me sit here. This is your seat, right?
Okay. So Antoinette will join us. As she joins us, I'd like to give a session abstract before I go to the panelists to ask them a few questions. I don't know if the audio is good.
Thank you. So I'll start with a short abstract to introduce the session before I head over to the panelists.
And because the card, the NHIF, is 6,000 shillings per year per family.
All right.
So if you get, say from a church, you get 50 people who can raise 6,000 shillings, that supports 60 families or 50 families.
Yes.
And with that card, then
with over 70% of electricity in East Africa already coming from renewable sources such as hydropower, geothermal, solar, and wind. Electrifying the transport and logistics sector has great social, environmental, and climate impact than anywhere else in the world, all while potentially saving costs. While East Africa's commitment to greening its trade and logistics corridors is clear, the critical question remains: who pays for it? The transition to sustainable logistics from electric fleets and low-carbon warehousing
services. We are capable of all services. So we use that funding to put up this hospital from scratch.
The implications of the pandemic have had a dire effect on the economy, and for some startup companies, it meant re-strategizing their financial plans.
Shortly after getting our financing, we immediately embarked on a project development. First of all, one of the things that we wanted to do, and which we did, was to recruit...
You, Antoinette. Beyond traditional debt, which financial instruments such as partial guarantee or blended finance are proving most effective in making green logistics projects bankable?
And we struggled in several ways. One, for them, it was difficult for them to actually access the government facilities, the immigration facilities, to conclude their paperwork in terms of their training status in Malaysia. And that was a big challenge. They needed to return.
Can accelerate trade across the continent. We look at making trade bankable and bringing on financing solutions that can address the gaps such as what Lillian has already highlighted. So in terms of when it comes to e-mobility, transition and all that, I think to me the two principles that really work in this market are first is policy protocols and finance packages that have been set up for the carbon transition. So I think the EU have probably the flagship program, not just under Global Gateway, but the New Deal that was launched before, and then initiatives such as Africa 300, Africa 50 by the AFPB, and several other countries have launched different packages and programs. And these that makes investors nervous. And you need to have a level of concessional finance to sit alongside private capital, because no one is going to test new ideas or moonshot projects with their own, with full capital at risk. And so having these type of programs globally enables financiers now to have partial guarantees that you already mentioned. We've looked at some performance-based financing. So you capture the CO2, you can prove that the CO2 has been captured, and then you get paid or you get a rebate based on that. But as we've seen recently, the models are not always foolproof. We've had two instances in Kenya where we've had massive financial losses because of breakdown in different models. And I think where we miss is the demonstration that the end user can afford it, because it's also about affordability. If the end market cannot absorb your infrastructure, your cost, your product, it's going to be incredibly difficult to finance. So aside from concessional finance, grants, technical assistance, there is also a lot of value in having the right market. So the enabling environment stands at the top of the list of things that you need. But one thing that I also see is the ability to pull actors together. When you have one
We're an electric bicycle company. We assemble electric bicycles here in Kenya and in Uganda. We focus mainly on B2B with 3 business models. We sell our bicycles, we rent them out, and we operate a fleet of delivery riders working for the big platforms like Glovo, Uber. We also have our own application where we work directly with merchants, with bigger and smaller logistics providers, formal and informal. So the electric bicycle is a particular vehicle. It's not huge yet. We have about 2,000 bicycles on the road, probably half of the entire market. If you compare it with other vehicles, especially up to 3 kilometers, would be surprising, but we are more efficient and more cheap than even motorbikes. So I think there's a lot of perceived risks. So these technologies, not only electric bicycles, even motorbikes, they've been deployed across the globe. The technology risks are really, really minimal. The economics also really make sense. So the total cost of ownership, also if you compare our bicycles with motorbikes, are 2 to 3 times cheaper. So businesses do understand that. Where the issue comes in is the perceived risk, and mainly in 2 fronts. One is the fact that there's only so few bicycles on the road yet, means that there's also limited data, right? So insuring these bicycles is almost prohibitively expensive. So financiers do want to have an insurance in place, and these insurances are actually often so expensive that it doesn't make sense. So we need to work with financiers to mitigate those risks, to allocate a few bicycles in case of theft, in case of full accidents. And the other perceived risk is the repayment rate. So our bicycles, we position them and we truly believe that they're the most sustainable and most accessible electric vehicles out there. So most sustainable because they're very light vehicles. They don't need a lot of energy moving around, but also to build them, it's relatively easy. And accessible because it's cheapest in total cost of ownership, but also the maintenance is cheap, the licensing is easy. And anyone who can ride a bike can use the bicycle. So we don't see a lot of female users of motorbikes, for example, but the bicycle, because it's so much lighter, they do use it. And our bicycles, you can switch them on and off remotely, but because they're so light, financiers still find, it's likely that they might be stolen, just put in a truck and driven off. We see, in fact, because we can track them, we have the GPS data, that it doesn't happen so often, but it does mean very often that the financing costs really rise because of this perceived risk. So I think, we need to find creative solutions to basically get more of those vehicles on the road, learn from it, and then have the actual risks into the risk premiums or interest that financiers ask for.
I had you mention about the lack of data, which also leads to a lot of misconception. We'll put a pin on that, and then we'll come back to it at some point. And now I have a question for Dr. Deng. Here, the corridor authorities play a unique role in shaping the enabling environment for private investment. What policy or regulatory bottlenecks along the Northern Corridor most urgently need reform to unlock private capital for green logistics? Please also introduce your organization.
Yeah, thank you very much once again for having me today. As I introduced myself yesterday, it might be important that I get to introduce myself for the benefit of those who were not here yesterday. I'm John Deng, DRD. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Authority. It is an organization that is in charge of managing the Northern Corridor, which is a network linking the port of Mombasa with the interland countries of East Africa and part of Central Africa. This organization, as I mentioned yesterday, was established in 1985 by Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, and Rwanda, joined by the Democratic Republic of the Congo in 1987, and South Sudan in 2012. It actually manages and facilitates trade and logistics on the 4 modes of transport, that is road, rail, inland waterways, and pipeline. What are we doing in relation to green green logistics. Generally, Northern Corridor has been a very noisy corridor because we are now managing about 45 million metric tons, and we have experienced an increment of about 5 million every year due to so many factors, that economic growth, the empowerment of the population, more participation in the trade, and many other factors. So we see trajectory in the positive direction in the long term. So we started thinking about this pollution along the corridor as something that should be addressed. Apart from the other indicators we're monitoring, we started focusing on measuring emissions. So in 2018, with the help of UNEP and Trademark Africa, or East Africa at the time, we did a baseline study to establish the level of emissions in the region. And so we were able to successfully scale it up, and we have now the emission tracker. So it's one of the indicators that we measure after every 6 months of assessment. Now, that is just an intervention. What policy measures are we putting in place? We developed something called the Northern Corridor Green Freight Strategy 2030, which is a framework for mobilizing resources that are meant for management of environmental sustainability from all players, including the Northern Corridor and even member states. This strategy is actually directed at addressing 3 things. 1, a reduction of pollutants, and then 2, efficient use of fuel, and then capacity building, that is preparing the region to managing green logistics. What are we doing in reduction of pollutants, for example, is now we are tracking it. Yes, it's good to have data, but what are we doing about it? What we've been doing is that we have been training drivers on eco-driving skills so that there is efficient use of fuel and there's less release of nitrogen oxide into the air. And so we are targeting to train about 1,000 drivers by the end of 2030. And on the capacity building, we are establishing a robust foundation to prepare our countries or region to transit from hydrocarbon-based energy to electric mobility. So in this regard, therefore, in collaboration with GIZ, Puna Climate Center, Trademark Africa, and Smart Finance Center, we are conducting something we call Regional Electrification Readiness Study. That is generally to understand the level of preparedness for our region for e-mobility. What does this involve? It entails looking at the institutional arrangements that are in place to prepare the region for managing green logistics. 2, we are looking at the policy framework that is available within these countries that we can use to guide the implementation of this animal called climate change management, climate change impact management, or rather emission management. And 3, we are looking at availability of power, source of power, that will be used to charge these vehicles should we move. Because we can't just tell private sector that you need to bring electric cars. We need to look at the availability of power that will be used to charge. And then 4, we are looking at the availability of charging stations along the corridor, because the corridor is quite long. It has about 14,000 kilometers of roads, and railway is now about 5,000 and something. We actually anticipate to grow with the completion of SGR for about 10,000 in the long term. So we have to study the availability of charging stations, and if they are not there, then we have to come up with a roadmap for establishing those charging stations. And then finally, we are going to look at the monitoring framework and even the available data on e-mobility or electric vehicles that are available. Our hope is this: once this study is put in place, we are going to certainly establish the level of progress of each country, because all the countries are not at the same level of development. And so we are going to apply variable geometry, where we treat each country based on its level of progress. To us, this would have gone a long way in laying a foundation for the long-term transition from hydrocarbon-based energy to actually renewable energy or some sort of e-mobility. And this is not only going to make it cheap for our vehicle, because again, we are going to talk to governments and look for some resources and even international players. As we speak right now, we are working with the Infrastructure Climate Resilience Fund. We have received some funding to be able to support member states establishing the framework for managing green logistics. So it's still a gray area, but I think we are laying a foundation for a long-term transition. We will therefore ask those financiers and those involved in the special industries, because we understand energy replacement is not an easy business. For you to get rid of hydrocarbon energy and replace with non-renewable energy, it is going to be a challenge. Europe is still struggling with that. I think we were in Netherlands and we saw the struggle. But we understand the technology that we have and innovation is going to give us more creative ways of creating energy that is going to be climate friendly. So therefore, it is good to look ahead of time and lay a foundation for future growth and mobility. But private sector should need to be supported to avail funding so that there is a bit of cushioning in terms of cost, because running those trucks with those huge batteries will be expensive in the initial phase. But in the long term, we actually envision to see some sort of improvement in efficiency in the volume of the energy storage that has to be carried by those trucks, and even the cost of manufacturing. And so it requires a lot of collaborative framework from all directions, both at the level of institutional arrangements, the operational capacity, and even enforcement of what we entail to achieve. I think, thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive response, Dr. Deng, and being able to also hear from you in terms of how we are preparing for that transition, especially from a regional perspective as well. A follow-up question just to you, Antoinette, and this is picking up from the point that Martin shared in terms of the high risks that are deemed by the financiers when it comes to issues to do with green logistics. The question would be, many green solutions involve new technology with limited regional track record. How does your institution evaluate and price the risk for this first-of-a-kind investment?
Oh, Lillian, that's a very difficult question to answer, because to date, we haven't actually done a deal in EV, but we've looked at some. And I think, so just to go back to Martin's point on the insurance, being able to prove that actually this model works, it's always a frustration, because you have all the data, you have the knowledge, but the ones who are sitting on the finance side, we don't have the level of detail that you have of your business. And for every EV mobility deal that we've looked at, we've had to go and learn, because the good thing is now we're in 2026, there's like models in other countries that you can learn of. You can see how they've optimized that private-public support to be able to grow an industry. So you can kind of see how it will work. But whenever you bring new technology systems or processes on our continent, there's always additional learnings. So I think from our perspective, we recognize the initial incredibly high cost of establishment. But we also recognize that if you don't do it, it will never happen. So at some point, someone has to take some risk and take on that loss and that testing, because these are things that need to be done. So from TCA's perspective, and I'm not saying that this is something that we will do, because I can't see the future, but how we look at transactions of this nature is to understand who are we trying to reach, what is the benefit and the impact that could be gained, and that comes a lot with understanding what is the value of that carbon capture, can we prove it, is the reporting standardized, is this something that we can commercialize, and at an international, local, and also regional standard. Then the other thing that we also will look at is the policy environment. And as Dr. Deng also alluded to, is the biggest risk I see these days to investing is actually unpredictable policies. Because these are long-term investments. By the time you set up the battery charging, the infrastructure, the systems, the people, a lot of time can pass. And so you start building, it takes you maybe 3 years to get to scale, and then you have a policy shift. You haven't even banked your profit or reached your level of model, and it's almost like the carpet has been taken from under you. And the minute this happens, investors run away, because now they're like, okay, it's an unpredictable environment. And I hope that as a region, it's really important to try and stay the course, at least for industries that are high priority and that we see in the future that this is where we want the direction of travel. So aside from policy and really understanding the business economics, because we're a catalyzer, we would look at how can we put in either concessional finance, blended finance, or take our risk much longer. So we can operate with the horizon of 10 to 15 years in order to buffer for the other investors who don't have that level of flexibility in their structure. And then we would go and look for the funding and then support the program with the view that we don't just want to establish the operation, but we need to see this market gain traction. And we can't do it alone. We're a very small team, so we lean on the trademark, our sister organization, and other partners who, like even an NCTTCA, because you need an ecosystem to support a business and an investment. So that was how I would look at it. We haven't done it yet. We've seen some opportunities. But I think there's also a lot of value in models that have already been proven. So not everybody's new. I think EBs, I see you a lot out there, so I assume that you're pretty established. There's also opportunity for follow-on. Once the business is there, it's run out, and sometimes the banks are still not ready, but can a partner like us come in as an initial buffer to help you to graduate to the point where the financial institution is happy with that risk? So I'll say it's a community, but it also takes policy, and it's also understanding the business and learning from best practice. Thank you.
Thank you for that honest response, and especially in highlighting the challenges that exist, even from a financier's perspective, that it's not very easy, even as we transition into new areas like greener logistics, that people are still figuring it out, even as the industry continues to grow. To you, Dr. Deng, I think my question would be, we listened a lot to the regulatory work, the studies that are ongoing, the opportunities that exist. My beat would be, a lot of the times, private sector is always highlighting the challenges that policymakers bring to the table. Sometimes the policies that are developed, the bills that are developed are not reflective on the situation on the ground. So as you continue to build, could you highlight how are you working with the private sector, and how will we be able to ensure at least the policy documents that come into place are reflective of the situation on the ground?
Yeah, thank you so much once again. Yeah, the biggest tradition that has been in place in public administration has been that the government is always source of policies and laws, and that they are only meant to be obeyed by any other player, including the private sector. But I think in the last few years, that has changed. If you look at the public policy design architecture, there has more to do with all the database studies. Then you go to development of criteria, a definition of the problem, the stakeholder engagement is very, very robust in relation to engagement of private sector. Now what we are doing from the very beginning, Northern Corridor is, of course, is private sector focused institution, because without traders, interveners, and transporters, we would not have any business. So our job is generally to create that nexus between the government and the private sector. And so everything we do, including our weekly meetings, is always to listen to the private sector. So now, as we frame this as a regional policy, because then again, we are not looking at starting it from countries. What we've been trying to do at the Northern Corridor is to work with the EAC and develop any policy as a regional standard, and then the countries are only going to dovetail it to fit their context. And so from the very beginning, we start by engaging the players, the private sector. As we speak right now, we have a team in Burundi that's training drivers on eco-driving. And so already in all the 6 countries, we have laid foundation for awareness of by the private sector on the need to be efficient in the use of fuel and on the dangers that come with actually polluted environment. And so the conversation has already started from the private sector point of view. Now on our part, and I think Teresa, who is here with us, is aware, we were able to coordinate with governments, and we mobilized a government representative. We went together to Amsterdam on Smart Freight Week, and that was a high learning level where all government officials were to understand what is being done in Europe, that they should be able to replicate. So as we sing this song of transition or climate sustainability, then they would also be on course. So yes, where we sit, we see government is lagging behind. The private sector is already in the lead. And so it's how do we, bridge the divide is what we are working on. And so the focus is to, first of all, train the government officials so that they understand the contract in itself. Two, support the institutional establishment of the institutional framework that will support this conversation, and in the long term, support policy and regulatory establishment. But while also at the operational level, we are engaging private sector to behave in a way that is environmental friendly. So I think the discourse has already started in a way that is evolving. And so it's a question of us now going towards framing it into something that is structural. So I do not see anybody being left behind in the process.
Thank you for that vote of confidence, and I hope the private sector here are feeling a bit more confident, especially you, Martin. One last question before I throw an opportunity to the audience to pose questions to the panel here. To you, Martin, would be, you have taken the early on risk to start some work on e-logistics here in Africa. Could you speak to us about the risks, the opportunities, and where you see we can be able to either come in as financiers or come in at a policy level to make things much easier for you, not only yourself, but the private sector that you represent here, so that we are also able to carry the private sector with us along as we transition?
Sure. Thank you, Lillian, for the question, and great to hear from my fellow panelists that the focus is indeed to open the dialogue and to listen. So I represent a company that that builds electric bicycles, which is quite a new product in this region, with a lot of potential. So I see opportunities, across not only East Africa but across Africa. But indeed, some policy challenges we do face and can, I think, benefit all of us. And some of them indeed are around the East African community. So maybe one very particular example, it is very much reflecting on my very type of EV that we're building here. But in East Africa, there's not yet an import code for electric bicycles, which means that we do not we need to comply with all the rules and regulations around electric motorbikes. Which sounds maybe trivial to all of you, but I would very much invite all of you to come and visit our assembly plant and where we put our bicycles together. It's more like a bicycle fundis doing work than an actual sophisticated assembly plant for big, heavy EV, which is actually our biggest benefit, right? It's a very simple product. It just helps. It's a cheaper product than motorbikes, and it helps anyone still go around and do deliveries and do work without breaking a sweat. But in order to benefit from the EV import tariffs, which have been very well stimulated, so there's a great EV policy. But us as electric bicycles, it's such a simpler product that we would love to see a specific HS code and importation code for electric bicycles. With specific assemblers licenses, for example, something that it has been implemented in other parts of the world, where of course you have thousands, if not 100,000s, or even millions of our bicycles on the roads, not EB, but the same type of vehicle. And it would make it a lot more easy for us to also lower our prices and make it even more affordable and accessible to many East Africans. And another challenge that we faced, we set up a big assembly hall here in Kenya, and our real plan was to build tens of thousands of bicycles every year and then export them within the East African community. And also that in practice seemed to be has proven to be more difficult than what we were hoping for initially. So we are now putting assembly halls in all those different countries just to make sure that we can get the benefits of import. And I think that's something for the whole of East Africa that would really be beneficial to implement the free trade, because it can, it makes the whole community benefit from economies of scale.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I hope that we have had, especially from a regulation perspective, the challenges that some of these emerging frontier private sector face, especially when they bring in a new product. So that I do not miss an opportunity to hear from the plenary. Anyone who has a question specifically to the panelists here with us, feel free to put your hand up and someone will come to you with a mic. Two questions only.
Davis Bahati. Is it okay? Yes. Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Davis, I'm Engineer Davis Bahati, the first innovator here in Kenya to make the edible oil sunflower machines. And I'm so interested concerning the discussion we have at this particular moment. Now, my question goes to what plans do you have since in East Africa or in Kenya when we look at the infrastructure, more especially when it comes to the electric, those bikes which you're talking about. At the same time, we can see, yes, it might be a challenge when we look about the infrastructures, the roads, and whatever. What about the availability of the spare parts? And at the same time, I'm trying to sketch up like when we're looking in rural areas, because also in town there's a big congestions, and though we have a good infrastructure in terms of the roads, but when you compare in the rural areas, what do you think about it? Another thing is concerning about maybe the charging points, because there are some factors which you have to consider before maybe we come with such a good, beautiful product. I was trying to map out concerning the electric cars which are at the moment in the country, and actually that's a plus because you can tell from the look of things people are accepting. You know, when any product is new in the market, there is a point of acceptance, and at the same time we have the point of doubts like, can it work? How, maybe in terms of the kilometers, assume somebody is coming from Nairobi to Kisumu, and then you want to get a surety, in case I'm using this car or these motorbikes or all the bicycles, am I going to access the charging points? Because those are some factors which you have to consider. At the same time, I think it will be a plus because when it comes to a matter of environmental conservations, pollutions, and other factors, it's a plus because we need to accept and change as the technology goes by. And I think if we consider just that way, it's going to be a plus. But also, maybe identify the regions where there's a populations in terms of the demand and acceptance for the new product. For that point, I was thinking about now in Kenya, we have accepted the technology in terms of the electric cars in between Nairobi, and you can tell from the look of things, people have accepted. What do you think about maybe scaling it up in different counties so that by the time we have the electric bicycles, it will be easy? Because you have told us concerning the bicycles that they will be cheaper. We wanted to hear concerning the prices because we might be the first clients to you to sell out the products to different regions here in Kenya. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, Engineer Vincent. Anyone last question before we go to the panelists to respond? Okay. So I think Martin can be able to respond to this as well as Dr. Deng, especially from an infrastructure perspective as well. So over to you.
You want me to start?
Oh, you want me to? Okay, you can start.
Right. Well, yeah, thanks for the question. I identified a couple of questions. Let me try and answer from my perspective and then hand over. Yeah, so one of the benefits of electric bicycles is that you don't need heavy infrastructure for charging. So at least we as a company are not dependent on that, and we're actually quite excited to see how KPLC has developed in the past few years with very good electrification everywhere, very large renewable component in the grid. So the charging of an electric bicycle like ours can be done with any socket, at even the smaller solar home systems. So it means actually not only Nairobi but also secondary cities, even rural areas, is a great application for our bicycles. So in that sense, the electric infrastructure is not so relevant for that. Road infrastructure is a bit more. So especially in cities like Nairobi, one of the biggest hurdles for people is that they say it's their safety concerns. The bicycle has less top speed than motorbikes, so it is generally a lot safer. But still, I really do understand that people do not feel fully comfortable on two wheels on the roads in Nairobi. So that's something that we try to work on with the different governments. I was even earlier speaking to the railway, who have a stand just outside. You know, how can we work together, and also with the city council, to make these stations much more accessible for cyclists, but even also for other active mobility users. Then on spare parts, I think it's a valid concern. We designed our products in a way, so we assemble everything here, so we ourselves have a lot of spare parts, if only just to build our new vehicles that we're selling. But we've also designed the whole bicycle based on parts that are quite standard. So outside of the battery and the motor, which are very important components, but they are really EB. All the rest, from the spokes, the tires, the rims, the chain, the cassette, they are largely Shimano, which is something that has been used, you know, I think since the Black Mamba and a lot of other bicycles. So even in remote areas, you could get those spare parts. But also we have plenty of them in stock. And yeah, for all those reasons, I think also outside of Nairobi, it's definitely what we're looking at next. Also because of the heavy competition with electric motorbikes in recent months, we feel like outside of Nairobi is a great new focus point for us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Tim has largely answered most of the questions. But yeah, on availability of charging stations and infrastructure that we have, as I said earlier on, the studies we are conducting is generally going to be foundational. It's going to be informing all the other propositions, including the designs of roads. For example, first thing we looked at when we were in Amsterdam, and the study is going to look at is actually the lifespan of the battery. How long does it take for these batteries to require recharging? And so for some heavy trucks, we learned that some batteries would go even up to 400 kilometers, sustaining a truck. So in our design of infrastructure, or the policy recommendation would be when we work with road authorities or highway authorities in these countries. So whenever they are actually designing these highways, they should consider a certain interval where charging stations should be placed. And so it is going to be a new requirement once it's concluded and there's a buy-in from the public sector, because private sector has no issue actually using these, transiting to renewable energy sources. It's just that it needs to be supplemented. So we are going to take a policy recommendation that is based on the realities or the findings on the ground. We understand some of our countries are not accessible with all, they do not have the infrastructure of the countryside, but as already mentioned by my colleague here, if we know how many kilometers a truck will need to cover before it actually comes to the main road where such infrastructure will be available, I think it's something that can be done, and we sensitize the fleet managers to know that when you are at a point of departure from the main highway, then you know how long you can go before you come back to where trucks are. Just the way it has been with petrol stations, because then you know that there are areas where you do not have petrol stations, and then when you go there, you carry enough fuel. So it's just going to be a general framework that informs all the policy, the operations, and we're going to train fleet managers on how they can align themselves and their own operation to this new reality. On the acceptance, of course, already we know there are a lot of electric bicycles that are on our roads, And if you go to Rwanda, there are a lot of electric cars that are being used in public transport. Kenya, there are quite a number of privately owned cars. Human beings always like new things as long as they're not detrimental to their pockets and somehow it's acceptable to the general public. There is an approval. So we cannot start talking about transition right now because we have not yet laid the foundation for a policy direction. But when that time comes, there will be probably incentive to help those who are using hydrocarbon fuel to transition to renewable energy. And then at the same time, there will be public advocacy. Tell people the benefit of using electric cars. I do not see any impediment in implementing this. The only challenge we have right now is actually how do we make it cost efficient? And I think this is where the study is going to be involved in the long term. Let's recall, using airplane, the first two people who flew first, the Wright brothers died in the plane crash, but now we are enjoying the airplane. So somehow there will be a difficult beginning, but that is the way to go for our common betterment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. A round of applause for the panelists. As we conclude, I'd like to at least highlight 3 points that have come up before I give the panelists each 1 minute to conclude on their thoughts, just in case we didn't cover something that they wanted to speak about. The thing that has come out clearly for me in this conversation is that we are still building a lot of data. We're still building an understanding, especially because Africa is a bit behind compared to other continents in terms of e-logistics. And we are trying to understand what is our play and what can be contextualized for us. Then secondly, is to understand how do we attract the private sector to actually come and participate in this area. As I shared earlier, we have 30% carbon emissions which are related to logistics, which is a very big percentage. So there's an opportunity there for the private sector to come and provide a solution. Then lastly, there's something that's actually happening on the ground, and especially on the policy side. There's work that's been happening at NTTCA together with their partners, and there's something for us to look forward to. So there's an opportunity even for us to play a part. And so let's look out, let's participate, let's realize that this will affect us positively, and we need to be in that conversation. So lastly, to the panelists, one last thought that you think was not covered in your conversation as we wind up. 1 minute only. Please, let's not extend. Thank you. Over to you, Tesha.
Thank you. I would just go back to data and sensitization. We have a whole mindset shift that needs to happen. And I think for me, on the policy side, stay the course, support business. If this is a 15-year horizon, you need to be there for 15 years. And on the business side, share your stories, share your learnings, share your data, educate us, because we don't know everything, and also be patient, because I think, when you're running a business, you want everything today, money, time is money, but the environment that you're in also needs a bit of time. So I always urge all our investees to just be a bit patient with us as we try to really understand, because together we can co-create something amazing. But it's a journey that we need to walk through. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My parting shot would be, this is something, it's our reality, that climate change is a reality, and our environment needs to be protected. And we have shared responsibility towards protecting the future. From the Northern Corridor perspective, I didn't mention earlier on, we have just revised our treaty, and we have included a protocol on environmental protection. That is protocol number 12. It is going to be the foundation for actually mobilizing member states of the Northern Corridor to take this direction. So we have the responsibility at whatever level we are to gain knowledge when you have the opportunity, seek knowledge when you do not have the opportunity to get it, and also behave responsibly and be part of the movement towards a better future in terms of climate change and environmental protection. Thank you.
Great, very well said. I think I would like to add to that the shared responsibility. We all have our own responsibilities, but we need to make sure that we share data, so we all understand the big hurdles and the opportunities ahead. The financial sector should be willing and able to take some risk, but based on real data, so they can factor in those risks. The policy makers hopefully can provide some clarity for longer term stability and where the East African community wants to go, so that we as the private sector can also take the lead. I think that's also a role of the private sector to move into that direction. But it's, I think, very clear that we need each other, and the easiest way to make some real headway is to keep communicating and help each other from the perspectives of which we're working. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please, a round of applause for those who got the graveyard shift. And then let's take a picture here to solemnize this conversation. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you.
A round of applause for that particular panel. Yes, indeed, it is. It was a tough one after lunch. Let them take the photo up. So while they're taking the photo opportunity, there are those who missed the raffle questions. Remember, for you to answer the questions, you'll get to use the already provided material, writing material that is already on your seat. So here are the questions. There are 4 questions. So as you respond, you write your name and the answer to the questions. There are 4. Then we're going to look at who carries the day as we go. Here are the questions, quickly. Who is manufacturing the beautiful scarves from Tanzania? That's question 1. Question 2, who is producing the best African wine from Uganda? Question 2. Question 3, when your tummy aches, I heal it. When you're bloated, I debloat you. When you have acid or heartburn, I ease it. I balance your gut, boost your immunity, clear your brain fog, and make you glow with natural healing herbs. Who or what am I? 4th and last question. This one you give 3 answers, or 3 options to that particular question, the question that I'm about to read. What are some of the best handmade Kenyan products? What are some of the best handmade Kenyan products? Remember, it's easy. Write your name on that piece of paper. Include the name of the exhibitor you think falls in the 4 categories. And there is a bag at that particular table. Bitha is going to be manning that. You just quickly slip your answer sheet to that particular bag. Then we are going to be picking from it, and may the best man or woman carry the day, right? We are the tail. Yes, please. Please, preferably. The clue for this particular question, or rather these questions, all of them are currently participating in this expo. Do not overthink. Do not write your business if you're not that business. They are in this particular expo, so that's a very clear clue. If you have not visited the exhibitions, this is one more reason why you should have. We'll have more time after. But without further ado, I'd want to call on stage our host, so to speak, to give us the resolutions of today. Not today, actually. This is the second day. So this is a presentation of the Business Summit Resolutions, Chapter 2026. And we're calling on stage none other than our host, so to speak. This is a Chief Executive Officer at the East Africa Business Council. Now, it's after lunch. We've been sitting for so long. As he makes his way, kindly let's be upstanding, and a round of applause as he makes his way to the podium. We'll keep applauding while still upstanding until he gets to the podium. You best pray he walks faster. We are not applauding. If we don't, he doesn't show up. Can we also have some assistance with the podium? Let's continue. Let's get it until he gets there. More energy, more life. More energy, more life. Let's have some assistance with the podium. More energy, more life. He might as well get there before the podium. More energy, more life. Thank you very much, sir. You can take your seats. He's here. Let's have the podium right at the center. Perfect. There. Oh. We were worried you'd have us be upstanding again. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Take it away. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Standing on all protocols observed already, the key resolutions following our 2 days of deliberations include, number one, on enhancing intermodal transport and infrastructure connectivity. First resolution is digitalization, interoperability and automated customs processes, centralized cargo declarations to facilitate seamless cross-border trade. Second one is 24/7 border operations and harmonization of transport and logistics, levies to improve efficiency along corridors and reduce cargo delays. On the high-level CEO's dialogue on unlocking the potential of trade in services, the first resolution is EAC partner states to fully implement existing commitments on trade in services, eliminate domestic regulatory hurdles, and remove restrictions that continue to fragment the services that market, raise transaction costs, and with intention of achieving fully integrated regional services sector. Also, expedite the harmonization of the regulatory frameworks governing trade in services to reduce fragmentation and facilitate movement of professional services across EAC. Third is on the high-level CEO's dialogue driving industrialization in East Africa. The first resolution is elimination of non-tariff barriers and refrain from introducing new NTBs. EAC partner states should set timelines for full implementation of all commitments under the single customs territory framework to facilitate free circulation of goods to and from the region and across East Africa partner states. Also, all EAC partner states should treat all EAC originating manufactured goods as transfers and refrain from enacting discriminatory laws that treat EAC originating goods as imports. On the open skies, advancing air transport liberalization for a borderless Africa, all EAC partner states should expeditiously adopt the Single African Air Transport Market, SATM. EAC partner states should extend air transport liberalization to fifth freedom rights, allowing airlines to carry passengers and cargo between any two countries and onward to a third country. And EAC partner states should expeditiously finalize and implement the EAC liberalization of air services regulation. And EAC partner states should strengthen regulatory harmonization, reduce excessive taxes, fees, charges on aviation, facilitating measures and market access reforms that support seamless mobility and regional connectivity. On the leveraging regional and continental integration, partner states should accelerate domestication and implementation of regional commitments with a deliberate focus on boosting intra-EAC and supporting industrialization. Address structural constraints facing manufacturers, particularly high energy costs, inadequate transport infrastructure, and weak road networks. Governments should prioritize industrial infrastructure, corridors, and reliable power supply to enhance productivity and regional value chains. Also, develop regional financing mechanisms and blended finance instruments to provide affordable long-term capital for firms investing in expansion, technology upgrading, and research and development. on broadening of digital tax stamps beyond revenue collection to enhance trade. First is adopt a unified ESC track and trace system which will enable interoperability and traceability of goods across the region. The revenue for the authorities in the ESC partner states should explore opportunities to reduce DATS costs to enhance compliance, manufacturers and traders of accessible goods and improve sustainability. The revenue authorities should explore ownership of digital tax stamps systems, digitization of the DTS system with more ownership, which will result in effective monitoring of revenue, tracking and traceability of products in the market. In the long run, the DTS system should not impose any financial burden on manufacturers nor increase costs. As for wider public stakeholder engagement with the intention of including private sector in having system technology, which is a win-win situation for public and private sector. With regards to unlocking SME growth, access to finance and mentorship for Africa's emerging enterprises, governments and financial institutions should transition from collateral-based lending to digital data-driven credit assessment models that use mobile money records, supply chain transactions, and cash flow history to expand capital access for informal SMEs. Partner states should also scale up credit guarantee schemes and blended finance instruments to de-risk SME lending. As for commercial banks, comprehensive financial literacy, coaching, mentorship, and digital bookkeeping programs must be implemented to improve SME record keeping, bankability, and compliance with financing requirements. Commercial banks should allocate a defined share of their portfolios to SMEs, particularly women and youth-led enterprises. Regarding the component on strengthening digital trade and e-commerce in ESC, partner states should align with their national laws with the East African Community Regional E-commerce Strategy and the African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol to ensure a coherent, predictable digital trade environment. Governments should mandate cross-border digital payment interoperability across the region to reduce transaction costs and facilitate seamless e-commerce transactions. The region should adopt unified standards for courier and logistics services to enable efficient, reliable, and seamless last-mile delivery across borders. On non-tariff measures, self-assessment tool that was launched, the MSMEs, trade associations, and relevant stakeholders are encouraged to adopt the NTM self-assessment tool to enhance compliance, reduce export-related risks, and facilitate strategic market expansion. The EAC partner states and regulatory bodies are urged to strengthen transparency and accessibility of trade regulations, ensuring businesses can easily understand country-specific requirements and reduce compliance uncertainties. We had a few breakout sessions on the mutual recognition agreement for engineers. The EAC partner states should adopt a time-bound and enforceable roadmap for full implementation of the engineers MRA. Governments should provide harmonized incentives, including preferential access to regional projects for engineers registered under MRA. The EAC Secretariat should establish a centralized digital platform with clear information on MRA eligibility, procedures, and mobility rights. And regarding capital, unlocking private capital for green logistics in East Africa, develop bankable green logistics project, structure projects with clear policy protocols, financing packages, and risk-sharing mechanisms to attract regional and private capital and ensure long-term viability. Enhance policy and regulatory clarity, standardize licensing tariffs and codes, for example, electric bicycles, to reduce barriers, increase adoption, and unlock regional trade benefits. We should strengthen public-private collaboration. Governments, corridor authorities, and private sector players should coordinate to create scalable infrastructure and market-ready solutions for green mobility. Also introduce financial incentives and risk mitigation. Provide subsidies, insurance, solutions, or blended finance options to mitigate initial high costs and perceived risks, fostering private sector investments in sustainable transport. The summit expressed its sincere appreciation to German Development Corporation, Trademark Africa, the European Union, the International Trade Center, the Africa Development Bank, the East Africa Development Bank, Isuzu East Africa, RSM East Africa, and the Africa Civil Aviation for their invaluable partnership and generous contributions, which enabled the successful hosting of this prestigious summit and Expo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed Farah, the Chief Executive Officer at the East African Business Council. So before we have the communique received and presented, we're going to have our raffle ticket now. I hope you answered. So I'd need some assistance from the ladies in black, at least two. Kindly come to the podium. Pick the bag. Let's see who are the lucky ones. As they get the bag to pick the winners this evening, you're reminded that there's a voluntary industrial visit scheduled for tomorrow. So make your way to the registration desk and register, and they'll give you the finer details regard to this. So this is how we'll do it. We want transparency. That is almost lacking in African governance system, but hey, we're not there for that, isn't it? We're in business, so we like accountability. As we said, we cannot have business without trust. So it has to start here. This is the first election that has been conducted in under an hour or so. The votes are in. Our IBC is there. We don't know who is the chair, but you can be sure there's no dissenting faction there. There are two, so it's a 50-50. And we're going to have the results announced right about now. How about that for efficiency? Someone clap for EABC for transparency like this, you know? All right. So the lady will walk up to you at random. At random. You will pick one answer sheet, just one. You'll not open it, but you will hand it over to the colleague. So smile at them so that they can get to you. You never know, it might just be you. Very random, very random. Very random. Very random. Okay. The lady with the glasses, pick one. Okay. Come with the results. We want to hear who she's picked. Returning officer, you have to be with you have to check. It might change hands. Okay. So let's see. Let me see what the responses are on this piece of paper. Let's see. All right. So who is manufacturing beautiful scarves from Tanzania? Very huge dash. Basically, NA. There was no response there. Okay. All right. Let's see. Question 2. Who is manufacturing the best wine from Uganda? Bella Wine, at least. They got one. A round of applause for that person. We're not even mentioning names yet. So what are some of the best handmade products? Okay, we have an answer, leather. It may be so, but that was not the answer we required. So Dennis Omache, you tried, but you tried. All right. Ladies, once again, returning officer next. You have accountability, please. Let's see. Let's see. Random. All right. No, you don't pick it up. You see? Now that's what happens. We go to the ballot. Yeah, someone just rigged. We will have to replace that officer. Officer, sit down. Officer, sit down. Hand over to the chair. You will meet the tribunal after we are done. All right, let's proceed. Random. Random, random, random. Let's see. Pick one. All right, nice. Let's see. Okay. The first question was, who is making the best calves from Tanzania? In this particular vote, they just wrote one, Kanga. All right. 2, Bella Wines. They got 1 out of 4 because they never answered the 2. These are spoiled vote. Next, let's move. Let's move, let's move, let's move, let's move. All right, all right. Random, random, random. Let's see. Let's see. All right. You know, as grown-ups, there's something we say, AQA. We will answer the question asked, but how we want it, right? So this answer is singular, very particular. This voter actually is shouting because they have written it in caps. I'm not lying. Caps, right? For emphasis, best wine in Uganda, Bella Wine. This is from Dr. Prudence. The first name, you'll have to forgive me because if I pronounce this, my tongue, will not be able to have an MC next. So, because they wrote in caps, do we vote that they carry the day on this one, or we give it to someone else and see what's going to happen? Did they follow the rules? 1 out of 4? Next. Let's see. Random, 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 random. We had one valid, spoiled vote, imagine. AQA, answer question asked. Then we answer. All right. Oh. Wow. Now this is a person who actually takes things seriously. They included their name and contact. Name and contact. Probably they were communicating to the suppliers, right? That's what we want to assume. All right. So first response was calves from Tanzania. Second was best African wine, Bella. The third was avocado. The handwriting, I'm not too sure, but since they shared the contact, we can confirm. Then, handmade is waist beads. So, Caroline got Caroline 07590. For data privacy, we will not read the rest. I think you're our first winner. Where's Caroline? And then they don't happen to... Oh, I nearly gave it to someone else, saying you're not there. So kindly hand her a bag from the bags that are there. You receive a bag from the suppliers in this particular exhibition, Expo. Thank you very much for participating. I just need a clarification. Was that a T or a D? It's a T. All right, so avocado. All right. We have 5 more to go, so can we find our winners? Volunteer, volunteer, volunteer. Volunteer, let's see. They'll show you what's in the bag. All right. Okay. We have some complaints about the returning officer from the voters. You're opening the vote. You want it to be done here, where the mic is, my friend. Okay. Thank you, sir. We stand guided. Please apologize.
My apologies.
Are we good now? All right. No, this person answered, the first answer they said Tanzania, with no name to the business. Second, Bella Wine from Uganda. Third answer, Moringa. And 4 blank. Spoilt vote. Next. Or the winner has to give the voters something. Wow. All right. Good governance. Question, okay. They included their name also. They included their name and number, but they only answered question 3. So, do I read that, or do we call it a spoiled vote too? Spoiled vote. I'm sorry, John. You tried. Let's just say you tried. Yes, let's see what the chair picks. Correct. For everyone to see. Let's see. All right. So now, this is a vote that came in half. I don't know if it was by design, but it only answered the last question. They said, best handmade products, they listed, and they also gave us their name, but they did not include their contacts. We have wallets, shoes, and bags. So that is a half answer. Next, come on, someone, they're goodies. We have lots of bags there. You never know. Let's speak, let's see. All right, let's see. I tend to think these are the same people. Oh, true it is. This is the same voter. You're trying to be smart. Are you seeing the piece of paper? This is definitely someone who is used to, in investment, you're told spread the risk. You cannot be in MFMF, and I don't know where. Spread the risk. But now we caught you. This is rigging. This is rigging outrightly, but this was smart. The handwriting is the same, the piece of paper. Next. Let's see. All right. Oh. This one decided to answer one question. Who produces the best wine in UG? Bella Wine by Burial. Interesting. They even told us who has made the wine. Can we keep this somewhere here? We'll get back to it. They even know the source. Next. Quickly, we'll run out of the votes. Out of all those votes, we have spoiled votes, a lot of them. We can blame it on the hour for the raffle. It was after lunch, heavy lunch. All right. So we have question 1, wrong answer. Bella Wines, that comes to second question. Then second question, a blank. Third question, food. Fourth question, yes, they actually wrote food. They wrote food. Then the fourth, pure purple cello designs. We were asking the products. Next. Let's move it along. All right. So, scarves. No. Okay, so for question 4, for question 3, that makes you get rid of the bloating and skin, they wrote moringa. We were asking about the person who, or the business exhibiting. It may be true. I'm not a professional. I wouldn't tell if it's medically, but I will leave it at that. Question 2 on wine, Bella, they got it right. Then they said scarves, they got it right. And this response is from none other than Patricia. The second name we can get. I don't know your handwriting. This is Patricia. Patricia, where are you? Going once? Going twice? Pardon? Patricia, you? Because we don't know the second. Is you? Is this your handwriting? Can we confirm? Are you Patricia? He's Patricia. Hey, gonna be tough. Patricia, come for your gift. Kindly give Patricia her gift. At least 2 winners to go. As you pick your bag, let's have someone else. Patricia can pick the next. We see who else is lucky. She tried. Yeah.
So we're about to finish up. So the next person, let's have Patricia pick one. Then the gentleman in teal, pick another. Yes, just, yes. Then the gentleman here, pick another. We want to run this along. All right, so those are 3. Let's see if we're lucky. We have the goodies. And even if EABC cannot give a complimentary, we can buy, right? Okay. So Rosemary went to answer Bella Wine and Okinka Prudence. I don't know. All right, that one hangs. That one we can't tell. So this voter went for Bella for question 1. Question 3, they wrote honey, a component of that particular package. Last, they wrote leather bags. Well, it may be true, but that's not the right answer for today. All right. I suspect this is the same John, but I don't know. So John says, question 3, they are very particular. Jonjo virgin avocado oil for question 3. To deal with bloating and to give you a glow. I'd want to say it is not correct. It's not what you're looking for. Last but not least, we're done. So now, because we do not have all those who responded seemingly either were spoiled votes, I would want to hear from the audience. There was a man, and I want to believe this is a man. What do we do with this? Actually, this is effort. This is being smart, right? Smart. Diversifying risk. We cannot invest in the same place. So yeah, this gentleman goes by Josephat Karanja. Where is, it has to be a Karanja, someone said Karanja. Where are they? Oh my gosh, the gentleman from RSM. He's actually a tax expert. So you understand, we were correct that this is someone who knows about risk. Pokea zawadi. Pardon? Optimizing. Yes, he's optimizing. Yes? He actually took what is inside the bag and the bag. Correct. All right. Another person who, there was someone who gave us an answer in caps. The one who wrote in capital letters. Oh, you wrote, you wrote in capital letters. Truly. And they only wrote what probably they consume and they know and they believe and they have been to that particular booth. So there is a bag from Bella Wine, right there, to you. A round of applause to that lady. You wrote in caps. You're going to share. All right. So John Muturi, I'd want you to come over and pick a bag. Why? You responded to the questions on different answer sheets. You had this one. Okay. John Moturi. Oh. John Moturi, pick your bag. Thank you very much. You need to tell us the field in which you operate on because he campaigned. Yeah, he has capital. He has capital. So, there was one who just answered one question. I'm taking you back. You know, the good thing is that they were very specific. They did not bother about anything else. And they went further to write their number down. Very serious people, these ones. Jonjo virgin avocado oil. Question 3. Muturi, is this your handwriting? It is. Oh my God. It happens to be the same chap. So, randomly, gift someone what you would have gotten. Randomly, at random.
The person? Just pick anyone from the crowd. Be philanthropic. Anybody. Oh, the gentleman seated next to you. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Nice. Okay. Joe hapa karibu. Yes. And now we are about to close. And often they say, often we forget to say thank you to the ones who make the process work and such. So would want to reward my assistant this evening, the returning officer. She had to apologize earlier. She did. I hope you accept. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana for participating. Now would want to call. They would. We've not even gotten there, yes, ma'am. We've not gotten there yet. We want to first hear from all right. So I'm just reminded that voluntary registration, actually registration is voluntary, for the industrial visit. Those who are interested, once you register, we convene here at 9 a.m. tomorrow so that we can depart. So now we're going to be having the vote of thanks delivered by none other. Oh yes, sorry for that. So we had the presentations for the resolutions that were made by the CEO, EABC, that is Ahmed Farah. Would want him to come back to stage and present them, and they're going to be received by the chairperson, John Akol, to receive the signed communique, just to show that whatever we have discussed is not just air in the wind. So kindly get to the, yes, I think he signs from there, then you can present it. He sign, we have, sign it. So ladies and gentlemen, that is part of the resolutions that have been presented here. Now we're just signing. The next is to push the leadership to adopt and implement to ensure that we achieve what the EAC was meant to achieve. We trade more with each other and access opportunities, not just within the bloc, but also within the continent and beyond. That's our photo op. Next on stage, after that particular presentation by our board chair, EABC, Dr. Akol. We're going to have Mr. Dennis Carrera. A round of applause as they present the communique. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Mr. Dennis Carrera is going to be up to give the vote of thanks, after which we are going to have a group photo. Everyone here present will have an opportunity to just get onto the podium, to the stage that is, and take a photo. But first, we'll have very brief closing remarks and vote of thanks. Yes, delivered by our vice. Take it away. You can use that. Yes, yes.
Good evening once again to everybody. The chair of East African Business Council, who is with us this evening, and all other officials who left and those who might be in the house. I do realize a couple of people have done what was enough for them and have gone home, I think. The Executive Director of the East African Business Council our brand new executive director, who most of you have met in this event from yesterday. All of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased this evening to give the final remarks for the closure of this important East African Business Investment Summit. I'll just make a few remarks on this evening, not necessarily the formal speech, but a call to all of you or all of us in the business community. Number one, you also have noticed that yesterday, the hall was full. We're about 400 people plus. All of us represent companies or own companies. I was here because I'm a vice chair of Rwanda, but I also own a company. Most of the people who are here are either company owners or they work for companies. I want to make a call, which I alluded to earlier. Please, this organization called East African Business Council can only succeed if you are part of it fully. Not hearing about it, not joining it on the day when there is an event, not reading about it in the newspapers. You need to be part of Business Council fully. What does it take? It is very simple. In every country, we have a country office. We have a liaison officer in each country. So please, link up with us. And by the way, feel free, in every country, there's also a vice chair. So feel free to link up with either a vice chair, a liaison officer, and if you can't get them, link directly to our head office, to our executive director. He has a team of people who are in the room. Please, my call is simple. Become part of the Business Council. Register and enter. It is simple. You pay a small fee, and this fee creates bigger things. That is one. I hope you will convey this message to yourselves, those of you who own companies, or you'll convey it to your employers if you are sent to represent a company. That is one. Number two, I can assure you that this time around, we have made a decision that let us now start implementing what we have been discussing. Last week, we had a very important meeting in Kigali. It was called a high-level, multi-sectoral engagement, dialogue. It brought together ministers of the East African community from every country, ministers of trade from all member states, the private sector, we were all there, the media and everybody. And we were simply doing dialogue in preparation for the summit that is upcoming next week. Now, that meeting of last week, followed by this meeting today, what do you pick from it as a business person sitting in this room? You can see there is momentum, there's traction in what we are doing, and the one thing we emphasized at the last meeting's meeting was that let us move from rhetoric and let us go to action. Our ED yesterday made an interesting remark that well done is 100 times better than well said. Well said is a statement, well done is measurable. So, the position we are taking today, as we leave this hall today, let us know that we have said enough, and we in the leadership of the East African Business Council, working with our political leaders in different countries, are determined more than ever to move things from rhetoric into action. We are determined. And I'm saying this because I said last week we were in Kigali discussing these same things. Today we are here. And next week, guess what? We shall be in Arusha meeting your heads of states, meeting our heads of states across the region. And we want to carry your messages. What we have signed here, we are carrying that message directly to the topmost heads of state of the region. Can you imagine how beautiful that is? Week after week. You may ask yourselves, while we do that, who finances us? You'll be surprised. Those of you who are here, convey the message to those who left. Wherever I'm going, my company is paying for every trip. It's from my personal pocket. And so is Chair. So I'm doing that. I'm paying for everything I'm doing personally so that I make a fight for everybody. We are doing the role of Jesus. But I want to call on you that please be considerate on the other hand. Think that these gentlemen and ladies who are moving, we're staying in airports, we spend nights, we miss flights are changed, this and that. It would be kind of you and fair of you and good of you to say, let's put our contributions to their treasury so that they can be able to move and do what we want them to do. That's very important. With that said, the discussions I saw in this room, the expo that is outside here, the engagements that I saw, the networking that I've seen in these 2 days, the engagement I saw last week in Kigali, all suggest one thing, that East Africans are getting closer and closer to stand firmly in the world market, because from the presentation that we were given, you realize one important thing. If we don't unite and become a strong voice of business, we are going to be swallowed by those who are getting stronger. It's very clear. I'm sure you're following the synergies put together. India is signing big agreements with our countries, with Europe, of coffee, of different things. So the only position we have to take as East Africans, the only strength that we have, is for us to come together and create the necessary synergy to be able to position ourselves in the market. Short of that, we will be swallowed, I can assure you. So we need synergy. In our expo here, I was speaking to different people. I met people in hides and skins, and they are a small group. They are doing some few things in Kenya. In Kigali, there's another small group doing hides and skins. In Kampala, there are others, but all of them are small. They have not thought of, let's come together and create an East African market of hides and skins. And then call for a tannery, East African. So one other thing that we need, as a matter of urgency, is synergy, and in that way, we'll call upon East African Development Bank, we'll call upon and tell them, look, here we are, positioned as big as you would want us to be. Give us, how much can we give you if you want the money? Because this bank, East African Development Bank, is here to develop this region. But if you present yourself as a small person who is only looking for $40,000, they're going to ask you to go and get it through a microfinance at a 21% interest rate. But if you go big, if you are synergy and you go big, you tell them we want a loan of $10 million and give it to us directly, and they will do. I believe I'm speaking the truth, Mr. So here is another business opportunity. Synergize, bring yourselves together, create a better force, and approach the financiers, and then approach the market to deliver proper, sizable products. The risk is, why am I telling you this? If you start producing small things alone, Europe is going to ask you to deliver 6 containers every month. How many of you will be able to deliver 6 containers of shoes or leather products every month. We can't. So we have to come together. With those remarks, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to thank our sponsors. There's a huge list of sponsors. I had taken it down. I read it outside there. There are many. We thank KEPSA. We thank East African Development Bank. We thank, there's so many out there. There's a whole chat. My sincere thanks on behalf of the East African Business Council goes to all of them. They have been very supportive, and without them, we wouldn't have made this a success. I also want to thank in a very special way the chair of the Council of Ministers, although she's not here, and all other government officials. If you noticed yesterday, we had about 4 ministers in the room. We had cabinet secretaries. We had a couple of government officials here. They were here not for any other thing, to see how business is progressing in the region. And I can assure you, believe me not, we speak to these officials every time. They want to see us succeed, and so we should succeed. A lot of time we are complaining that what we discuss gets lost in between different offices, but this time we are taking the bull by the horns. I thank you all for being here. I invite you to join EABC. Please don't waste more time, and we need to move together so that we get far. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kigali, and whenever you want anything in Kigali and you come there, feel free to call me. My numbers are known and if you want my numbers, I have them, because my job in Kigali is to facilitate all of you do business either in Kigali or anywhere in the region, if I can facilitate you to do so. I thank you, Chair, being here till the end, and all of you, thank you for hanging in here, staying around until the closure of this event. On this note, therefore, I wish to announce that the event is formally ended. Thank you all.
For some technical assistance here at the stage so that we can all take a photo. All of us were in the room, so kindly let's have the podium brought down. Let's also have the seats taken off so that we can accommodate everybody. So I'd want us to give thanks to ourselves. I don't know how many of you have the culture of telling yourselves thank you. There are those who tell themselves thank you in other ways, but now we want to give flowers to ourselves. So flowers is this. Flowers is this. When I say drop it, you clap. While I'm doing this, I'd want this taken off, please. We can start off. This is 2026, so if you do some quick math, 2 plus 0. Come on, 2 plus 0. Plus 2. Plus 6. Pardon? Correct. So, we are going to give each other 10 flowers. 10 flowers. So 10 flowers is flowers, 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 flowers. Drop it, clap. That is 1 flower. Right? Okay. Can we do this while we're upstanding? Can we? Someone made a joke and said, your CEOs, we can't tell you jump, nod. Well, we are done. Probably you'll not see me anywhere else, so you cannot hold me accountable. It was not me, I did not do it. Anyway, flowers, 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 flowers. Clap. 1 flower. All right. Flowers, 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 flowers. Drop it. We do it in Swahili. Maua, 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 maua. Maua, 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 maua. Makofi? 3. We are 3, right? I don't know flowers in any other language, but I know it in my native language. In my native language, maua, 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 maua. Drop it. We are at 4. Any volunteer in any other language? What we say in Buganda? Flowers? Pardon? Help me. We are at 4.
Yes. Ebimuli, 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 ebimuli.
Drop it. We are at 5. We are. Let's another language.
Another language, another volunteer? Rwandese? Burundi?
Amashugwe, 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 amashugwe.
Drop it. We are at 6, all right. Mawa, 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 mawa. It is Africa Kiswahili. Mawa, 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 mawa. Drop it. Flowers, 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 flowers. Drop it. Where are we? Are we at 8, at 7, at 9? Where are we? We are at 8. Mawa, 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 mawa. Drop it. Mawa, 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 mawa. 10. Drop it. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody who made this a memorable moment. We move from conversation, discussions, to action. Let's take to the stage to take that photo and immortalize it that we were here, we had conversations, and we chart the way forward. Kindly. Those who are as tall as me, kindly just be at the front. If you're as tall as me. Those who are shorter than me, to be at the back. But if you're as tall as me, at the front. But let's have the representatives from EABC flank the chairperson. Let's have the CEO in this particular photo. Those who are as short as me, be at the front. Confidence is key. Is it even short? We are tall. Those who are as tall as me at the front. Those who are shorter than me at the back. We can all fit. Let's get advice from the guys behind the lens. We utilize the lights. Those who are as tall as me at the front. Those who are shorter than me at the back. Yes, correct. Those who are shorter than me. Taller ones. Yes, this is good. Are we ready? I'm waiting for your guidance. Guys, I'm waiting for your guidance on your call. All right? That's what I'm asking. Are you seeing everybody? No. Are you seeing everybody? All right? Now, if we are having seats, let it be organized. Let's have seats at the front, not just 2 people seated. Yes. Yes. Yes, let's have more seats there so that we can accommodate those who are on the curves. Let the ladies sit. Let the ladies sit. Let the ladies sit. They're in heels, let them sit. Another seat here. Another seat here. All right. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Now this is for everybody. Then after that, we're going to have members of the EABC board as well as the secretariat take the next photo. But this is for all of us. Minus me, do we all fit? All right. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. Is everybody in the photo? I'll not tell you to say cheers, but we need to see your dentures. Let's go. Let's go. Mawa, mawa, mawa. Yes, 2026. Nice. Click away, click away. Thank you for coming. Your participation has made this possible. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Now let's give room to the EABC Secretariat Board to take the next photo. You can still leave the seats, or you want them at the front? Okay. Thank you. Do you want to sit or stand? Okay. Are we good? We're ready? Congratulations. Let's take those photos. Flash, flash, flash it, flash it. Then tell me so that I need to join this team.
So also invite the others. You can join at the back. After that. Also, the group who would like to join, maybe you can join at the back. Brian, team, you can join with our board members, please. Come at the back. Kindly come at the back to take a photo with the board members. One last photo. Join. Just climb for the last photo. KEPSA team, please stand up and join the photo. KEPSA, those who have not taken a photo, one last time, yeah. Yes, look at the camera. When I say EABC, you say biashara iendelee. EABC, EABC, EAC. Yes. One last one, yes. Smile. EABC, EAC. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. We head home. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, those who have registered for that industrial tour, you convene at Safari Park right here at 9 a.m., then proceed to Tatu City.
We remain committed to supporting regional integration process to promote sustained and accelerated free movement of goods, factors of production, and services.
But also we wanted to make this one different, where we can look how we can do differently in terms of unlocking trade and investment in the region.
So let this summit reaffirm our shared vision, an East Africa that trades together, an East Africa that prospers together, and an East Africa that stands together in the global economy.
Not only that, but every one of you, please, you have a responsibility to work for the organizations to create an environment of businesses in this territory.
Let's name these numbers and let's change our region. Thank you so much.
If we do that, I believe we'll be able to begin to substitute our imports.
committed to supporting regional integration process to promote sustained and accelerated free movement of goods, factors of production, and services.
But also we wanted to make this one different, where we can look how we can do differently in terms of unlocking trade and investment in the region.
So let this summit reaffirm our shared vision, an East Africa that trades together, an East Africa that prospers together, and an East Africa that stands together in the global economy.
Not only that, but every one of you, please, you have a responsibility to work for the organizations to create an environment of businesses in this territory.
Let's name these numbers and let's change our region. Thank you so much.
If we do that, I believe we'll be able to begin to substitute our imports.
committed to supporting regional integration process to promote sustained and accelerated free movement of goods, factors of production, and services.
But also we wanted to make this one different, where we can look how we can do differently in terms of unlocking trade and investment in the region.
So let this summit reaffirm our shared vision, an East Africa that trades together, an East Africa that prospers together, and an East Africa that stands together in the global economy.
Not only that, but every one of you, please, you have a responsibility to work for the organizations to create an environment of businesses in this territory.
Let's name these numbers and let's change our region. Thank you so much.
If we do that, I believe we'll be able to begin to substitute our imports.